No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today. We're with Liam after his 4th military move, when being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays, when she misses home the most. We're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I push through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
I watch football all the time, and I just feel like, I don't know if this is wrong to say, but I think I get called for more stuff just based off of us just not winning. I watch these winning programs, and it'd be some egregious things, and it don't get called, like, letting the players play. Like, I got caught on something today where it's like I know the route, everything, and I'm just supposed to let him just push all that type of route. I'm seeing counter steps, all that. Like, if you're not going to catch the ball regardless. I just feel like in general, even the Mike Evans ones, I just feel like us not winning is just what goes on. Like, if we don't win, and I feel like we don't get the calls that we should get, and we get called for the calls that we probably shouldn't get called for.
That's Jets cornerback Sauce Gardner saying he's being flagged more due to the team sucking. Sounds like an NBA-type complaint. We're bad teams. We don't get calls.
Yeah, I just wonder what the guy in the metropolitan area there is going to work, trying to pay his bills, and he hears this guy whining and playing the victim. I just don't think it resonates.
Doesn't go over very well. Just win, baby. Just win. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy, non-committal about his playing status this week. Niners playing the Rams, and that game's tomorrow. Expressed hopes his turf toe would allow him to suit up and play in the game. Purdy said he didn't have issues with it against Jacksonville, but the soreness set in after the game.
If he's Ronnie Lott, he'd cut it off.
Old school. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill's agent Drew Rosenhaus told ESPN the surgery to repair the dislocated knee and associated ligament tears was successful, and the expectation is Hill will not need additional surgery. Rosenhaus expressing confidence Hill would be able to play next year.
Good.
Figured he would say that, don't you?
I don't know.
Yeah. Broncos coach Sean Payton expressed his support for the tush-push play that's been a lightning rod in the NFL. Broncos getting ready to play the Eagles. Quote, I was one that stood in favor of it. The reason I stood in favor of it is pretty simple. If the powers that to be don't want it for aesthetic reasons or competitive reasons, it's hard to officiate, etc. But I've been involved in those meetings for a long time, and all of a sudden, health and safety was pulled into that, which might be the safest play in football. My BS nose kind of went up. So it's not health and safety. People just don't like defending it.
What are you talking about? 3 times a game?
Yes.
Yeah. It's much ado. I can't get into it.
It is much ado. It is tons of ado. I think it will continue to be a lot of ado. And you will continue not to get into it.
Right.
But it will rage on. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Big 12 Conference issued a public reprimand and imposed a $50,000 fine on the University of Colorado for a derogatory chant that targeted the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints last Saturday night. Deion Sanders apologized for the incident, saying that's not indicative of who we are. Our student body, our kids are phenomenal. So don't indict us is just based on a group of young kids that probably was intoxicated and high simultaneously.
Ooh.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that as well, but the truth is going to make you free. But BYU, we love you. We appreciate you, and we support you. God bless.
Well, I believe that stuff is legal over there in Colorado.
Right? It is.
So there you go, Colorado people. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can go into it, but until we're serious about alcohol, according to their own coach,
it's going to keep happening.
No, it's been happening for years.
Right.
I wonder why now it's making a lot of headlines.
I don't know. Different conference treating it differently, imposing a bigger fine. I mean, I don't think they would have done $50,000 fines back in the day. There's just more money now. But
zero.
Yeah.
This is the first that I'm aware of.
Was there something? Oregon, there was an apology. Did the Pac-12 fine Oregon? I don't remember. I remember there was an incident and there was an apology.
As far as I am aware, this is the first time
I've been on the road.
You've been on the road
for 30 years.
Yeah. Then it goes back Mountain West. Wow.
Wyoming loved saying stuff like this.
I participated in a few of the chants.
Of course you did. From the press box, no less.
PK's up there banging.
No, it's like
banging on the glass.
That gal at the Ryder Cup. I was trying to, orchestrate the fans. Okay, you say this, and then
You're going to sexually. You're a yell leader.
Did you have to step down from your position afterwards?
How many open press boxes could you actually participate in? How many are glassed in? It'd be nothing. You'd just be screaming in your cage.
If you go down to the southeast of the part of the country, most of them are open. And
when the press box caught on fire at Georgia Tech, ACC Stadium, glassed in, or could you have bailed out over the? I don't know how many people know that story. That's an old story.
I believe it was open, but you would have to jump down.
Down, it was too far. Yeah. Down the stairwell out onto the field when the press box caught on
somebody
fire.
died in that fire.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jeff Reynolds had sent us the information the following week. Yeah. It was hairy for a second because we were in the stairwell and the door wouldn't open into the next level.
Yeah. No, I remember that part of the
there
story.
was a couple of minutes there. I got really nervous.
Yeah. UCLA fired offensive coordinator Tino Sunseri after just 4 games in charge of the Bruins offense. Sunseri had come over to join the Bruins staff from Indiana. Tight ends coach Jerry Neuheisel will be the team's interim offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Rick's son.
Federal judge Claudia Wilkin has allowed the Pac-12 Conference's lawsuit against the Mountain West Conference over $55 million in poaching fees to go forward. The Pac-12 and some of its new schools filed lawsuits last year claiming the poaching clause it agreed to in its signed scheduling agreement for its football teams last season was invalid. The clause called for payments to the Mountain West of $10 million for the first team that left, with the amount growing by $500,000 for every additional team. That was on top of the $17 million plus exit fees the schools were responsible for as part of the deal. The Mountain West Conference has been expecting a financial windfall of somewhere around $100 million, but that could drop now. And I think the bottom line out of all of this, as your eyes glaze over, PK, is how much money is Utah State going to be responsible for, if any, and how will that impact their teams, because that's money that could have gone to their teams.
You let me know.
Okay, there it is. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Lakers star LeBron James was on the sidelines as the team opened training camp yesterday and have a longer ramp-up period in camp and the preseason games leading into the season as he deals with what head coach J.J. Redick called, quote, a little bit of nerve irritation in the glute, closed quote. Sore butt, PK. That's what he's got. He's got a sore butt.
Well, we can remember at this stage, actually, I mean, he wasn't quite as old, but he was certainly older. Letter carrier had no interest in participating in this part of the season.
No.
And neither should LeBron.
Training camp, preseason games, that's for other people.
Yeah.
You, the undrafted free agent, here's a chance for you to show what you can do. I'll be sitting over here. You do your thing. Later on when it's important, I'll do my thing.
Yeah, and I don't expect them to be in the finals anyway.
Warriors swingman Jonathan Kuminga ended his stalemate with the franchise by agreeing to a 2-year, $48.5 million deal. The deal includes a team option in the second year that's designed for the Warriors or another team if and when Kuminga is traded during the upcoming season to rip it up and complete a new contract next summer.
Well, that's great, but is Kerr going to play him the way he wants to be played?
There is a great question. Is he a supporting cast guy? Does he get to be the guy? Do they sit the older stars? Steph Curry, obviously.
No.
And he, 10 or 15 minutes a game gets to be the guy?
The Warriors are going to end this like every star.
Everything else.
They're going to bleed it to the end and then rebuild.
See Dallas Mavericks. Yeah. See San Antonio Spurs.
Jimmy Butler, it didn't.
It's not going to move the needle that much.
No. And so Curry is the most important Warrior in the history of the Warriors, even going back to when they weren't even in the Bay Area. That's how important he was.
Going back to Philly.
Yeah, that's how important he is. No, I'm making a joke there, but
because that would involve Wilt Chamberlain.
Certainly, he is here with this, and so he's going to stay, and they're going to keep him, and
they'll play it out to the end, and then they'll start over.
I mean, we've already seen it. They're a play-in team. They're a first-round exit. Mm-hmm. It's like the statues. You're sort of held hostage by it in that situation, and you just play it out, and then you start to reload at that point, and I think that's what they're doing. And Kuminga can get his minutes, but he's not going to be the focus. I don't know that he's good enough to be the focus.
Warriors coach Steve Kerr entering the final season of his current contract, the typical time in a contract cycle when you hear about an extension, but Kerr said that he has no plans to address his status and future until after the season. I'm very comfortable going into the season with a year left, Kerr said. I'm so aligned with Mike Dunleavy and Joe LaCobe. We talked about this. There's no reason for discussion or concern. This is kind of a point in a relationship where let's just see how it is at the end of the year. Figure he goes out the door.
Well, his mentor is Phil Jackson.
Yeah.
He's not a dumb guy.
I'm not signing on for the rebuild.
Yeah.
Phil did once. He did have one 8th-place season while they waited for a Pau Gasol.
Well, the difference with Phil, though, and he takes a lot of grief, not
Mm-hmm.
anymore because it's so old news now, but he did go coach in the CBA. Kerr inherited Mark Jackson's team, and away you go.
Yeah, that is true.
So I don't know that he was grinding there on TBS or TNT, and we had heard that the Jazz were interested in him at the time because he wanted to get back into coaching, and I think the Knicks were interested, so he picked the best opportunity, which I don't fault him at all. Why wouldn't you?
Yes.
Who's going to pick a
I know what the
crappy
best one is,
opportunity?
but let me take the worst
Yeah,
opportunity.
this doesn't make any sense. So he made it known he wanted to be coach, his agent and all that stuff. He wanted to do that, and opportunity. So, yeah, I can't criticize the guy in the least for that. And now, obviously, it's going to trend the other way. So why would you sign on? Because if he wanted to coach, I'm sure that he would have his opportunities to go into someplace else, wherever it might be, NBA, college. Who knows what would be available. He's 60 years old, so he still has plenty of time. I think he just turned 60 just the other day, if I remember. So he could easily go another 5, 6, 7 years if he wanted. So yeah, this when I saw this yesterday, I thought, well, of course, that makes perfect sense for him in the situation that he's in. If he were 1 or 2 years into it, and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and those guys were in their 20s, he would sign on the dotted line immediately.
He'd be signing another 3 or 4 year deal.
Yeah, right. Of course.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Skubal drops the hands into his motion. The 0-2 swing and a miss. Changeup. Gets John Kinsey Noel to start the 8th. 14 strikeouts for Tarek Skubal.
Kelly swings, and it's a high fly ball, deep left center field. Going back, Sheets at the track near the wall. Gone! Cubs take the lead!
The 2-2 is lined down the left field line. This is a fair ball. It's off the track and off the wall. Story comes home. Bregman, his signature Red Sox moment. Insurance in the Bronx, and it is 3-1 Boston.
On a 1-1, Ohtani, it's a towering ball, deep right field. He flips the bat and watches it fly 3/4 of the way up the pavilion. Just a mammoth blast for his second home run, and the Dodgers are pouring it on in Game 1.
Yeah, good thing they poured it on because the bullpen struggled. The Reds came back. Eventually, the Dodgers won 10-5. But good thing they got those extra insurance runs. Reds had the bases loaded there in the 8th, but couldn't get the big hit that would have really put the pressure on.
Isn't that redundant? Extra insurance?
Yes, but they needed the extra insurance. Some insurance might not have been enough.
Well, then it's not insurance.
It looked like it at the time, but it wouldn't have been enough.
Well, 6 would have been enough, I believe.
As it turns out.
Yeah, Ohtani, 2 home runs, 2 massive home runs. I mean, he's going to end up being the greatest baseball player, at least batter, because he doesn't field right there, maybe ever. And I don't know. He's not going to necessarily be up the line in home runs and all that, but what he's able to do. And we'll see about the pitching, how that continues, because he has had arm trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good when he does it, but if you have an arm trouble every couple of years, that's not good enough.
Right.
He's an amazing player.
And as he gets older, another injury like that, could it sit him down for another year or two? And would they want to come back after a third time? But we'll probably see him here in the postseason at some point. They didn't need him yesterday.
Oh,
but
yeah. Supposed to start Game 3 if there's a Game 3.
If there's a Game 3.
Yeah, which I don't know if that means that then he'll start Game 1.
Right. Yeah, if they just wrap it up in Game 2, just push him on down the line to Saturday.
Yeah.
Cubs beat the Padres 3-1 in the other National League game. Dansby Swanson making plays. Stranded guys at third.
Former number 1 pick of the Diamondbacks, and they traded him to Atlanta and got nobody.
So when he was diving on the ground, fielding the sharp grounder, keeping the runner at third in a 1-0 game, you're like, great. Running out there into outfield, over-the-shoulder catch, stranding another guy at third, great.
He was the number 1 pick out of Vanderbilt.
Those were
came out.
Yeah, those are the 2 biggest outs of the game right there.
Yeah, he's a player.
Tigers win a pitcher's duel. They beat the Guardians 2-1. This is his pitching and defense right here. So many of the games. I mean, not the Dodgers-Reds game. That was different. But the other 3 games, pitching and defense.
So you'd have your best pitcher out there. Schoolball.
Yeah.
From Kingman, Arizona, of all places. Diamondbacks actually drafted him, but he chose to go back to Seattle University and did not sign with his home state team. Oh, what could have been.
Red Sox coming from behind. They beat the Yankees 3-1. Everybody plays game 2 today. They're all in the same exact time slots as yesterday.
As I was watching these games, and I watched the 2 early games, the whole game, the most of the other games. Yeah, October. There's nothing better. I mean, the sunshine, the shadows, the jam-packed stadiums. This is what it's about. It's a tad cooler. Under the sun, the way God intended sports to be played. Not 8:30 at night when people are lathered up. Oh, when they did stuff, here's another $15 beer.
The logic of that is just killing you.
Yeah.
So predictable.
And away we go. But in the daytime, come on.
The shots of the fans filing in. They always send a camera out there and get somebody walking in behind the fans. They've got the jersey on. You can see
sports are meant to be played outside in the day.
You can see the bounce in their step.
And this time of year, the weather hasn't set in just yet.
No, later we'll have playoff games in the rain, and they'll pretend like it's not raining. That always kills me.
Well, it'll be at night.
Yep.
Yeah, World Series. But this is the purest form of MLB. And, oh, my gosh, I would have loved to have been
at any one of those games?
Yeah, outside in the day, sun shining like that. Yes, every pitch matters. The fans are into it like crazy. Yeah, it's just... I am romanticizing it because this sport allows you to romanticize it. And I felt romantic yesterday.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Perunovic fakes his shot, then dips in down the near side wall here in the offensive zone. Scott Perunovic, low to high. DeSimone, one-timer boot, pad save, rebound, score! Cameron Hebig knocks it in, and Utah is on the board here in Boise. Hebig gets the goal following the boot shot. Mammoth creating some chances here with their youngsters. Boot up top, Dursey on the blue line. Boot left circle. Looking in, shoots and scores! The youth movement continues here in Idaho. We're tied at 2. Daniil Boot has his second of the preseason.
The Mammoth losing to the Kings 3-2 in Boise last night. Cameron Hebig, Daniil Boot scoring the goals as the countdown continues to the season opener. DJ PK, that is what is trending. It's brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, coming up in our next segment, Robbie Bosco, former BYU quarterback, current athletic administrator, is going to join us. We'll talk Cougar football with him, with West Virginia coming to town Friday night. Riley Jensen will talk college football at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. DJ PK, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The crash eastbound to I-80 near Lambs Canyon stopped all lanes of traffic to transfer over to the right shoulder to get that out of the way. Traffic lights are still not working in the intersection of State Route 73 and Mountain View Corridor. Delays are stretching back all the way to Sunset Drive and Eagle Mountain as a result. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If
you want to avoid your furnace breaking down this winter, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your furnace's annual maintenance. If you do find yourself with a furnace blowing cold air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all winter long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease,
help you find expert care and local support,
give you tips for living a better life,
and share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org
or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for West Virginia Friday night. Kalani Sitake on the focus this week as they face the Mountaineers.
A lot of talent we see on their team, but more than anything, we've got to focus on us being assignment sound and making sure that we're doing everything the right way. For me, it's a day earlier, so we can see if we can get those things fixed that we can control on our end and be ready for that game Friday night.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. So happy you're not reading that.
Sometime my wife will ask me, what do you want to do for dinner tonight? And I say, well, I don't know, but here's what I want you to do. I want you to nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. You can submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and then listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. And this is sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
Then, Beehive Meals sounds good for dinner.
Welcome to my new world.
And how does it affect me? Patrick Kinahan.
It affects me rather well.
There you go.
I mean, you've gobbled up all my future money, but that's another story. You've done that many times.
So,
I'm more worried about the kids.
That a kid.
Yeah. Guys like Yak.
Yak, you're a kid now. Say goodbye to middle age. Say hello to
again.
Kidhood.
Well, geez, I will always be baby brother. I could be 90 years old.
Yep.
Though,
I hear you.
Yeah. Oh, you have no idea because you're the oldest. So you have no idea what it's like. So how would you know?
Little bit
you
of idea.
hear me, but you don't understand it.
That might be true.
That's absolutely true. Maron. The grief you have to put up with when you're the youngest. You're always told to shut up. No wonder why I interrupted you on that soccer thing. Nobody would ever listen to me.
People have been listening to you for more than 2 decades.
They hear me, but they don't listen. No, I've been reading all the tributes and how it ends up being a slam to me. I've seen them online. I know what's out there. I understand what's going on, how I get ripped. I'm sitting over here minding my own business, just showing up, not doing anything that's out of the ordinary, just putting my head down. The grind is real, and then I get slammed. Yeah. And you get praised. When I hang it up, in whatever form that is, there's going to be 2 words. There's going to be thank goodness. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I know so, brother.
Okay. Who's playing the victim now?
I'm playing the truth now.
Okay.
And it's not a play. This is real life. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's sports radio. Come on, man.
Did you know that Scott Perunovich, who scored that goal for the Mammoth, he went to Hibbing High School in Hibbing, Minnesota?
That's a lot of people from Hibbing. We're up to 3.
4.
Oh. Okay. Bob Dylan.
Mr. Zimmerman did go to Hibbing High School.
Oh, well, we'll have to get back to Hibbing in a minute. We have a guest. Or do you want to just list them all and not play this out?
No, go.
Okay. DJ PK, it's time to welcome in Robbie Bosco, the former BYU quarterback and current athletic administrator. Robbie, good morning.
Good morning, boys. How you guys doing today?
Doing well. You know, there was only one undefeated quarterback running around on campus for years and years, but right now there's 2, Robbie.
I tell you what, they're playing pretty good right now, and that last, I was out at the Colorado game, and it was kind of a good game to be a part of, and to have that kind of pressure on, because you're gonna be in those games all year long, where you have to come up with some big plays, and they did it offensively and defensively. It was pretty special to watch.
And Jason Beck is 1-0 as a starter, I'll have you know. So
there's that also, yes. Yeah, you're right.
There you go.
Yeah, I think that was what you just said is absolutely true, because you look at this, and you've been around this football program as a player and a coach and then as an athletic department official for, close to 40, 50 years now. And
Whoa. Don't go to 50. Just hang in there.
well, no, but I'm projecting you're so valuable in the athletic department.
Slow your roll,
so
PK.
It will be. I mean, come on. I mean, in some ways, you're just barely getting started. So you look at what this league is about, this Big 12, and I'm a Pac-10/12 guy, but that went away, so you got to make the adjustment, and I've made the adjustment because it particularly, in football and basketball, it's been scintillating actually watching these teams play, and this league in football, I think, is just grossly underrated, the level of parity. What's not just, sometimes we view the word parity as, okay, everybody's average, but I don't think that's the case here. And I know they got West Virginia and then Arizona. I'm not blowing those two teams off. Maybe West Virginia. Arizona, we'll see. It's at home. They've got a good quarterback and all that stuff. Maybe they can get hot. But then you look at that afterward, and you got Utah, Texas Tech, Iowa State, TCU, Cincinnati. That, I believe, could literally be the toughest 5-game stretch in football history for BYU. Going back to your point, and in my conversations with the coaches, everybody knows that Bachmeier is going to need to do more in order to have good opportunities to win any or all of those games. So the progression, he needed that type of game, and he's going to continue to progress. So if he can play that well, I think they got a shot. Maybe to, I don't know, they can go 5-0, 4-1, 3-2 type of thing. What do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting. I agree totally with what you said. I think the Big 12 is vastly underrated. I mean, there are a lot of very, very good football teams in this conference. And when you start playing these week in and week out, it becomes to a point where you got to stay healthy. And it's very hard any year to stay healthy in football. You're getting banged up quite a bit. But with what you said, you cannot look past these teams. Like, you really just can't. I don't care what people are thinking about West Virginia. You can't look past them. You've got to go out there and play like it's like the game of the century. And then you just got to take it a game at a time. If you start looking ahead and start circling teams in there, that's where you can get in trouble. The Colorado State game, they jumped off to a quick 14-0 lead, and who knows where that was going to go. And fortunately, our offense went down and got 3 points, and then our defense was stellar like they have been in the previous game. So you just got to be careful. But, yeah, it's I'll be surprised if anybody goes undefeated in the conference. And but there's some good teams ahead of us for sure.
What, in your opinion, is Jay Hill doing that the defense is playing so well and being lauded so often? What is the magic in there? What is the most critical piece of the puzzle?
Well, I think they've done an exceptional job of recruiting. They're getting good players. I mean, I look at our linebacker core, and it's as good as any group that I've ever seen. And so these guys are very talented. They're very fast. They're very athletic, and they're active. They have a great nose for the ball. Secondary's doing a great job of covering, which puts a little bit of pressure on quarterbacks when they don't feel like guys are open. And our D-line is doing a pretty good job of keeping things kind of muddled in the middle. But I think that's the best thing. They're just doing a great job of recruiting. They're getting players. And then Jay is just kind of a master at figuring out what to do, because I'm sure when they're down 14-0, and give credit to Colorado, they did a really good job of blocking. They were putting guys helmets on helmets, and they did a good job using that quarterback. But Jay figured it out, what to do better. I'm not sure exactly what he did to change things around, but the defense stepped it up and played a really good game the rest of the way.
You were a coach, I think, for like 14 years at BYU, and one of the things I think that is different that is allowed, and I want your response to this, is that I seem to recall during that time, living here, working, covering BYU, all that type of stuff, is that a lot of the times, if not most of the time, the cornerbacks were JC guys that you would pluck off of who knows where, bring them in, and then they'd be like a plug-and-play guy, which a lot of junior college kids were at that time. I understand that across the country. But now you look at the defensive backs for BYU, particularly the cornerbacks, and they're guys that are in the program. And so you have Jay Hill, who coaches the safeties. You have Gennaro Guilford, who coaches the corners. They've been able to develop these guys and have some continuity there from year to year. And I think, in my perspective, and I'm not a football savant by any stretch, but I don't claim to be, but it seems that they've been able to get these kids in as freshmen and allow them to develop has made a significant difference. So when they're ready to play, they're ready to go.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think I've always liked, bringing in recruiting freshmen, let them learn the system. Gennaro has done a great job with these corners, and he just has them playing hard and coming up and hitting guys, and I'm really impressed with that. And then I just got to give credit to Kalani, the chemistry, the culture of BYU football. The kids love playing for Kalani and playing for their position coaches. And so that makes a huge difference too. And I think you felt the same thing with Lavelle. People liked playing for Lavelle because he treated them really good. Not to say other coaches don't treat their players good, but the culture of BYU has always been, that's kind of been the stigma of we've got to stick together, play hard, try to play harder than the other team, and go out and win. And I think they've done almost a masterful job of getting a group of kids together from all parts of the country and coming together and playing as a team. And I think it really helps when you can get those high school kids to come here and that want to be here, and they're just making a big difference.
We know the stars. However, you have the keen eye for the game, and you have better access also, and you get to talk to people. Who are some of the young guys that you think are on the verge of really taking another step forward? Because everybody likes to be on the cutting edge, and like a guy, he hadn't quite emerged yet, maybe in October or November, he's gonna play an important role.
Yeah, well, I don't really know all the names of everybody, but so I think right now we have L.J. Martin, and we're depth-wise with L.J. is not the best right now. We got some injuries, we got some things going on, and so it's important for him to stay healthy. But you're going to see some guys stepping up in the running back position, and that are going to be significant and do some great things for us. I really believe that. And then in the receiving core, you have the leaders of Chase, but I think you got guys that are going to step up there too. And football is a crazy sport. I mean, it doesn't take long before injuries start piling up and things like that. So there's going to be guys that are going to come in there that you may not have heard of or don't know much about that will definitely step up and make a difference in the game.
Who was the youngest, or maybe not necessarily the youngest, because Mission's mets it up there with age chronologically, but can you recall who was the least experienced guy when you were coaching the offense and the quarterbacks that you stuck out there as a coach? And maybe it was John Beck, because I believe you were there when he was a freshman or during that time. Right around the time you left, so I'm not positive you were there when he was a youngster. But who was that, if you can recall, and how did you handle it in terms of putting some of the offense on his plate and then gradually putting more as he could handle it, because that seems where we're going with Bachmeier.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the hard things about coaching. You go and you have summer where kids are throwing, and then you have two-a-days, and you're trying your very best to play the very best people. So once you have that down and you feel like this is the guy, you give that guy the majority of the reps. And then towards the end of a drill or something like that, you may put in the next guy in to get some reps and stuff like that. But it's imperative that you get that first guy ready to go. And then you're hoping that those guys that are either second, third, fourth string, when we're in coaches' meetings, that they are learning and they're working on their craft and trying to get in some reps here and there, but they don't really get in enough reps that they feel super comfortable. So there were years that, I mean, I remember when we put Ryan Hancock. Ryan Hancock was like the third or fourth guy, and he hardly got any reps. And, we would put him in the game, and he would throw these passes. We're like, oh, my goodness, we can't complete a ball or we can't do anything. But all of a sudden, he would launch a 70-yard pass right on stride, and Eric Drage would make this catch, and all of a sudden, like, okay, let's go. And so I can remember, and he was like our fourth-string guy. And so it's just a difficult thing, and I would assume most coaches have faced that situation where they've had to put a guy in that doesn't have very many reps, and so you can't give him the whole package. It's just too much stuff, so you have to cut it down, look at what he's good at, and kind of build around that, and then try to just keep adding more and more to it, and hopefully you can get it done.
Robbie Bosco joining us. Robbie, in your role as a fundraiser, I'm curious how much, because it seems like there's different groups. There's collectives, there's university staff who's going out and doing it. Are people bumping into each other? When you talk to people who have similar jobs at other schools, is it as chaotic behind the scenes as it sounds to us out here?
Yes, it is. I mean, when you're talking this revenue share, you're looking at $20.5 million. That's extra. That's not what we've done in the past. That's each year we've got to raise that, and more than likely that could get bumped up every year, a few more million or however. We haven't hit that point yet, but everyone is facing those difficulties. And so you look at teams, I don't know the answer to this, but I'm assuming there's probably a lot of teams in debt because everybody wants to make their buildings bigger, make their stadium better, make their facilities better. And when you're in a conference like the Big 12, I think they want you to have good facilities and get things going. And so it's just kind of a nonstop thing. So I think everybody's in a little bit of I'm not going to say a bind, but I think everybody's in a feeling of tons of anxiety, and we got to get this done. We got to go out and get more people and more people excited about it. And Brian Santiago is doing an exceptional job with meeting with people and bringing that spirit of what we need to get done and things like that. So, it's just an ongoing process, and you may bring in a ton of money at one time, but there's no pat on the back. You got to go out the next day. You just got to keep going and going and going. And, it's just the way the sports world's going now. And if you're not in it, you're going to be out of it. So you got to step up and make it happen.
Then is the biggest factor as obvious as winning?
Oh, winning's huge. I mean, I'm never going to say winning's always been big, even when it wasn't like this. It's everything. That's what keeps the fans coming. I remember I can't remember what year it was, but our basketball team wasn't very good. And this was years and years and years ago. And it seemed like we couldn't put 1,000 people in the Marriott Center.
Mm-hmm.
It was really crazy. It was just a big struggle. And now you can't get a seat.
Yeah.
And so, but everybody's expecting to win. And that's what brings excitement. Everybody wants the winner. Everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to go see a good team play. And right now, yeah, things are going great. But, there's always those turnarounds where things don't go as smooth. And so you just got to keep on the recruiting trail, just everything about college sports, the coaching staff, the recruiting, the development of players, all that has just stepped up a huge notch. And you got to come to the plate and keep things alive and keep things going.
Well, that's why we wanted to talk to you so early in the morning, because we figured by 8 a.m. you're going to be out there knocking on doors. Good morning. Wake up. Breakfast meeting. Let's go.
Let's do it. I may come to your guys' house first. See what you guys got for me.
Because the media's got all the money.
Anything you need, Rob, I've always been there for you.
There you go. Love it.
All right. Thank you, Robbie. You're the man.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There you go. There's Robbie Bosco. Talking a little Cougar football in advance of the Mountaineers coming to town. More winning, more money. Got to get on the cycle, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's hand in hand. The funny thing, it's not funny really, but it's just the reality is BYU fans are no different than any other fans when it comes to winning. They want to win, and the more you win, the more, I don't know, anybody have a checkbook anymore? More Venmos are open, and the more the money flows. You got to have that, and right now they've got it, and we anticipate them having it, obviously, in basketball.
DJ PK Riley Jensen's talking college football with us in about 15 minutes. He'll be right here with DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic lights are still not working in the intersection of State Route 73 and Mountain View Corridor out in the Eagle Mountain area. Delays stretch back all the way to Valley Drive at Eagle Mountain, nearly 4.5 miles. You want to add a lot of time to your commute if you're in that area. Also delays northbound I-15 over the point of the mountain as you head towards downtown Salt Lake City from Lehigh. This update is brought to you by UTA. UTA's Road Therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. If you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a line around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers. Huh? $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey,
what's
up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Les Olson IT.
I hear you, Mom. You think underage drinking is wrong.
Opening a seafood restaurant that only sells ice cream is wrong.
I guess I'll have the shrimp tracks?
1 shrimp tracks. Watch out for the birds.
Wait, the what?
Underage drinking? That's very wrong. It can harm your brain and your decision making.
When your kids understand underage drinking isn't just wrong, it's very wrong, 9 out of 10 don't drink. Learn more at parentsempowered.org.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah in a bye week. Chance to ask Devin Dampier about the relationship with his former Lobo teammate that's still flourishing now at Rice Eccles Stadium, wide receiver Ryan Davis.
My freshman year when I came in, I was actually just the way the line went. I was third quarterback up, and I was throwing with Ryan since freshman year. So just kind of that build that we've had coming into this, our trust level was really high. He's a guy that works during practice and very much translates to the game. So he's a hard worker for sure.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today is Pink Floyd as they open their first American tour on this day back in 1967. Brought to you by Live Nation for all the live concerts and events in 2025. Check out livenation.com.
Comfortably Numb is simply the most melodic song ever recorded.
Most melodic. Mm-hmm. Well, then we have to do something and just have categories. Most, fill in the blank, songs, artists,
That's what I wanted to do, but you two, Women Wednesday, Dead Artist Friday. Whatever.
Well, what would you like to do tomorrow?
No, you
See?
two. No, once I'm dealing with A-type personalities, they can do it.
A-type personality.
This is why
he's not.
This
Come
is why
on.
we had to start doing it. There was nothing.
Sure.
Okay.
Nothing equals nobody was asked. But you guys did it.
Your name's on the show. Just go ahead.
If anybody wants to do my work for me, why would I want to do it? I'll take the easy way. I'm admitting it. If you want it, you got it.
Riley Jensen, college football expert, next right here on The Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Now, talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes one slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com. BarWBeef.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history, you're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hello, is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Come on, come on.
DJ and PK.
Most melodic song ever.
Melodic. And what is the most rhythmic song ever? What are the best lyrics ever?
This song ends with some powerful lyrics. The child has grown, the dream is gone. That's how the song ends. You go on YouTube or whatever, and see this song live in Europe.
Oh, yeah.
People are crying.
Oh, really? DJ and PK. Time to welcome in Riley Jensen. Riley, good morning.
What's up, my dudes?
Our local teams. There's a lot of winning going on. Everybody's got a winning record. Of course, schedules are about to get tougher. Conference games are coming. Are you a little more optimistic about somebody than somebody else? You got anybody you look at right now and you're thinking, oh, this is going to be good? Or you're a little worried for everybody right now.
Well, I mean, the schedules are tough. If you're talking about my optimism, I'm feeling most optimistic for Utah State. A little bit worried about the injury at quarterback, but I thought Conover came in and played well against Vanderbilt. And, you know, those two losses to Vanderbilt and to Texas A&M, two SEC teams where, you know, they scored points. They're moving the ball. Now, defensively, you're like, ooh, there's some things there, but I don't worry as much about Utah State and Bronco Mendenhall on defense as I do usually offensively. Like, what are they going to do offensively? And I think Coach McGivern's doing a great job up there, and I feel very optimistic about. And I guess this goes more back to like what expectations were before the season compared to now. Not is BYU or Utah going to be good? I think they're going to be really good. I think the BYU Utah game is going to be gigantic. I think, obviously, you know, with West Virginia coming in, I think BYU starts the season off 5-0, and there's some really good things going on for all the teams right now. I'm cautiously optimistic for all three.
I agree with you as far as preseason expectations, but those expectations can be reset during the course of the season, and once they are reset, and you want them to be reset if they're lower, because that means if they're reset, hopefully it's higher, not even worse. And I'm trying to be the positive. Right. So for all three, I think I've reset expectations for Utah State and BYU. I'm still keeping the same expectations for Utah because the Texas Tech thing is in my mind. And not just that they lost, but they really got dominated to an extent. According to their own coach, he said he never thought in a million years he'd see that at the line of scrimmage. Now, maybe that's just a one-game deal, and the money that Texas Tech paid allowed them to be that good up front, and so the rest of the league Utah can handle. But I had high expectations for them to begin. So in my mind, I reset the expectations for BYU and Utah State to thinking, and if I had them at 8, then I'm going to bump them up a game or two. If I had them at 6, I'm going to bump them up a game or two. You think that's fair?
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. When you say you reset your expectation for Utah, what's
I haven't. I've kept them the same. That's what I'm saying.
Kept them the same, even with the Texas Tech loss.
I had them, I believe. I'd have to go back and check 9-3, 8-4. So I had them at.
Oh, okay.
I
think you had them at 9-3 because
that's what I thought.
said that at our preseason roundtable.
Yeah.
I said 9-3, and I'm not going higher than that because I don't know enough about all these other teams, and maybe they can get to 10-2 or 11-1, but they ought to get to 9-3.
Right. That's
so.
I'm
you
keeping
agreed with that.
Yeah, you're right. I did. You're right. I remember now. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm keeping them, but I've boosted it up for the Aggies and the Cougars.
Right, but you guys were much more realistic about Utah than others to start with, because I think I had them at like 10-2, and so that becomes so yes, I've reset my expectation more to where you guys are, like 9-3, 8-4. So
yeah, I can't reset it. I can't reset it to 8-4 even now, even with what I saw. I mean, I always thought they were going to lose a game. And just on paper, Texas Tech screams, well, we spent all this money. We ought to be the toughest opponent, right? And you know the Utah-BYU game is crazy. I don't know what's going to happen. I just figured it'll be one score, and it'll be decided in the last 2 minutes, right? So, but not knowing the quality of these other teams, but knowing their coach sat up there multiple times, told him this is the best offensive line he's ever had. And this is a coach who wants to run the ball. This ought to be a pretty good team, 9-3. And maybe better, but I'm not going out on that limb sitting there in August or even now. Some of these Big 12 teams are still a little bit of a mystery to us here.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. The Big 12. You know, I remember when Utah went to the Pac-12. It was like there was always like 2 head scratchers. Like, what happened in that game, and what happened in that game, and. You know, and then just for Utah, there'd be 2 head scratchers. Like, how did they lose that? I did not see them losing that game. And then they'd win a game they weren't supposed to win. And I feel like that's a little bit like what the Big 12 is like now. I feel like that there's, you know, we thought Kansas State was going to be really good, and we thought TCU was going to be decent, and then Arizona State, and you look around the league and you're like, I don't know. And then now the Arizona State loss to Mississippi State doesn't look that bad, right? It looks like that was a really, really tough loss. And so it's a really interesting landscape with the Big 12. And we're talking about a lot of different things here. Utah and BYU always play tough defense. That's always going to keep them in games. And as their quarterbacks continue to improve, that's going to improve their offense. I mean, Bear Bachmeier was significantly better and really good under pressure at Colorado. And I've played at Colorado. You get caught in between that little Colorado sign and the end zone. It's really loud, and it's really hard. And it's not a huge stadium, but it gets really, really loud, and it's really obnoxious to play at Colorado. And I didn't see any flinch out of him. I didn't see any problem out of him. I saw a lot of confidence throws. I saw throws over the middle. I saw runs that were tough. This is a kid that's growing up right before our eyes, and I think if you're BYU, you got to be a little bit excited about what he's doing.
So you place him ahead of schedule as far as his progression?
I do. For a freshman quarterback, I think he's ahead. I mean, the best thing that he's doing is he's taking care of the football.
Yep.
He's not throwing the ball into places where he's going to get picked off. I think he has 6 touchdowns on the year, no interceptions.
Yeah.
It's not setting the world on fire as far as like numbers of touchdowns, but it's certainly not putting yourself in a bad situation, right?
No doubt.
Right, but the flip side of that is what they're doing is so good, is it sustainable? And maybe the answer to that is yes. Maybe this is just something this team has a knack for. They have a lot of takeaways. They have 1 turnover. They're +6. That makes them one of the top 10 teams in the country in turnover margin. And we got a whole line of coaches, starting with the local coaches here, but going all the way across the country saying what an important stat this is, right? Kyle says it's the most important stat after the final score. They're +6 in turnovers. There are 10 teams in the country can say that right now. Are they going to keep performing at that level? Because if they do, I think they're going to have a really exciting season. But man, you've been in games. Everything's going great, and then there's a fumble and a tipped interception, and everything feels different, and you're down two takeaways, and everything is on its head in a heartbeat. So sitting here predicting what's going to happen. So some of the predictions are right. On paper, months ago, we could say, man, there's a 4-game stretch that just looks so difficult for BYU coming up in the second half of the season. And the only thing that's wrong about it now, and PK's been pointing this out, is, well, Cincinnati's 3-1. If they keep playing like this, well, then it's a 5-game stretch. So I'm just wondering, when the competition gets better, are they going to still be this awesome in turnover margin? Because if they are, then good things are going to happen.
The answer is no. They're not going to be this awesome at it. But are they going to? Or do they win? So I don't know where I got this from, and I've seen so many social media videos over the last 5 years. I can't even remember which coach said it, but one of the things that I look for in every game is who wins the explosive battle, which means how many 20-yard gains or more do you get, and then who wins the turnover battle. And if you win both of those battles, you're like 99% on wins. And right now, BYU's winning those battles. Now, are they gonna do it where they don't turn the ball over and they're +6 for the year, and they just go throughout the year and they're like +9 for the year? I don't think so. But you can still win games and turn the ball over. I mean, every single quarterback in the NFL has turned the ball over so far, except for Jalen Hurts this year. And so, there's teams winning the game, and you turn the ball over. So, no, I don't think it's going to be as good as it has been. And you're going to have to ask Bear to do more and more as the season goes on. But I think it's right on target for a young man to be confident. He's making a lot of confident throws, and you're going to be able to ask him to do more the more confident he gets. And if that translates into explosives or big post plays over the top or a big, climb route on a third down, well, that can win games for you. So, look, this isn't a guy – right now he's a game manager, but this isn't a quarterback that's going to be a game manager in the future. This is going to be a guy that you can hang your hat on to win games for you. So whether that happens towards the end of this year or next year, I don't know, but I feel like it's trending towards he could do that towards the end of this year. And I thought the Colorado game was as much pressure as you could put on a young quarterback to play well, and I thought he played well, and he made big throws.
Yeah, they already know, having had conversations, that they full well know the meat of the schedule, which is coming up. It's basically mid-October to mid-November. They know that he's going to have to do more, and they are preparing and prepping him to do more. The thing that they love is the decision-making that he has been making is obviously been incredible, which is one of the reasons why he has 0 interceptions, 0 fumbles. And you can see when he runs, he's got the peripheral vision, and as people are closing, you automatically go and see him to put 2 hands on the ball, and he covers it up, and he puts it right in his gut. So he's got that. They had this situation, they reviewed the film in Colorado, and they said every play he checked into or out of was the right play except for one, and that was up against the play clock there. And so they are confident that he can handle more because they know, and he knows, and everybody knows that he's going to have to do more. And they may have a turnover or two, but you're going to sacrifice that at the benefit being instead of 160 yards, he throws for 250 yards and 3 scores. And there'll be a trade-off. And then also, it's a turnover battle that you're looking to win. Dillingham talks about, since he got the team going at Arizona State, they are 13-0 when they win the turnover battle. And so it's a football team, obviously. So if he commits or they commit 2 turnovers, well, then go ahead and get 4 on the other end. And as long as you win that turnover battle and you cash in on most of them, you're going to be in a good spot. And that's what they're looking for as they get into the meat of the schedule. Whether he can do it and handle it against these particular defenses each week remains to be seen, but that's the plan going forward.
Well, and I agree 100% with all of those things. And I think the other thing that you need to throw in is, and I've seen Jay Hill coach in almost every game at Weber State when he was there, and this is what's so impressive about him. I don't know that there's a better coach in the country. Now, there might be some other that are just as good, right? I know that there's not a better coach in the country at making halftime adjustments. I mean, teams just don't. I've seen it at Weber State 100 times. I even was sideline reporting for one of the TV games, and I just couldn't believe how relaxed he was at halftime because the offense for the other team had scored a bunch, way more than a Jay Hill defense would expect, right? And he was just in a good mood, and I said, "What kind of adjustments do you make?" And he goes, "Oh, we have some adjustments, and we're going to be just fine. Watch." And he came out and he shut them down in the second half, and Weber State won the game. Well, you fast forward to the Colorado game. Colorado scores 2 quick touchdowns, and then the rest of the game was tough sledding for Colorado. It was so the adjustments were made, and that defense was lights out again. They came up with a couple of shocking drives that tested their mettle, but nobody makes better halftime adjustments than Jay Hill, and that's got to give you confidence going into those big games. As soon as Jay Hill sees what's going on, he knows how to exploit offenses and how to make them uncomfortable. And I think that's another thing. And besides the fact that they're getting turnovers and playing great defense as it is, he also is just so good at adjustments.
I get what you're saying about the explosive plays. I've heard that for a long time. A lot of times what happens is when you aren't getting those explosive plays, you're getting a lot of 4-yard gains. And that means, all right, now you need a 15-yard or a 15-play drive or something to go the length of the field. What I find intriguing about this Ute offense, and it may be the level of competition and maybe it's early and this sorts itself out, is they don't seem to produce a lot of the 20-plus yard explosive plays, but they seem to generate a lot of 7 to 15-yard plays. And I don't have any numbers on what a normal is and what a big number is of those plays, but it just seems like watching a game, I'm seeing way more 11-yard gains, which obviously makes it keeps you out of bad down and distance, and the team feels like it has momentum. Is that good enough, or you think they got to find a way to do what they did against West Virginia? Because we saw more big plays in that game, but that just might be West Virginia being terrible.
I think it's West Virginia. I think what makes me nervous about the University of Utah, and I know that we're all just a little bit like beat over the head a little bit because of the Texas Tech game, but literally the Texas Tech safeties were playing at 10 yards. Like they had no respect for the deep ball. They had no respect for anything that was going on. It made it hard to run the ball, and when they weren't able to get some throws over the top, it just really made it hard on this offense. I think that they have to figure out how to get some explosives, whether that's through the run game that everybody talks about and how good this offensive line is, or they've got to figure out ways to get more 20-yard plays. And I don't know what the equivalent comparison is, but forever it used to be that NBA basketball teams made 15 to 18-foot jump shots, right? And those were really good shots for teams. And Matt Harpring would come bending around and he'd hit a shot from the elbow and everybody go, God, that's just great offense. That's pretty much gone in the NBA now. It's like 3-pointers and layups, I mean, there's a few guys that are still hitting those mid-range shots and they're taking them in certain points. But I wonder if there's some sort of equivalent to football where, these 7, these 9-yard gains are good, but you got to be able to take the top off. You got to be able to expand that defense and get the spacing that you need so that you can run the football on third down, so that you can do some of the things that you need to do to keep the chains moving. Because I'll tell you, the scariest thing for me, the hardest thing for me as an offensive coordinator is 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 is just hard, right? And so let's say you get a nice 6-7 yard play, and then on 2nd down you go -1. You're in 3rd and 4. Do you run the ball? Do you throw the ball? What kind of defense are they going to have? What kind of run-pass option can you give your quarterback to get it, or are you just going to pound the rock? I mean, those are hard plays, and the teams that win on 3rd and 4 are the teams that win a lot of games. And right now, 3rd and 4 seems to be a hard play for the University of Utah to me.
What do you think is harder, 3rd and 4 or 4th and 2?
Well, I think 3rd and 4 is harder because you've got to move the chains. Now, 4th and 2 has a lot of pressure on it because usually if you're going for it on 4th and 2, it's because there's high stakes.
Yeah.
But I think 4th and 2 is more manageable than 3rd and 4. But if you can look in the Big 12, there's so many good quarterbacks and so many good offenses. 3rd and 4 is important because it keeps the other offense off the field. And it's the same in every league. If you can keep the other guy's star player off the field, he can't score touchdowns, right? And those drives, so those long drives that you see are really backbreakers to some teams, not just because the defense gets deflated because they can't stop the 4 yards in a cloud of dust, but because the offense can't get into any sort of a rhythm on the other side, and they're trying to get their offensive guys going.
Yeah.
And once they get going, that's a big deal.
And let me tell you what really bugs the crap out of me, Riley Jensen. You constantly hear this. This is 4-down territory. No, it's not. It's 4-down situation. Because if you're down by 4 and there's a minute and a half to go and you're on your own 10-yard line, you're going to go for it. It has nothing to do with the territory. It's the situation. And they always say 4-down territory. And if you're on the 50 or you're on the other team's 10, it's not territory. It's the situation, Riley Jensen.
Oh, okay.
It
okay.
is.
I can feel what you're saying. So you're saying that the time and the score dictated more than
territory
the place on the field.
implies real estate. Real estate has nothing to do with it. It's not territory. It is situation.
I think the only territory is between the 35 and the 40 going in because you don't want to punt from there. And you don't trust your kicker from 54 yards or whatever.
But that's situation. That's not territory.
It's still the territory. When you're between the 35 and the 40.
But it's secondary. It's the situation that leads to it.
Yep.
Yep.
So
Riley, don't get sucked into the vortex. I would advise you to look away.
No, it's the truth.
Riley.
It is 4-down situation.
Look,
the two things bug me in football. LSU having the marker on the field every 5 yards. I hate it.
There's numbers everywhere.
Irregardless, I could care less.
And then
nice.
what also else bugs me, Riley, you see people jogging down the street, and then they come to a stoplight, and then they do it like they're running in place and wait for the light to turn. No, just stop. Or run down the street and run back. Don't just move your feet just a little, about 1/10 of the speed. Stand there and wait for the light to change, or do push-ups or something. And you know what, Riley? Now that we're on the subject, my wife told me the other day she was down at the Southtown Costco, and she saw an older guy pull up, and it's usually, you have to wait a car or two. There's 3 pumps, but you have to wait. She saw somebody pull up, an older guy, get out, put the gas pump into the tank, and while it was filling up, no joke, he did jumping jacks.
I'm going to be that guy going forward. That never occurred to me.
Yes.
Why are you so angry? Why does this make you so mad?
Why is the sky blue? Why is grass green?
Was the sky blue yesterday?
Why is water wet, Riley?
I mean,
why do you?
It was above the clouds.
Where you live, I got it, but not where the rest of us live.
And after 4 o'clock, it cleared up.
It was too late for men's league.
It was. Yeah, it was pouring then. You could play through that.
Angry. That's why I get it. Now I know why.
No, it's just little things, man. Don't jog. Wait for the light to change. Don't tell me it's 4-down territory as if one statement applies across the board. It's 4-down situations.
It is mostly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Riley, you better go. You better go before all this.
Stop jogging, waiting for the light to change. Just stand
I'm
there.
starting to feel negative. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Thanks, Riley.
All right.
All right. DJ and PK coming up. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Yock's going to be giving stuff away on the other side of the break. Ooh, it's going to be Halloween. All right, Nightmare on 13th. We'll do that after the break. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash on Foothill Drive at Parley's Way, adding to significant backups on I-215 at the I-80 merge at the mouth of Parley's Canyon this morning. Also, the traffic lights are still not working at the intersection of State Route 73 and Mountain View Corridor out in Eagle Mountain. Delays are stretching back now as long as 6 miles in that area. Construction is causing usual delays on eastbound Pioneer Crossing Lehigh as you approach I-15 to head northbound or southbound this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Go to GoPave Utah to keep things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what are you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bass, cheap bass.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why, for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU still undefeated as they get ready to host West Virginia because they rallied on the road in Colorado. Parker Kingston on how they battled back from that early 14-0 deficit.
Well, we really battled hard and we gave it our best effort. We knew it was going to be difficult, but we stuck with it because we're a team and we know, the first quarter does not decide games. You have to play the full quarters, and it's exactly what we did.
They executed and stayed humbled. This Cougar update, such as it was, which is well below average, was brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue, which is well above average. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue, no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJ'sBarbecue.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12 right now, 801-575 Zone will win a pair of Fast Pass VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13th, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. Well, we had guests early, so time to finally get around to hot takes or toast. I know you like your hot cakes earlier, PK, but here we go.
It's all right. I slept in today.
The Big 12 reprimands and fines Colorado $50,000 for inappropriate chants during the BYU game. Is this good enough?
No. Absolutely not.
Dave is with you. It's a start.
No. We need solutions. And fortunately, I'm a solution guy.
Thank goodness you've arrived. Oh, boy.
So here's the deal. Now, you thought it was going to be a big downer. We got a guy over here filming stuff.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very serious. There's not going to be many laughs. Blah, 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 blah.
And it was going to be until you decided to zag.
Just dare me?
I double dog dare you.
Yes. Here's the deal.
Wait a minute. With Ralphie, was that a triple dog dare?
Yeah,
it was triple.
You bypassed 2 protocols.
Yeah.
You went right to the top. And so he had to. There's no other way around it.
Triple dog dare. There it is.
Right. And you don't do that. Like a friend of mine texted me Friday night with a little pitchfork.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, Oh, yeah. The reason why they won is I had my lucky Sun Devil shirt on. We're texting back. I said, I also have my lucky gold socks, but that was too early to wear in September. If it's November, I'm all in.
Right.
But you got to pace yourself.
Sure,
right?
absolutely.
You don't just go right to the top.
You'll drain all the luck out of the lucky gold socks, obviously.
Yes. And those socks have really been a hit. Have I showed them? Have I worn them in here?
No.
They're bright gold.
No.
They light up a room.
I have some UCSB socks that are blue and gold, but I can imagine yours would be all gold with maybe maroon trim. Maybe.
Just like the little, a little. But yeah, you can't miss them, man. So he did. Ralphie's friend.
Excellent stocking stuffers. Just go online to your favorite schools.
And I got to call the SID because rather than a pitchfork, I was been a Sparky guy.
Uh-huh.
And the other day I saw Dillingham doing an interview with a ball cap, and it said Sparky across.
Oh, you need in on that. You need in on that, right?
Yes, I want one. And I went and looked online at the bookstore, and I couldn't find it.
Oh, really?
And they're coming up here next week, so I want him to bring me one.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you dared me. We can make this a serious thing here all you want. Mm-hmm. But as far as, is it good enough? No, it's not. And every event now going forward at the University of Colorado in any sport that hosts BYU, clearly, in order to make full and complete restitution, the crowd has to chant, "Love you, Mormons! Love you, Mormons! Love you, Mormons! Love you, Mormons! Love you, Mormons!"
No, I'm tired of this. I'd rather do jumping jacks at the Costco while my car fills up.
You actually saw that.
I know.
So that's what we need to do. And if I'm basketball, their first road game is at Kansas State in Manhattan, Kansas. Now, you want to show that you're a loving group of fans, and the Wildcats, their fans, should chant that. Kill them with kindness. They won't know what to do. They get all edgy. Wait, they hate us? And you get all fired up.
Take all that adrenaline out of the situation.
Yes. And I think you want to lead the way. Friday night, love you, Mountaineers.
Doesn't roll off the tongue.
But irregardless,
love you, ears.
We'll show you how it's done. Right? This is a serious subject, but you thought we were going to get down and dirty in the weeds and just be all sorts of serious here and just have our big-time takes, and we cannot stand for this. This is religious discrimination. It must cease and desist. Yeah, of course it is. Everybody knows that.
Of course it is, and it would be good if it would. Right. And we've done that segment several times over the years. So.
And I'm so disappointed in you in having no faith in me that I was going to make it all sorts of serious.
Well, I have to triple dog.
That's what you did. Yeah. No, and we've got it on film. We have got it recorded here.
And PK wants a copy of that.
Yes. Were you filming during the break? Yeah, I got the thumbs up. And he tells the filmer, "Oh, what?" I mean, come on. I can have a good time doing anything. What do you got? Name me a serious subject.
That was the way you edited yourself right there. That was good.
What?
You were about to say something else, and you caught yourself.
And what?
No, I'm not going to give you up. What
are you talking about?
Just now, you edited yourself. You're very good at this on the fly. Man, that's a serious compliment. I'm not letting you.
Everything is on the fly.
That's probably actually true.
Well, nonsense.
The nonsense. The serious takes. You text to somebody on a staff.
Thought out.
Yeah, right.
And
like,
there's some.
Hey, I'm about to crawl out on this limb. Is that a good idea?
Research behind it.
Yeah, right.
Yes, I know enough people that they'll say yeah, or they'll say no, that's stupid. And so when I have serious takes, it's some based on observation. I mean, I've been watching sports for so long. I've been watching our teams for so long. I think I have a decent feel, but I do like to confirm particular things to give the listener some insight rather than PK's dopey opinion. It is based on what I have been informed to reach a conclusion. So that's where I like to work. But when it comes to the nonsense, it's 100% off the cuff. I mean, come on. I don't write these things out. Because you don't know where it's going. You can't. You can't write out stuff that you don't know what's going to happen. And I just thought I was going to do the serious takes, but when you said, "Wow, this is going to be a downer of a segment. It's going to suck." If you got to go to the bathroom, you might as well go now. Yeah. And I thought, no.
People are driving in their cars. That's more of a TV take, right there. That's not a radio take.
Well, they can have us on got a little phone mount on the car as you're driving down, right? And you can click on. Right? You can see this thing right behind us, mountain services here and all that stuff. Yeah. Right. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, that's the way of the world. Yeah. That's why I'm like you. Got to get a haircut every 6 weeks. You can't have the thing it's grown too long. So then when you get the haircut, they don't notice that you get a haircut. That's why you get the haircut every 6 weeks. Oh, my gosh. I got to do all this now just to look beautiful?
Pretty much.
Wow.
It's hard work, PK.
Fortunately, it's a little not quite as hard for me.
Clearly.
You know what I mean? Thank you. So with that in mind, yeah, I mean, we can go. But until they stop with the alcohol, I checked, I typed in, does Folsom Field sell alcohol? Yes. Yeah. I don't want to hear all these complaints.
If you're selling a bunch of alcohol, you might end up with, out of 50,000 people, a few people who
and you start the game at close to 8:30, which means they start preparing for it about 1 o'clock.
Yeah. What's been going on out in the parking lot? Got a pretty good idea.
As a guy who walked around a significant portion of that tailgate scene on Saturday, they were well lubricated.
Well, it's every place.
Hours ahead of time.
Yeah, I've been there when they played night games, and I saw in the tailgate lots Utah at Texas Tech at 10 a.m.
Sure.
They had alcohol there. Yeah. That's why I barely remember the game.
Stop.
I was asked. Working here.
I'm working, thank you.
I take this very seriously.
It's all for you.
Even though it's nonsense. I take my nonsense very seriously.
As well you should. That's sound career advice.
So they're not willing to make adjustments. So I don't want to hear it. And I find it interesting. How does a university get fined for some yahoos who may not even be enrolled in the university?
Don, no, this isn't good enough. 50,000 is a drop in a bucket. It would take a $500,000 fine and some mandatory expulsions to get their attention.
because they're not students.
Because kicking people out of the stadium, people presumably want to be at the game. They don't want to leave. If they realize people are going to get kicked out, will that change the behavior?
I saw multiple Colorado fans in handcuffs.
Well, you get kicked out. Yeah, I mean, that happens every game.
I'm not saying that was for this.
Right,
was that like an NFL? Was that NFL Fight Club?
Yeah.
The first rule about NFL Fight Club is there is no NFL Fight Club, except there is because there's videos.
I can tell
every
you,
week.
there's a photo deck from USA Today that shows two Colorado fans having fisticuffs in the stands in that game, and
because they're loaded.
And there, I saw with my own eyes, I saw at least 3 fans escorted out in handcuffs by officers. I'm assuming for alcohol-related incidences.
It happens every stadium, everywhere, except I'm going to go that author. I've never heard a swear word at Bell Edwards Stadium.
Never.
Oh, what was his name?
Jeff
Benedict.
There
I was
going
to say Christensen, but I knew that wasn't it. Yeah. He never heard a swear. He goes to Rice Eccles. My gosh. He doesn't, before he even gets out of his car, it's, hey, we'll give park right there.
We'll give the last word to Mike. None of it bothers me, so I don't care much. However, it probably should bother me. I've unfortunately trained myself not to get bothered by things I'm not expected to fix.
You know,
I'm such a weirdo, is how his tag is.
It bothers him. I get it. And I've seen it and I've heard it, and I don't like it. But at the same time, if you're constantly going to tell us you're different.
Yeah, I get that. And it's not totally wrong. But it's just, isn't it pretty clear?
It's wrong to do it.
Right. But it's pretty clear, like, the words, and for some people it stops with the words, and the words aren't right, and that doesn't make it okay.
Yeah.
But sometimes it escalates. There was enough violence in the country over the past weekend, and from a church to a dock at some lake, these are places you should just be able to go and live your life, and this stuff shouldn't be going on. And I'm leaving something out. I can't even remember. There was so much I can't even remember it all. And you just wonder how much of it, like, it's attitude at first, it's words, it keeps escalating, and then you got actions. And it's all these stories are terrible, and there's one after another, and I can't even remember them all. I know I'm leaving something out.
I'm sure you are. Right.
So, like,
none of it should happen.
Go to a game, enjoy the game. Well, what are you doing? What are you doing?
But my point is, are the universities or whomever, the teams, are they somewhat responsible as long as they continue to make all sorts of money off alcohol?
I would say somewhat culpable for actions. When there's this many actions, this many games, it's hard not to think that that's at least one of the factors.
Or can they have security going around, no alcohol on campus? Because they're all out in the tailgates. They don't want to do that.
So that's an interesting point. That will depend on the place because some stadiums are built on campus and some are built off campus.
So put in a rule that you can't have.
Yeah.
Anyway, come on.
And can you and will people still violate that?
Obviously they will.
Yeah. So even that, well, that would help. I don't know that ends this.
It will not. Nothing will end anything.
Nothing will end anything. So there we are. Get ready for the segment again.
It is about symbolism. If you're serious about it, rather than just issuing an apology the following Monday,
take some level of responsibility.
Yeah, but they won't because they make money off of it.
Fix whatever part of the problem you can fix, even if it only reduces it by...
Not at the expense of my pocketbook and my wallet. No way.
And at $20 a pour, that will continue.
Yeah.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic lights still not working in the intersection of State Route 73 and Mountain View Corridor at this moment. Delays are ugly and growing, reaching back over 6 miles in the area. Avoid it at all costs if you can this morning. Crash on northbound Baker Highway in Taylorsville near 5400 South. It's pulled off to the right shoulder and it's causing no delays at this current time. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, people, do you realize here we are? We have turned the month on another, or turned the calendar on another month, I should say. Oh, my goodness gracious. It is time for October. We are full into fall. We call it Rocktober. How about this? If you want your life to rock, particularly in retirement, wow. What you need to do is make sure you got the money. And what you need to do is you make sure you got people that you can trust. How about your local trusted financial fiduciary? You think you can trust them? Yeah. How about that with Trajan Wealth? For sure. You know, I am going to read you a client recommendation, and a review is probably the more accurate word. It's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it. Isn't that the truth? That's my own commentary. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything, gave me options, and never once tried to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I couldn't be happier. If you want a clear path forward, call Trajan Wealth today. Yeah, as I look at this and see this review, the phrase peace of mind. Wow, that is beautiful in all aspects of life, and obviously retirement as it relates to your money situation. So give your local trusted financial fiduciary a call. That telephone number is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. To meet with them, the office locations are Draper and Farmington. The website, check it out. A lot of information available literally right now. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure cells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off. as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes, 4-1 as they hit the bye week. John Henry Daly on the feeling of seeing offense succeed as a defender.
I mean, it's great. They're keeping us on the bench. You know, it's a good and bad thing. We want to be out there making plays, but it's fantastic seeing our teammates go out there and ball out as well. So keeping us fresh and keeping us energized, and we can go out there and attack the offense every single time we're out there.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at Kenny J's Barbecue. For weddings, work, or any event, that's KennyJ'sBarbecue.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Mr. Mac Utah County High School Player of the Week this week was Provo High School quarterback Garrick Orchard. Passed for 440 yards and 7 touchdowns as the Bulldogs beat Timpanogos 61-24. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night Live Game of the Week. This week, the Ridgeline Riverhawks take on the Stansbury Stallions. Catch the action Friday night on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Utah County Player of the Week Award is proudly presented by Mr. Mac. No one buys, no one sells, no one cares the way they do. Absolutely no one.
Who was that? Put me on. My goodness. My name's on here, too.
Yeah, but you didn't want to do the Player of the Week things. You just...
No, I want you to freaking earn the fat contract you got.
Nice.
Don't set me up. I can get there myself.
Garrick Orchard.
I believe that I went to high school with his aunt.
You did. And we put that together last year because he's a multi-year winner now.
How did we put that together?
At the event we held last year, his family showed up and said, hey, Patrick Kinahan. Yes, we know who.
Oh, they told you.
Uh-huh.
And then you told me.
After we had discussed it, yes. And so I talked to him, hey, the connection, and then we made that connection, his parents, yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
Small world.
After all.
Sing it.
It's a small world after all.
I had enough of it 2 weeks ago. I'm good.
Add that to the list.
That might be the dumbest ride they have at Disneyland. You stand in line, if it's crowded, you stand in line for 2 hours. It takes maybe a minute and a half, and they just sing the same thing. Mm-hmm. It's not like Pirates of the Caribbean where you got pirates chasing after scantily clad women. I mean, that's more fun.
I wish it was a minute and a half. It's actually one of the longest rides because it goes so slow.
It's only good on a hot summer day when you're baking on the asphalt. You get in there,
why
and
the
it's
crap
30
would you
degrees
go
cooler.
on a hot summer day when you're baking on the asphalt?
That's when the vacation was planned. There you go. I don't know, man. I was 7 years old. I just got in the car and went to Disneyland when I was told.
But you knew it was because you were such an orderly son.
You have no power at 7.
You did what you saw. I mean, but you did everything that you were supposed to do when you were 17.
Well, not
you
every,
did
not
too.
everything.
That's why you just rebel because little Alan went across the border and got sloshed.
Nah. I don't think it was that little at that point, but I get your point, yes.
Well,
younger is always little, right?
Yes. Don't correct me when you're wrong.
That should be a song. Don't correct me when you're wrong.
Right. Live with me.
Get one of your...
Accept it, or it's not going to be long.
Yeah, call your pals over there, Lady A, and have them work on that song. Don't correct me when you're wrong.
Okay.
Lady A is going to get a hit out of that.
I'm going to put that on my tombstone.
Don't correct me when you're wrong.
That's the name of my bio.
You ready for a little college football?
Oh, but I got my hand in the dirt. You know, you hear the phrase "hat on hat." Mm-hmm. Isn't that targeting?
Yes, it can be, but not if you're the ball carrier. Then you're not defenseless. It's when you're defenseless, going over the middle, the quarterback.
Then I'm the ball carrier because I feel defenseless my whole life.
How good is the quarterbacking? You know, from an outsider's view, how good is the quarterbacking in Utah and BYU? We will get to that next. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around a house. There's a line around a house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. How good is the quarterback play for Utah and BYU, PK? Because if you knew the answer to that question, you might be able to much more accurately predict how the rest of this season is going to go. Between that and the turnovers, it would tell you a lot. Bill Conley, ESPN, has ranked all the Power 4 quarterbacks.
Billy Conley?
Yes.
Oh, I love him.
Do you know him? Did you cross paths with him? No.
Never heard of him.
Do you know?
No, I don't.
Where the locals might rank?
Well, you told me, so.
Did you have an idea before that?
I'd have to look at the list to see.
You didn't like the list at the top because you thought Dante Moore at Oregon should be number 1. He ranked him 5th, and he put Jaden Maeva at USC number 1. Diego Pavia at Vanderbilt 2. Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss 3, and Fernando Mendoza, Indiana at 4.
Yeah, but I think you got to factor in competition so early. That's why college polls and college stats and all that and where they're rank in the NCAA.
Squishy at best.
Yeah, especially at this time of year.
Yep.
Because we're just barely getting into conference play, and the level of competition is just so dramatic. I mean,
and now they're going to be even. Don't you think they're going to be even worth less now? Because it used to be when you got in a conference, you could look at the conference stats and everybody played everybody, but now everybody doesn't play everybody.
yeah, but that's the best you can have because everybody doesn't play everybody in the NFL.
That's true.
So how's that any different? I mean, you're never going to get everything that this stat tells the story, and there's none other story that can be told.
There's more parity in the NFL. I think there's less of a gap between Team 1 and Team 32.
Sure, and you have no idea. If you played Cincinnati in Week 1, it's a heck of a lot different than playing Cincinnati in Week 6, and the stats don't account for that. So you can be all the parity you want, but there's not from week to week because you don't know who's available and all that type of stuff. And you look at the Giants now; they lose their leading receiver downfield for the season. So, stats don't factor in real life.
A lot of those stories,
right?
So, are you ready to fist pump? Because the highest-ranked quarterback, according to Bill Connelly, ESPN.com, in the Big 12 is Brendan Sorsby at Cincinnati. You've been talking about him for weeks. Validation.
Well, I mean, if you're going by the games that have been played exclusively, if that is your window or your sample size is game 1 to if they've played 4, maybe some have only played 3 if they've had their bye already.
They've played 4, though. They're 3-1.
I know, but I'm talking about everybody.
Right.
I know what I've seen them play. He's very good. I still would be inclined to go with Sawyer. And if you're talking about, I mean, what are they talking about? They're talking about passing ability.
I mean, they're talking about different things with different guys. Here he says Cincinnati is basically one poor pass away from being one of the biggest stories of the early season. His underthrown interception cost the Bears a potential win over Nebraska. Otherwise, he's piloted what might be the most well-rounded offense this side of USC and Indiana.
There's never one play that decides anything. I mean, even if it's literally the last play. I disagree with that.
They put Jalen Daniels at Kansas as the number 2 quarterback in the Big 12, 10th in the country.
Yeah, well, he's had good stats.
Mm-hmm. They've scored a lot of points in their losses, which they point out.
But I mean,
they're scoring 30 and getting
played?
beat.
I mean, you got to look at the level of competition. You know, they had an opportunity to play West Virginia. I have a feeling that most quarterbacks are going to look really good against West Virginia if they allow them to stay in there and do that. And whether they won that like 41-10 or something. So West Virginia just isn't where it's at right now. Got to give them time.
They put Sawyer Robertson at 21 as the 3rd best quarterback in the conference, and their note on him is keep the pass rushers off him. Baylor's 0-2 when the pressure rate is 27%. And
right.
3-0 and 45 points a game the rest of the time.
And that one of them was ASU, which apparently has pretty good defense. Mm-hmm. They did the same thing to TCU. So it's a level of competition. So, I mean, you got to have content, and then ding-dongs are going to discuss it because it's list radio, and that works, despite what we were told, and people want to hear that. Work. And so I understand that. He's got to come up with something to keep his job, and so that's a nice idea, but I don't know how valid it is.
They've got Dampier down at 34 as the 7th best quarterback, and Bear Bachmeier at 39 as the 8th best quarterback.
Well, Dampier is going to be off of 2 games. It's going to be UC Los Angeles and West Virginia, 2 garbage teams, and that's why he's rated so high or rated at all. I mean, if you go by they played 1 team with a winning record, he would be 17th in a 16th-team league. He had nothing going the entire day. And if he can't run, there's really no point in playing him.
Because that is a major part of his game.
Right. And if he can't do his thing in an electric fashion, which he's capable of doing, then they're going to struggle to get bowl eligible. Now, I don't think that's going to happen, but it did against Texas Tech, and we saw.
And the question is, how many defenses can do that? How many defenses can handle that O-line?
Well, Texas Tech could. I don't think I think they can have success, but not domination. And that's not my word. That is the word of
Kyle,
the man.
That's Kyle at the podium, into a camera, into a microphone.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't even think it may have been from a question, but I think it was his opening statement.
Probably, yeah. I mean, because he does go through, and his opening statement
pretty all-encompassing.
Yeah, it's very comprehensive, and it's very factual,
and he's willing to point out good and bad. He gives the best opening statement of any coach I've ever been around in terms of the reflection of what he has seen and what he thinks about what we just spent 3 hours watching. He's really good at that. And so, yeah, I think Texas, they did dominate the line of scrimmage. There's no doubt about it. I think the game got away from Utah a little bit, but nobody cares about that. All they do is see the final score, and, they got a couple of late touchdowns, and good for them. But it was a strange game in that there was only a 3-point lead with 10 minutes to go, but you still always felt that unless there was some fluke play that was going to happen, the Texas Tech was going to win that ball game. But Dampier didn't show well, and then he showed well against West Virginia. Now, what does he do going forward? The good news is, in his latest podcast, Joel, I love Utah at all costs, Klatt, has them
in the playoff. Or in the championship game.
Yeah.
In the championship game.
Right. He has Texas Tech winning the league, which is obviously completely
very
understandable.
plausible. Right, yeah, right.
Yes. And he's got Utah. He just can't get off Utah.
Yeah. Did he explain why he didn't go to Iowa State? Because that's another team that obviously right now, they've come out of the gate with 2 league wins.
They're not Utah.
They've beaten Iowa, so they got a nice
Matt
non-conference
Campbell
win.
hasn't warmed up to him well enough.
Iowa's too far away from Colorado.
Yeah, there you go. We're just on the other side.
Wrong time
here.
zone. He's a Western guy.
So he got that. He won't give up on Utah. He won't quit Utah, I think used to be the phrase.
That's from the movie.
Yeah. So I can't quit you or won't quit you or something, whatever it is.
I wish I could quit you. Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah. And so you got that going on there. And that very well could be. I'm not counting out Utah, but I'm counting on Joel Klatt, including Utah. And he does a thing, I usually try to get home on Wednesdays as quick as I can because he comes on your boy, The Herd, at 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And they go for about 15, 20 minutes.
So will you watch Cleveland, Detroit, or The Herd?
Oh, that's portion of it?
Yeah.
I make fun of him, but I always want to hear what he says. I'm interested always on what he has to say. Yeah, so we're making fun, but that doesn't discount the respect that I have for him and his opinions. I want to hear what he says. He's somebody that I make a point literally every Wednesday during the college football season of being at home and turn on the TV at 11 o'clock.
Played the game, knows the game, follows the game, has access to big-time people in the game because of what he does broadcasting games. As far as the off-camera, off-microphone chats,
100%.
gets a ton of info.
Yeah.
You can hear it when he's talking, whether he specifically says,
That
I've been
is
told
something
or not.
that I substantially miss about the demise of the Pac-12 network because I got to know those guys, and those guys are paid to pump the conference. We all get it, right? If I was employed by them, I would do the same thing.
But nonetheless, you knew that Yogi Roth knew stuff about teams.
That he wanted me to know.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And
he'd tell you something really interesting about whatever team.
Yes.
Yeah, you never
many
knew.
times over.
Could be Arizona, could be Cal, could be Oregon,
The
could
league.
be whoever.
And
Yeah.
he knew I went to the league school and was following the league well before it became the Pac-12.
And he was always blown away that Utah came into the league and there was so much interest in the league and talked so much more college football than all
And he
the other
loved it.
markets. Right.
He's a pig in mud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he wanted to be on the air, and we'd call him and say, be on the air. And
Yeah.
They weren't calling him in Seattle or
He never said no.
San Francisco. Right.
And so I'd see him on the road or wherever. Usually.
No. If he was jammed up, he always suggested another time or whatever. He was always.
Yeah.
If he was double booked,
my
he found a way.
conversations with a couple of those guys that I would see at stadiums were extremely insightful because, and those guys usually are ex-players, so there's a certain level. I think locally here, we've gotten to the level of the ex-player in terms of the trust, but that came through years and years. I think we both have it now, and we're not looking to burn anybody. We're just looking to gather information and to be able to disseminate it to the listener. I mean, that's part of the deal here, right? That's how this thing works. And so I miss that. And Klatt is a guy, I want to hear what he has to say. And he does love Utah. There's no doubt about it. And, you know, coming from the Pac-12 perspective, most recently, he would have been right more often than not. But I think you can make the case for multiple teams, 4 or 5 teams. I'm totally fine with Texas Tech. Until I'm proven wrong, I'm going to stick with my prediction of Iowa State.
That'll be an interesting thing because Utah doesn't play Iowa State, so Utah just needs help.
That stinks.
I know, they need help now. They've got a loss.
Yeah, I think they'll get it.
And Iowa State doesn't play Texas Tech either. They miss both Texas Tech and Utah.
And that is a huge bonus for Iowa State. Yeah. And the Devils play both of them.
Great.
Hey, come on, Yormark, you're a Jersey guy. What are you doing over here?
Help me out.
Yeah, no, I analyzed the schedules, and I thought BYU and ASU, of the contenders, had the toughest 2 schedules.
I had a count on who had to play. Everybody had to play at least 3 of what I considered to be the big dogs, and some had to play as many as 5. But at that point, I thought Kansas State was a big dog. I was counting them I
still think they can have a say.
I agree,
but I didn't pick them to be in the conference title game.
But I was looking at like the teams I thought were in the top half of the league, and they may still get to the top half of the league. We'll see. And they're 1-1, so obviously they could.
Yeah, they're 1-1.
But they're 2-3 overall, and it raises an eyebrow.
Right, but one of them was the Iowa State, and I think the one that they just look crappy against Arizona. Their offense just was not good enough.
Yeah, but I thought you were going to say the Lost Army. Which they came back to back.
I didn't see the game.
Right.
So
I didn't either, but nonetheless,
I can't speak to it.
Nonetheless, if you're going to be in the top half of a power league, you ought to be able to handle a G5 team.
I agree, but I didn't see the game because I don't know why.
I didn't see it either, but probably we were watching other college football. There's just a lot all at once. Yeah.
But I think, but I also think that Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois, and they got all the way to the end.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't draw 100% conclusion based on one singular thing. I mean, that's a classic example.
Iowa State has they'll probably keep rolling here, but we'll see if Cincinnati can get them. I mean, what's the quarterback going to play? How good is Cincinnati? That game's coming up. You've circled that one already. You told me already. You're going to be at the gym, and then 10 a.m. ESPN2. Boom.
Saturday morning?
Iowa State, Cincinnati.
That's 100% true.
Yeah.
I really want to see that. Cincinnati wins that game. Watch out for the Bearcats. And I picked them as a sleeper. Well, that's not a sleeper anymore.
Iowa State does have BYU and ASU at home back-to-back, end of October, early November. So there's the test for them. And they go to TCU the next game.
Those are great tests.
But
that's 4 tough games right there.
Well, when I counted up at the start of the year, I thought they had to break us out. They had 3 because at the start of the year, I didn't have Cincinnati in the top half of the league, which is clearly where they're
You overlooked and ignored what I told you.
No, I don't think I did.
You did.
When I did this, I don't think you told me yet.
Oh, that's convenient.
And also, did you have them top half or did you have them capable of setting people?
No, I had them a sleeper to win it. When I say win it, I mean first or second.
Yeah, sleeper to get to the title game is what you mean.
Right. And in order to be a sleeper, in order to get, if you think a team is going to be first or second, if they're not even in the top half of the league, if they're not in the top 8, then that's a horrible prediction.
If they beat Iowa State, then they might not lose till
that's what I just said.
It's on November 1st.
I just said if they beat Iowa State, watch out for the Bearcats. Didn't I just say that, Yak?
Yeah, but UCF 5-1, Oklahoma State 6-1. Baylor, is Baylor a good test?
Yes.
A good test.
Yes.
6-1.
Yes.
That's the last game before they play Utah. So 6-1.
Yes, Baylor's a good test.
They're 6-2 or 7-1.
If Baylor, it's like a batting order. If Baylor is your 8th hitter, you got a pretty good lineup. Yeah. And if Baylor can beat any team in this league on a given day, Saturday, Friday, whatever.
There are teams that neither Utah or BYU play, but Cincinnati's one they both play. So
and the Utes have to go to Baylor, don't they? Just click on Baylor. If you got Baylor there, click on it and then go up top.
Yes, they go to Baylor.
Yeah.
The week after Cincinnati.
That's not a walk in the park.
As they found out last time they went there.
Utah's schedule is plenty good enough. I'm saying there's a couple other teams that have it a little harder.
Yeah, that's fair. It's true.
On paper right now.
Right.
Yeah.
They didn't get them all in a row. They've got the bye week there before ASU. That's the thing about BYU is they have 2 really hard games. They do get a bye week before they go right back into hard games.
Great.
So give them a little bit of a breather there.
Yeah, fine. I don't have any problem with that. Yeah, that's what they got. The Devils, if they can find a way to get through October, they're sitting pretty. Because November really...
Cake for the Devils?
Yeah, and you never know, but November clearly is easier
on paper, as we like to say.
October.
October's Utah and Texas Tech back-to-back.
Yeah.
It's not going to be harder than that. Well, they have November. November, they open up at Iowa State, November 1st.
But the final 3 weeks.
Virginia.
I'm a day off on that.
West Virginia, Colorado, Arizona is a pretty sweet trio to close the season there.
Right.
WW and rivalry game.
Yeah.
Where you'll be favored, but it is a rivalry game.
Correct. And it's in Tempe this year, so not that necessarily matters. But, yeah. So everybody has their ebbs and flows, and you've got to find a way to persevere. And back to the quarterback ranking, if Dampier can run the ball like he's capable of, then they've got a shot. If he
gets to play off the running game and off the play action and him running, but if the whole load falls on his shoulders, dropping back.
From a Utah's perspective, that would make me nervous.
Yeah.
And I think that's a fair assessment. I'm not taking shots at the kid.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, everything you missed in this show. Robbie Bosco way back in the 7 o'clock hour talking Cougar football. Riley Jensen as well. We'll get to all of that. Recap that for you. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic lights have been down all morning at the intersection of SR 73 and Mountain View Corridor. Delays have been growing since then, nearly 7 miles long right now at this point, spilling over to Pony Expressway as you try to get out of Eagle Mountain and Saratoga Springs. Delays are persisting at Pioneer Crossing and Lehigh as well, thanks to ongoing construction to try to get over to I-15. So slow going out in western Utah County this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule professional snow service with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU gearing up for a Friday night home game. West Virginia coming to town. Kalani Sitake likes Rich Rod, but knows West Virginia's got some injuries.
Well, it depends. You get a club that's banged up, that can be dangerous. The wounded animal theory. They're going to come in here to Provo with nothing to lose, and we're going to have to give it our best effort. It's important that we keep the two staples of a program, which are humble and hungry. And no, I'm just barely getting started, and I will continue these updates until 10 o'clock right now. Stay with us right here on the KSL Sports Zone.
This fake news Cougar update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. What I liked about this update is the fact that Gremlins and the computer keep it even in the rivalry. If the Gremlins are going to mess up a Ute update, they're going to mess up a Cougar update too. Oh, it's 2 Cougar updates?
Right.
Our UN worked fine last time, so I don't know what's up. So we'll get figured out.
All right. Got to get to the bottom of this.
Lose the affiliation, Ute boy.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Soccer Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. All right, time to get you all the stuff you missed in this show. Robbie Bosco joined us early. He is encouraged. He acknowledges what we acknowledge. The biggest tests are yet to come.
Yeah, clearly, and Bachmeier's going to have to be better. I'm not so worried about the turnovers, though, because the defense can get turnovers. We've seen that. And so it's about winning the turnover battle. If you have 4 of them, that's going to be difficult. But Bachmeier doesn't seem to be on that trajectory. And the great thing about it with experienced coaches is that they will not let him be on that trajectory.
They won't let him?
No.
I mean, it's up to him, isn't it?
It's up to them.
I mean, they can control how much they feed him
you
and
have
how
to
much
control
they give
what
him.
you can control, Dave. How many times have I told you that?
Thank you for that. Thanks so much for that. Please do tell me more. I'm fascinated by this. I'd rather talk about my haircuts. That was for people who are entertained by the haircut line earlier. You know who you are.
I think the point I'm making is that yes, ultimately it comes down to the player. Coaches can only do so much. But I think that if they're in a situation and they see the feel of the game, and particularly, their defense is really kicking butt.
Mm-hmm.
It's the protect the defense that some coaches don't like to hear, but sometimes that's appropriate. Some offensive coaches don't like to hear.
Right.
Because the objective is to win the game. Robbie Bosco did that in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
And got heat from the head coach, and he did the right thing on a windy day, and it won the game.
Record windy day. Not just windy day.
No. Yes.
Yes.
Windstorm day.
Yes. And I was there, and they ran the ball. I think Braithwaite had a big run, and I talked to the man about it after the fact. So that was outstanding play calling. And I believe Mortensen was the quarterback at that point, which he was second or third team. I can't remember all the details then. But I know it was not a day to be flinging the ball around the park.
Right.
And so the defense has to be taken into consideration.
Time and score always matters. Field position matters. It comes down to a question of how many shots you get to take and when do you take them. I don't think anybody disagrees with the premise. Where the disagreement comes in any program is how much is too much. How much of a good thing is too much of a good thing.
Well,
Absolutely.
Wait.
Protect the defense.
If it's a good thing, it's a great thing.
Well, that is one argument, but I think this is where it starts to get out of
But
whack.
on the other hand, I think what you're saying is there's going to come a time where they're going to have to open it up.
Yes.
And they know that. And how will he do? I think it's a little bit of a mystery.
And I think
at least minimum.
I think part of the magic of play calling, and I can't remember the game, but it was somewhere. I think it was when the Utes were going through really young coordinators, but maybe it was when Brandon Doma was brand new. But a new coordinator went up against an experienced coordinator. Maybe it was actually Detmer, and the experienced coordinator was just ready and had all the answers because they'd been there making the calls with the clock ticking down and the patterns, and they just. And they had the upper hand. The key is you can say, don't take a shot now. That's a bad idea. Take it here. But if it's predictably too good of an idea there, maybe it's better to take it. Man, I didn't think they'd run that trick play at their own 35. Yeah, that's why it was the time to run it. Nobody thought they would.
Oh, you mean the double pass with Kingston?
Sure.
They seem to have that covered by now. But these guys, from the coaching standpoint, you've got now decades of experience across the board. And this might be, and I have to go back and check, and somebody like a Dick Harmon would be better to answer what I'm about to say, the most experienced coaching staff that they've had since Lavelle Edwards and nobody left.
Lavelle in the 90s. At that point, they'd all been together.
Yeah.
10 years if you count a Bosco, 20 years for everybody else.
Right.
Bosco is a new guy coming up on a decade.
But they've got a lot of experience, the coaching staff, and they've been in. That just means you've been in a lot of situations.
Not just the coordinators, but now the position coaches have all.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
They've done a lot of, Gennaro Guilford's been there for a lot of games. Fessy Sataki's been there for a lot of games. You can go on down the line.
And they all have their responsibilities, like Fessy's passing game coordinator, Gennaro's pass defense coordinator, or supervisor, whatever the role is. And so they've got these things here, and they're all working together. And the one thing, when Kalani was bouncing around on a couple 7 and 6s and 4 and 9s, oh, he's too nice of a guy. He's this. I don't know about him, blah, blah, blah. And the one thing that I could tell you is, and this is a fact because the guys who are involved have literally told it to my face, guys are staying at BYU because of him. They've told me that, right? In man-to-man conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're empowered and they feel completely confident in what they're doing. It's do I do this? And for years, when I was in writing with newspapers, the sports editor would determine your progression. I never wrote for the readers. I wrote for the sports editor because he or she decided what I was going to do. And that was it. Whether it was right or wrong, it didn't matter.
There was a meeting once, and I was complaining about whatever it is we were doing. And and the person responded back to me, we're doing it for the viewer. I said, no, we're doing it for the viewer. He said, no. You're talking about the viewers. We're doing it for the viewer. It was one specific boss.
Right.
One specific boss. And I missed that. It was one letter, and I totally missed it the first time it was said.
And I always knew that.
Yeah. And once they spelled that out for me, I was like, oh, yeah, you're right. I get what you're getting at.
And every job, I had 5 newspaper jobs. It was always my mistake. In the first month, I had a raging argument with that person, and it always set me back.
You never learned from that?
Yeah, but then I'd always say, wait a second, you want me to be this junkyard dog out in the community covering, but now you want me to be a little puppy when we're in here.
Yes.
So what's it going to be, big guy?
Nope, it's going to be both.
Why don't you quit? Why don't you fire me?
That was your 5th job, and it wasn't your first boss. You were not in your first month.
No, and I felt bad because I knew I had something else down the road that was coming quickly.
You were a decade in at that point or more.
We couldn't announce it. No, that was right before I quit to go electronically, and I apologized. That he was a good man.
Yeah, but it felt good unloading that.
When I was downstairs screaming at the top of my lungs, I think my family was a little nervous upstairs.
Fact. Things you could bet on. Yes. What else did Robbie Bosco said? The constant chase for money. He cracked you up with that.
Well, it's what we've been talking about. It's not you're putting up a building and then it sits there for 25 years.
It never stops.
It's $20 million minimum every year now.
You get a big donation and there's no attaboys. You just got to go out there the next day and start getting the next big donation.
The job is literally never done.
Yep. And he did think it's going to accelerate. He does.
Well, I think they're going to be
that
what we would call cost of living.
$20 million number is going to
10 years is not. Now he's not going to be doing it in 10 years probably, but nevertheless, that's beside the point. This amount of money is going to continue to go up, and plus you're going to have some other revenue streams for the player, for the athlete, when other schools are having it. Because they all say, if you're not in it, you're literally out of it. And the only way to win now is through money. It's not. There's more ways to win. It's not exclusively money, but without the money, you're not going to win at the level that your fans demand. And BYU is now setting a standard. Okay, you went 11-2 in your second year in the Big 12, and there's a possibility you can have a 10-win season this year. Well, then that's the standard. Don't lower it on me. It doesn't work that way.
Nobody goes backwards.
Yeah.
No. And
now,
winning's the biggest.
There will be times that there will happen. It will happen, obviously. You're not going to win 10 games every year for the next 25 years. It's just not. Then it's going to be Lavelle Edwards Stadium at Kalani Sitake Field if you do that. So from that perspective, we understand there might be a down year or two in there, but you want that down year to be 8-4, at worst 7-5, and get a bowl win, go 8-5. But yeah, the amount of pressure that is on your fundraiser people better be some of your sharpest people in your department.
Fact.
Yeah.
Fact. They need to be really good at their jobs because everybody's counting on them.
Yeah.
That's the foundation that everybody's standing on.
Right.
We got multiple breaking stories this morning. We got stuff that's just happening. The Braves going to get a new manager, Brian Snitker.
Yeah, he was older and
steps
was
down
retire.
after 10 years.
Right.
How many jobs are open now? 4? 5?
Yeah, there's
At
been
least 4.
I don't,
Yeah.
but I think he's done.
Yeah.
That was understood that was going to be it.
6 division titles, 7 playoff berths in 10 years, and a World Series.
Yeah. And
a good run.
This year got away from him. And the thing about it, he was like a bull over there in Wyoming. When he got the job, he was older to begin with.
Also, the Utah Mammoth have traded Connor Ingram
and they said they were going to.
For future considerations. He's going to the Edmonton Oilers.
Bill Armstrong was on our air saying that will happen.
And there it is.
I understand we'll have Chris Armstrong tomorrow.
Yeah, that just happened this hour.
Yeah.
They're announcing it this morning.
And we didn't know where, but
we didn't know where, and now we do. To Edmonton.
And they got Veggie back there.
Veggie.
I'm excited for the season. Not preseason. I'm not a preseason guy.
No.
But when the season
but
starts.
Get to it.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to pass along to the people? Baseball. Who do you expect to close out? Who do you expect to go to Game 3? Or it's just all coin tosses again? Who knows?
Well, tell me how well the pitchers are doing, and then I'll tell you how well the team is doing. I mean, we had some great pitching matches. We had classic baseball yesterday.
3 of the 4 games were classic playoff baseball.
And that leads to the fans being on every pitch, and you get a runner. Like the Guardians get a runner on third with no out in the bottom of the 9th, and they cannot bring the runner. And they're down 1.
2-1 game, yeah.
Yeah.
But they had a run on 4 hits.
That was gripping.
Yeah. But you don't need the hit. To your point, there's nobody out. Fly ball, score a run.
And they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And the Reds, even though they got beat by 5, they had the bases loaded, I think, with no outs.
8th inning. Had them loaded. They had some walks were helping them out, man. They were just could not throw a strike. The Dodger bullpen, I think it was 26 regular season blown saves.
That's ultimately why I don't think the Dodgers are going to win.
They got off the hook here because they did mash. I mean, they had 10 runs. Snell had an awesome outing. Snell was. They said on a graphic there said that was his best postseason outing.
Well, that one time when they were
starts.
with Tampa, they took him out in like the 3rd inning or 4th inning. But yeah, he's a big time pitcher.
Yep.
He didn't have a big time season. He was hurt. I always thought he looked like Cam Rising. Facially, but yeah, he's a big time pitcher, and that's why you're not going to the bullpen in Game 1 of the first playoff game. You're going with your best guy, and in a short series where literally anything can happen, get out of town, man.
Yeah, he threw 6 shutout innings, and they got him for 2 in the 7th, but he left with an 8-2 lead, and then it got wild.
And Shohei with 2 bombs, and I told you this as I'm watching that game last night. I told you when the Dodgers signed Teoscar Hernandez. I said, if that was any other team, that would be a major signing. But he was signed the same year that Shohei was signed. So I was like, that's not that big of a deal. But he's a stud.
Yeah.
You put him in left field with the Padres, who don't hit a lot of home runs, that team is substantially better.
Yeah.
And you slap him in the middle of the lineup.
And both he and Shohei homered.
Twice.
Yeah. Got it going.
Yeah. Yeah.
5 home runs in 6 innings. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And Shohei leads off the game. I'm back, boys.
The Dodgers had more home runs in the first 6 innings than the Padres had hits in the whole game. And there you go.
Well, yeah, and Shohei hitting 2 big-time bombs.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the one, I think it was it Shohei's or Teoscar, they call him Teo. He hits one in right field. I think it was Hernandez. And this big fat dude, everybody reaches up, but he's up above another step.
Mm-hmm. Another row,
and it goes into his glove, and then he rounds the bases and blah blah blah. Then they flash back out there, and I assume it's his wife. She's on the phone, and you go, "Oh, you're not gonna believe this!" And he's whooping it up, and it's looked like his. Probably late teen, early 20s daughter to his left, and they were just having the time of their lives, man. And because the Pops
got a home run in the playoffs,
he literally caught it right in the glove.
And the Dodgers are winning big.
And it's like that picture of the military guys where they're raising up the flag and everybody, and you see the hand at the top. That's what he was, and he caught the ball, and it was great times. And then you flip over earlier, and you see Spike Lee crying as the Yankees lost. Lose. I love Spike's allegiance to his New York teams.
They had him there in the pregame. The Padre thing ended, and I flipped over.
Yeah, there was about an hour in between.
Yeah, and it flipped over, and when it just happened that when I turned the channel, it was him sitting behind home plate, surrounded by empty seats. Like, it's game day, I'm here. I'm not making movies today.
Yeah, and
I got Yankee playoff
the ball
tickets.
cap he had on had all the World Series
titles on it.
Yeah.
DJ and PK, we're taking a break. When we come back, your feedback next. We'll wrap up the show. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 five-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah on a bye week. Devin Dampier's favorite target early in the year has been his former Lobo teammate, Ryan Davis. Here's Devin Dampier on his relationship with Davis.
My freshman year when I came in, I was actually just the way the line went. I was third quarterback up, and I was throwing with Ryan since freshman year. So just kind of that build that we've had coming into this, our trust level was really high. He's a guy that works during practice and very much translates to the game. So he's a hard worker for sure.
This Ute update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, time for your feedback. The Big 12 reprimands and fines Colorado $50,000 for inappropriate chants during the BYU game. Is this good enough?
Off. This guy, he clearly wants my gig.
Obviously.
That's what it is.
I'm signing a 10-year deal before Christmas.
Cooper says if the $50,000 was paid directly to BYU, then I think more schools will take notice. You gotta pay it to them so they can go out and get a player with it.
How can you find somebody who had no accountability for what happened?
I think it goes back to your point about you're responsible for what happens in your stadium.
I know, but so what's the athletic director supposed to do?
Write a check for $50,000.
Walk up and down every stairwell. You said that, you're out of here.
More security. Ban people from the stadium. I mean, there's a limit to what they can do. I get your point. Those are a couple things off the top of my head that an AD could do. Have people. You're the one you can say. Have popular coaches and players or alumni film stuff and put it up on the scoreboard for everything. Because I mean, they're fining them for rushing the field. They're fining them for what the crowd's chanting here. They fine them for whatever. I mean, that's the kind of stuff the ADs can do. I get it.
If you say it 3 times and then we kick you out, it's okay.
Yeah.
But if it goes 7 times, I mean, where's the line?
Yeah.
No, I'm not advocating or condoning this under any stretch. I mean, it's totally deplorable. It should never be done. I get that.
Right.
But I'm just wondering, how is it, from the university perspective, how is it enforceable to not do this, to not do that?
Maybe cut alcohol sales off at halftime instead of after the third quarter.
And lose money? What are you thinking?
Hey, well, there was a time when the concession stands were open for the whole game, and that's when after the 7th inning, after the third quarter, after the second period became a thing.
Give me that Band-Aid. I want to cover up my bleeding body.
Yak's got an open mic. Yak, what do you have?
This comes in from Chris talking about the topic of the chants being heard at Colorado, and he's got an interesting take here. I want you guys' reaction to it. Here you go.
Just want to say first, I love the show, guys. You do a great job. I have to disagree, though. I don't think that alcohol is the major issue with the chant, F the Mormons, and all of that. To me, it's a cultural problem. And why I say that is because not everybody who drinks in all the stadiums is chanting it. So it can't be blamed on alcohol. It's deeper rooted than that. And if you want to solve the problem, you have to get down to the cultural hatred. I don't know what the answer is for that, but it's got to be solved at that level, and it's not the alcohol. Keep doing great, guys.
Well, Dion mentioned alcohol and pot, so
yeah, that was what brought that up. I view that as like alcohol is accelerant to the fire. I mean, the fire is the thing. I get that, but the alcohol can. Now, at the same time, alcohol just gets blamed for everybody, and there's probably some dude two seats over is like, hey, I just went and got 2 beers in the first quarter and 2 in the second. I didn't say anything. Don't blame it on the alcohol. These people have an issue, and maybe it loosens the tongue a little bit. Sure, so there's shades of gray to this argument. But I get his point. It's not purely about the booze. It's not as if
nothing is everything.
Right.
But
it isn't.
And obviously there's hatred there because we just saw the thing in Michigan where apparently he hated him. I understand that. But who's doing it? What segment of the demographic of the fan base is doing it? Is it the 50-year-old? Is it the 60-year-old? Is it the 20-year-old?
Right. Why does it happen in one section, like at Oregon, and then halfway around the stadium there's nothing going on?
Yeah.
And maybe it is just a student section. I mean, and it's in this case, and this hits home because we're doing the show where we're doing the show, right? Obviously. But there's this stuff across in the soccer world. There's a chant they do on goal kicks, and it's homophobic. And why do they do it? And they're doing it in another language, but it's been a big deal, and there's been discipline stuff. But it goes back to your point about ADs. I mean, it's soccer, so it's not ADs. But it's like some point, well, what are they supposed to do about those fans? You know, and you try to ban 10,000 fans. Well, first that's really hard, and then the next 10,000 people ain't going to do it. That's where I think, what was his name?
Who?
Chris.
Oh. That's where I think Chris is, the cultural thing, because you can kick out 50 or 100 fans, but if the next 100 fans didn't do it too, what are they supposed to do? That's where I think your point about the AD is well taken. Like at some point, maybe it is just bigger than the AD can handle. You can beef up security
stuff.
Beef up the security, kick people out, have the public address announcements, have them know the real penalties, like home games have been taken away from nations before and all that. But even that doesn't seem to change some behavior, and that's why Chris says it's cultural. And it goes
I
way
just
deeper.
wonder if it's a bunch of Yahoo college students. Do they have a deep hatred for the Latter-day Saint religion?
Or they're saying stuff to get a reaction. Who would do that?
Yeah, and you know what? We got to go. We can hit it tomorrow because I think there's reasons that's unique to BYU and their fans showing up, and everybody is stunned. Wow, look at so much blue. We don't have this for every other home game, but we have it for BYU.
Yeah. You don't think you're chanting at fans from Norma State University, right?
BYU hasn't been in Colorado, since the 50s?
81.
81. Might as well be in the 50s. And so this whole generation is not used to that much blue in the stadium. I've seen it a million times with the Cougars.
Jake and Ben next, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, show's over.
That's all the time we have for today.
Oh, just when it was getting good.
Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Bon voyage.
Arrivederci.
Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Isn't fall one of the best times of year? The weather's cooling down, leaves are changing, and so is our menu at the Garden Restaurant. Stop in and try some garden favorite. The jalapeno pork sandwich perfectly balances sweet and spice. Plus, all things turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches, or the delicious turkey pot pie that is made fresh daily. Warm up with our yummy soups like our tomato bisque, broccoli cheddar, or chicken noodle. Or pair a crisp salad with a savory sandwich for a delicious duo. What really makes the garden special is the fresh ingredients and the handmade care that goes into each dish each time it is made. Like our massive cinnamon rolls, shareable between 4 people, our famous Lionhouse rolls, our gooey chocolate chip cookies, or our brand new caramel coconut cereal bar treat. Healthy, hearty, customizable, and very craveable. We're the Garden Restaurant. Convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3 and soon extended fall hours. Visit our menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father's come to pass. 7 years has gone so fast.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us a part of your day. This is a random place to start, but we've got like Major League Baseball coverage up in the studio here. Ben, do you remember those old? I think they were DirecTV commercials where Rob Lowe, I think, was playing weird characters, and one was like overly paranoid guy, and he looks at his neighbor and goes like, "What are you up to?" Do you remember that commercial? You
Yeah.
remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I don't mean to be "What are you up to" guy, but Shohei Ohtani is a villain. Like that guy, there is something with that dude that I'm like, what are you up to?
Yeah.
I mean, and I want to like him because I love the concept of playing pitching and hitting, and it's really unique.
And
the
he's
fact
truly great.
that he's from Japan, then that baseball culture is really, really cool. And I don't know, it's not just the game. Like the gambling thing is part of it because it was his translator. That's really weird. But I guess what I'm getting at is that dude doesn't need a translator. I don't know if you knew this, Ben, but they teach English in every Japanese school from a very young age. It's been a thing over there for a very long time. I covered Andre Karolinko for nearly his entire career. Ask me how many days he had a translator. And I don't want to be arrogant American here that everybody has to learn English or whatever, but also I am aware that most people from Japan know English to a certain extent. So why has he been over here for a decade and still requires a translator to place his bets? I mean, translate his interviews to begin with. Like, there's just something off about that dude that I don't know.
Look,
I don't know. What are you? He hides his wife from everybody, right? That was the thing. He won't. I don't know.
Japanese to English, and I don't have a great grasp on this, but other than my uncle lived in Japan for most of his life and served a mission there. But it's not the hardest jump from Japanese to English. Even though I know it's not like Spanish to English or Spanish to Italian or Spanish to Portuguese, that they're a very related language. It's not like those are so far opposites of each other that you can't pick it up. And you're right, he's been here since 2018. Like, we have so many people, we all know kids, or you yourself went on a mission, came back, and if you're not fluent, you're really, really close.
After 2 years?
After 2 years.
Fluent. Absolutely.
Most people would be like, yeah, I can absolutely.
Where's Hatch? He'll come in here and spit Mandarin in our ear, and he's
right.
Hasn't been on a mission in 15 years.
Maybe you're not quite a native speaker, but you're pretty darn good at it. So, yes, I'm with you. This is now year 8 for him here, plus whatever training he got growing up, and the fact that athletes pick up different languages. I think people would be shocked, and just from my experience, how many players in the NBA, especially if they have spent time in Europe, I don't even mean European players coming to the U.S., but I mean having spent time in Europe, speak Spanish, do speak some Portuguese, or speak some Italian. They pick up so many languages playing overseas because you live there.
Talk to Mike Smith for 10 minutes. He'll tell you. He'll slip some Italian in there.
Thurl went overseas for a little while.
Yeah. So there's something about that guy that just is off to me.
I can't fully buy in. I'm with you. And I watched the game last night, and he hits the 2 home runs. He's the best player in baseball, and it's probably not particularly close.
And he almost turned Mike Trout into like a clown, which kind of bugs me because I like listen, Trout's going to go down in history as not winning a World Series, but I like the fact that he stayed with the Angels for his entire career. Baseball is the ultimate team game. You can only control yourself. I don't like it that he went to the Dodgers. Something about that dude. And by the way, nobody does something for nothing. So deferring all that payment and then couching it as some altruistic move to help the club.
I'm with you.
I don't know.
Too many.
Is he getting? Let me ask it this way: is he getting a no-show endorsement contract from some sort of tree planting environmental firm? Like what's in it for you?
I'm with you. Too many things are antenna raisers with him. They just they don't quite pass the smell test.
And he's awesome, which covers up a lot of stuff.
It does.
It covers up a lot of stuff.
Yep.
But I'm not. It doesn't mean I have to cheer for the guy, and I don't think I am going to because there's something there that just is not.
I'm totally with you.
And I'm not entirely sure it's cultural either because there were plenty of Japanese baseball players in the 90s and aughts that were perfectly fine. Anywho, I'd be curious.
Yeah, I'm not even anti-Dodger. You're probably more anti-Dodger than I. I mean,
I can't stand the Filgerbacks.
Hideo Nomo jersey, like a Japanese player for the Dodgers. It's certainly not the issue.
Dude, Ichiro was. I'd be curious. How long did Ichiro have a translator, or require a translator? That guy became a figure in the culture. I mean,
Do you remember Rudy Gobert's first press conference? His English was not great. He was really not speaking a ton of English when he got here. It was okay, and now Rudy is, more beyond fluent. You know what I mean? He's debating policy on the internet with people.
My buddy growing up, this is a random story, but my buddy growing up, Reza, was Persian, right, from Iran. And his dad spoke with an accent, but his dad was like a doctor or something and really a fine communicator. We're going, I think he had, it was like a front-wheel drive car or something like that, and he was driving us up to Brighton. And we get to it was snowing. It was snowing quite hard. And we get to the bottom of the canyon, and they're checking for snow tires or chains or four-wheel drive. And they come up to him, and they're like, "Sorry, sir, you can't drive this up the canyon." He goes, "Huh?" They're like, "Yeah, you got to have snow tires." And he's like, "Snow tires?" I mean, absolutely threw up the, I'm not even, and the guy's like, "Go up there and turn around because you can't go in the canyon." He's like, "Okay." Just straight up the. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's a lot to get lost in translation.
Yeah.
I think Bill Murray made a movie about it.
Yep, exactly right. Also Japanese.
Japanese. Christian, Bill Murray was a comedic actor that really got his start, Saturday Night Live in the 70s?
Yeah, CCTV probably before that.
He has played many beloved roles.
Oh, yeah, Zombieland, yeah.
Correct, the Zombieland guy, Bill Murray.
I've never even seen Zombieland, but I can appreciate Christian's joke there.
Yeah.
That was quite funny.
Yeah, well, 'tis the season.
Christian probably loves the Dodgers and Shohei, I'm sure. Christian, do you have a baseball team? I don't even know if I know this. You can't be a Rockies guy.
No way, no. I'm not like a Denver sports guy. I just like the Broncos. I don't have a big affiliation. If I had to pick, my mom is from Minnesota, so I'd probably go Twins.
Okay.
Rough.
The Twinkies.
Yeah. Tough year this year.
Well, Kirby Puckett was good a long time ago. Christian, Kirby Puckett was an outfielder for the Twins.
Heavy set.
In the 80s and 90s. Heavy set fella. Kind of controversial toward the end of his life, but we don't need to go there.
Domestic assault stuff.
That's rough. Fine player.
Went blind.
Didn't they beat they won a World Series? Who'd they beat? I want to say it was the Blue Jays.
Yeah, that was my guess too. I was thinking Blue Jays too. So
but am I confusing that and because Joe Carter won a World Series?
Had a walk-off. They both had weird outfields at the time in the stadium.
The Cardinals and the Braves.
Okay.
And the Giants, but that was 100 years ago.
Yeah. I don't remember that one.
All right.
Okay.
Well, there you go. Good to see you, Ben.
You too.
What's the biggest story in your world? Where do you want to start today?
We got to talk to Kevin Love yesterday at practice, and I thought he was pretty interesting. He's actually, I think, what people want when you talk about getting a veteran in the locker room. And we will see what it ends up looking like. But he just has been around. This is his 18th season now, which is really wild. He's truly been around long enough to be able to go back and diagnose the issues with his career. He has reached such highs that he can now recognize his lows and seems to actually be making an effort to try to help the people around him. And I thought one of the things he said yesterday that was really interesting was he was in Minnesota, and this is pertinent to the Jazz, so there's a reason I bring it up. He was in Minnesota early in his career, and his veteran was kind of, and what I mean by that, again, just quick backstory, basically every young player has a veteran or two that looks out for them. And oftentimes it's as simple as my locker was next to them. But sometimes a veteran will single somebody out and go and be like, I'm going to be your mentor because I had a mentor and now I'm going to pass that on. It's very common. It's almost everybody has one.
Unless you're Jordan Love.
Kevin Love, right. And that does happen. You get guys who feel like you're coming to steal their job, and then they alienate you.
I'm sorry.
Kevin Love's was Al Jefferson, which I like Al. I get to cover him a little bit. You covered him way more than I did. Remember, Al came into the NBA when he was 18 years old. Probably didn't have great mentors in Boston. Goes to Minnesota, where suddenly he has to be the guy and is a veteran. And it sounded from what Kevin Love said yesterday, that maybe that wasn't the real type of veteran you look for. Not that he's a bad guy.
No. Just to add to what you're talking about there, Al admitted that he was not his best self in Minnesota, and there was some stuff like he got a DUI. Right. And when he got here, I don't know if it was immediately, but that was a thing he said. He's like, I'm glad this is a fresh start. Yeah. He didn't say this exactly, but he basically said, I was not my best self in Minnesota. So that doesn't surprise me that maybe he wasn't a great example. His time here, very well-adjusted, pleasant. Like, he definitely took advantage of a new start because he was a very warm and nice person. But he did admit that he was not in a great place in Minnesota.
And then once he leaves, there's no veterans in that locker room. And Kevin Love said he just picked up a bunch of bad habits his whole life. He said, or his whole time in Minnesota. He was selfish. He was looking out for himself. He wasn't trying to take care of his teammates around him. And he said the problem with that, in kind of a funny small world situation is, we've seen so many of the editorials that we've had come out from Ricky Rubio himself talking about how little he liked the NBA, how much the players were not there for each other, how it was a me-first sport, not a team sport like you experience in Europe. And Kevin said, that was a me problem. That might have been my fault. Not exclusively, but he said, I was so selfish, and he was the best player on that team, and it was kind of he and Rubio were that 1-2 punch. And he said he just developed a bunch of bad habits because there were no veterans there to show him how to develop. And until he got to Cleveland with LeBron and some of these other veterans that were on the team, did he start really, taking care of him. And look, if you want to go back and just Google image search Kevin Love by year, look at very heavy Kevin Love in Minnesota. It's not a person who's taking care of his body versus what he has looked like since he went to Cleveland, where he's pretty svelte. He's really taking care of himself. He's changed his game. He's extraordinarily unselfish, which is who he was in high school and college and what made him such a special player that changed in the NBA. Long-winded explanation of having him in the locker room now. Ideally, he can help some of these young players on this team avoid bad habits or change their existing bad habits. But, last year they bring in Drew Eubanks or they bring in Patty Mills. And Patty Mills, I think, had more of it than Kevin Love did. But Kevin Love's a Hall of Famer. And Patty Mills is not. And I think you're going to get maybe a better mentorship program this year for some of these young guys from a guy like Kevin Love. And I was very impressed by him yesterday. It was one of the more interesting conversations I've had with an NBA player. Or been a part of, I should say.
No,
it wasn't a one-on-one.
I think that's a few. I definitely think that's a few interesting things. But Kevin Love himself is an example of why the culture is bad. What Ricky Rubio was talking about, his career is an example of it. You say he's a Hall of Famer. If he didn't have the Minnesota section of his career, is he a Hall of Famer?
Probably not.
Nope. Because you know what he was in Minnesota? He was a star.
He was an all-star.
You know what he was after?
Supporting player.
Another guy.
Yep.
But he was another guy on a championship team, which is also part of the recipe for Hall of Fame. But the point is, he was an all-pro, first team. I guess all-pro is football. But he was an all-NBA, first team, 20 rebounds a night kind of dude, scoring pert near 30. Was the unicorn because he could shoot. And he goes and plays with LeBron, and LeBron basically ruins his career because he turns into just another guy. He goes from, I'd have to look it up, but 28 and 15
to the third guy
to 15 and 8.
Yeah,
there's a reason it's a me first thing because that's what gets rewarded. That's what gets recognition in the NBA.
It's also how you get paid.
There's a reason Jabari Parker said, "I don't get paid to play defense." I mean, there's a reason that the culture is the way it is. Now, the well-adjusted play winning basketball, that's, I think, ideally how we would all love to view it or live it or whatever in, the 100-acre wood, as we used to tease Gordon, in some fantasy land. But this is the NBA.
Yeah.
Bradley Beal got paid a supermax, not because he played winning basketball. He got paid a supermax because he played Bradley Beal basketball on a bad team. I mean, it's I don't know. It's interesting. This is my long-winded way of agreeing with you. And if Kevin can say, listen, the well-adjusted Kevin who played winning basketball that was my better angel. The problem is that well-adjusted Kevin Love who played winning basketball would not be a Hall of Famer if it were not for the stats that he acquired in Minnesota.
You're right.
He would not be an all-NBA guy.
When you look at his resume as a whole, actually what we will look at is a reflection of what happened in Minnesota. From a raw statistical standpoint in a vacuum. You look at a guy who was, like you said, 25 and 15, and at the end of his career, when he retires and averages whatever it is, and I mean total career average, 17 and 12, it's because those numbers were so juiced. And I don't mean inauthentic, but juiced because he was on some really bad Minnesota teams where he could do whatever he wanted and scored a lot, gets his money, goes and wins, and then you kind of look at like, well, he was a champion and he averaged 17 and 9, and he was an All-Star 5 times.
Yeah.
It's like it's a tale of two totally different players.
The only person that can really get the message across that you're talking about is Will Hardy. And I'll give you an example. I mean, having Kevin's voice is all well and good. But the only one who can really drive that message home is honestly the coach and maybe to a lesser extent the general manager. And I'll give you the example. 2 years ago, Will Hardy threatened two players. One was Colin Sexton, and the other was Hot Dog Horton Tucker. Threatened them both at the same time. What was his famous
play hard and pass?
Play well, but he said you're gonna play hard and pass or not play at all or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he in a press conference, he didn't single those two out, but everybody and their dog knew who he was talking about. Play hard and pass or you're not going to play at all. He's talking to Colin Sexton and he was talking to Hot Dog Horton Tucker. One listened, one did not. Colin Sexton listened, turned into a better player. We know the story.
Yep.
The hot dog one, it was just crazy to me because he would not play any different.
No.
He would go long stretches of games getting DNPs, and then he'd finally jump into a game, and it'd be like, it's time to hot dog.
Yep.
Let's make this happen, you know? And it was like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah.
And the answer is his agent was in his ear and said, you stack up every stat you can because it's not going to work out for the Jazz.
Right.
But you stack it all up because I got to get you caught on with the Bulls. We got to lie to the Bulls and pretend you're good. And I got to have something to show them so we can pretend that you're good so I can shake down the Bulls. And then, I mean, what message should Hot Dog have gotten?
Right.
I should really play hard and pass and get on board here. But no, he goes the other way. You know, and my point is that Will Hardy's the one who can instill the culture. And he talked about that. And he did that with those two players. You can have Kevin Love saying, man, I really learned a lot playing with LeBron. Yeah, it's nice. But you got to build that internally. You gotta build that thing.
It's got to be culturally.
It's got to be culturally. Yeah, right.
I do agree with you. And while I said early in this segment that I do think Kevin Love is the type of veteran you actually want to have in your locker room, he by himself does not set the tone.
No.
You know, now because
he's hardly going to play, probably.
He can impart wisdom on young players. There will be young players who say, you know, you would look at a guy like Kyle Filipowski. You would hope a guy like Ace Bailey. And even yesterday you saw photos of Kevin Love talking to Ace Bailey. Like, you hope those guys pick things up. You hope Taylor Hendricks picks things up. It may only be one guy, and they can have a lasting impact, but it does have to be the coach. It does have to be the players, and then it has to be the bigger culture overall that helps set it.
Now, if you're asking me, the type of player I would sign as a veteran in the locker room, it's got to be the clinic all day.
Okay.
I want somebody who's coming in. Here's the thing. I don't want Kevin Love who was born gifted.
Okay.
I want a player who
George Niang.
I want a player who had to
to George.
Yeah, right.
I'm not trying to take shots at George.
No, I want a player who had to like bite somebody's finger off to make it in the league. Like, this is really what you've got to do. You've got to go out and slide under that other team's best player. That's the type of veteran I want. Not Kevin Love who's like, well, I'm naturally gifted at everything, so why aren't you?
You're
No,
right.
I want a vet that is going to teach you how to play dirty. That's what I want.
To bring this full circle, who was Al Jefferson mentoring when he was in Utah? Ennis Cantor?
Yeah.
Like, what are you looking at? What is Ennis learning from Al Jefferson?
Because Al was a good guy.
Nice guy.
Was a selfish player. He was.
Right. So what is Ennis learning when he watches him? He looks at the salary cap or the payroll for the Utah Jazz. He says, who's the highest paid player here? Al Jefferson. What does Al Jefferson do? Al Jefferson shoots every time he touches the ball. He's a me-first player. He doesn't pass a whole lot.
And doesn't play defense.
And it took care of him.
Yeah.
Financially, it took care of him.
It sure did.
It made him a lot of money.
He signed another big deal after the Jazz with the Hornets.
So you do have to worry about that, I guess, a little bit. But I do think Kevin Love, considering there was so much talk about him wanting to be in a glamour market this offseason or wanting to play for a championship team, I do think his buy-in where he is right now is at a high level. And that's good. That's better than being a distraction. And you know what? Actually, maybe the person he could help the most this year is Walker Kessler. If Walker has issues about, hey, I didn't get paid. Hey, I'm going to mope. I'm not going to go out there and give it my all. You would hope that a guy like Kevin Love maybe could get in Walker's ear and say, it will come. The most important thing you can do is help your team win. If you do that, you will get the recognition and the financial recognition that you deserve.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players. It's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feel.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougs at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick on how the team is preparing for a short week.
First of all, everybody's a little sore from the last game, so you have to be smart about how much you practice. You have to carry a little bit less in the game plan. We won't have as much volume in this game plan as we normally do. Kind of finding the balance of getting healthy and fresh for the game, but also getting enough practice reps to be ready to play.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's. They do catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBBQ.com. For weddings, work, or any event, KennyJ'sBBQ.com.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, you can nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contests. Then listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union, not to mention Beehive Meals. All right, it's time for the top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com. That is brought to you by our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Colorado head coach Deion Sanders issued an apology to BYU.
Let me mention this, and Rick might not want me to mention. I know it was an incident at the conclusion of the game or whatsoever. On behalf of CU, on behalf of our athletic department, we would like to apologize to our opponents from a week ago for whatever derogatory statements were made by our fans. That's not indicative of who we are. Our student body, our kids are phenomenal. So don't indict us just based on a group of young kids that probably was intoxicated and high simultaneously. Maybe I shouldn't have said that as well. But the truth will make you free. But BYU, we love you, we appreciate you, and we support you.
I am so coming around on Deion Sanders as the coach of college. They were probably intoxicated and high at the same time.
Probably shouldn't have said that either.
But just being honest.
The truth will set you free.
That was really funny. Ben, I have a zillion thoughts on this. I want to hear yours.
I don't need to get up here and proselytize, but look, it's bad. Those chants are bad, and I'm not trying to make this too big of a story, but there was an attack on the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints over the weekend from a moron person who thought that the church represented something that it didn't. And look, when you spew hatred and you push hatred forward like that, it does spread.
Like that.
And it hurts people. So, and it did hurt people, You to do it?
You don't.
Jake wants you to do it. Jake
wants
you to do it right now.
Have a little courage. I didn't say like that. Ben did.
So you actually
it's
did
the
say
rules,
it right after
It's the
me.
rules of the show. It doesn't matter the topic. Come on.
So
I'll get you next time.
Regardless of race, creed, religious affiliation, sexual identity, gender identity, don't do it. It's horrible. It puts people in danger. And am I saying Colorado fans caused the horrible incident over the weekend? Of course they didn't. But it doesn't help. It's not doing anything, and we wouldn't stand for it with any other religion. So, yeah, fine them. If $50,000 doesn't stop it for the next one, and it won't, you're going to have to keep raising the price, but you're going to have to make an issue out of it, unfortunately.
Right. For a long time, Ben, and I agree wholeheartedly with everything you said right there. For the longest time, I never understood, and I've brought this up, why making comments that were, I don't know, like in the modern verbiage, like dragging the LDS Church was somehow tolerated forever. Like Phil Jackson used to say stuff. Rick Bucher used to say these things that you're like, what? And never were. I mean, Christian's guy of PTI fame, Woody Page. He talked about it when he came on the show with us, and it just people never batted an eye. And if it takes some attention and Deion Sanders and fines and whatever to get people to knock it off, I'm all for it. But let me get to the they're probably intoxicated and probably high. Stop bringing that up. PK, when he was talking about it this morning, they went down this, they should stop, not have alcohol at the stadium and all this stuff. Listen, do people do dumb things when they're drunk?
Yes.
Yes, that does happen. Now, does it excuse them from those dumb things? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You are still accountable for your actions, for your words, the accountability part does not disappear because you had 3 or 4 beers or were overserved or whatever. You are still accountable for your actions. Think about it. Like if you stood up in court to argue against the DUI and you said, I was hammered. I mean, come on.
Right.
You'd be laughed out of court. No, you're still accountable for your actions.
100%.
Ben, I have been overserved at a sporting event. You know what I managed to do?
Not be racist.
Not scream.
Not be a bigot.
Epithets or whatever after a group of people. I managed to control myself. Like, stop including that, they were probably drunk. It does not matter. Right. It does not matter. Right. And if you cannot have a couple of beers and shout down an entire group of people, well, then maybe you need to reevaluate your life, not how many beers you had. Does that make any sense?
100%.
So I love what Deion said, but don't use it as an excuse. They were probably drunk. It's not an excuse. And if you have to fine or have Deion apologize or do whatever to get the word out, that you got to knock it off. You got to knock it off. Like, honestly, people believe a lot of crazy stuff, but I expect them to manage their crazy stuff in public. That's all.
Right.
I don't even want to tell you what crazy stuff to believe or not to believe. I do, however, expect you to be a functioning citizen when you're in public. So I wish that those fans or whatever would not believe what they were saying because I think that it's wrong. But my low expectation for those bozos is to behave themselves in public, whether they're sober or on meth or on bath salts.
Sure.
It doesn't matter. So anyway, I'm glad the Big 12 fined him. I'm glad Deion said something. I'm glad Oregon said something last year. And one more thing, there is a difference between humor, because BYU isn't hiding from the fact that they are an LDS institution. Like when people got outraged at the San Diego State fans who dressed like missionaries at the game, spare me. That's funny and playful. And there's a relationship between those two schools. That's not outrageous. Chanting that at your stadium is outrageous. Can we understand the difference? I would say even BYU doesn't mind some playful jabs at the game.
Of course.
But that is outrageous.
I'm with you.
All right. Christian, what's next? And you owe me like that. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. Throw it in there.
I'll get you next time.
That's the nature.
That's why it's funny.
That's the thing. It came at the most inappropriate time. We'll have to replay
Like that?
We've gone long enough now that we haven't played the whole sound. We should probably
Replay it
revisit the
again.
whole sound.
Number 2, big addition for the Utah Jazz, finding their new PA announcer.
Mark Denman is going to be the new voice of the Utah Jazz. He was part of the trio that semi-auditioned. They auditioned in lots of different ways, but was at the Salt Lake City Summer League. So if you went up to any of the games at Huntsman Center, you may have heard his voice. He's done work for the Braves. He's done work for the Globetrotters. He's done work for the Atlanta Dream. He's done work for Auburn men's basketball team. So that's where he's based, Georgia. And now comes over and will be the new voice stepping in after Dan Roberts stepped down.
They must not have gotten my audition tape. I sent it over there. I sent it to Jamil. I figured he had sway.
At power forward for the Utah Jazz, Fingernails.
Oh, I would be awesome.
It would be all bits. And everything.
BHT.
Who are these players that this man is talking about?
Hot dog for three.
Who? What?
Oh, man. I don't think my voice is really built for that job, but I would love that job.
You think so?
I do.
That's the job you'd like.
If they'd let me do it my own way. Yeah, if I could scream hot dog for three, yeah. Sign me up.
He's going to be different. And people don't like change.
Well,
and he's going to bring a different type of energy than Dan does. You can go and watch he's got a YouTube page that has like his audition on it. You can go find a lot of the videos of work he's done before. It's going to be a different type of energy than Dan brought. Dan was very old school, and a legend, and has been here as long as the Jazz have been here. But this is going to be a change. I wonder how Jazz fans will react.
I know most people are like me and hear every second of every David Locke broadcast and have noticed that David carries the opponent PA guy and their intro.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's a great feature on the broadcast. But what you will realize is that PA guys around the NBA go from traditionalist, which certainly was Dan, right? Traditionalist, to some really radical stuff.
Right.
There's some really out there stuff going on that I don't know if I'm totally on board, but it's not Dan. I would guess this guy is a little bit more toward the radical, but I would guess the Jazz are telling him to not
go full Detroit basketball. Yeah, I don't think he's that.
Because the Jazz fans are used to the traditionalist.
Turnover.
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting that.
I don't think we're going that way. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe they are. That's not the way I would go. But
also, you're going to have to give him a year or two to figure it out. It's a new job for him. It's new players. He's going to have to react to what the fan base reacts to and then, mold and sculpt his job and how he does it. And what he did with Auburn basketball or the Globetrotters or the Dream is different than what he's going to have to do with the Jazz.
Where is Salazar in there? What's Salazar doing? He's not. They're used to. I wish I could remember this guy's name. And we could even find the clips. Maybe we play some clips later on in the show. But there was this weatherman. What was his name? And he was in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
And he went viral a few times for the craziest weather reports you've ever seen or heard in your life. He's just screeching about snow. He came and worked for Channel 4. And so Salazar and I were both eager to meet this guy because we've been playing his clips on the radio. And we met him and we were like, oh, are we going to get the act? Are we going to get the zaniness? And he's like, no, they told me I couldn't do that. No. So I wonder what they're going to let this guy do.
Yeah. We'll see.
Turnover. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of hope. If they would have let me do it and use whatever nicknames I wanted, that would be amazing.
That would be funny. And you would go viral.
It would be amazing.
Yeah. But, so we'll see. I would just say, again, be patient. Give him a little bit of room. It's going to be different. It's going to sound different. The one thing I would give him advice, not that I've ever done that job, so I'm totally unqualified for this, but as am I in most things I do in my life, don't try and go viral. That would be my thought. I wouldn't want to be the guy whose thing is like, I'm now the star of the Utah Jazz. You're a part of the game operation. You know? Generally, the people who want to poke their head up too high, and I don't mean with the Jazz, I mean everywhere, are the ones who lose their heads.
I know. That's why I was worried about you and all the Jazz brass coming and seeking you out. I was like, oh, man, Ben's on the radar.
Christian heard that and said, let's move on immediately.
Patty Meals for 3. Yeah, that's my gig, dude. Why didn't they call me?
Why didn't they call you?
What's next?
Number 3, Connor Ingram finds a new home. The Mammoth sending him to the Edmonton Oilers.
Connor Ingram is out of here. For future considerations, too. That's rough. Yeah, I mean, no, Connor, whatever. We knew this was coming. But, like, I imagine when you get traded in professional sports, you want to be like, all right, well, what was I traded for, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
this is a David Justice situation, right? In Moneyball. When David Justice is like, I'm getting paid whatever millions of dollars. And Billy Beane says, no, the Yankees are paying you X million dollars.
I'm only paying you. Yeah, right.
I think if I read the release correctly, the Mammoth are retaining some of his money.
$800,000.
So they are still paying some of his salary. Honestly, this future considerations is, I know it's supposed to come from the Edmonton Oilers. Are we sure that's the case? I think the Mammoths just saved a bunch of money by trading Connor Ingram. I think that's a big part of it. They saved money, and they only eat $800,000 of his contract, and the Oilers get to take a flyer on a guy who, at his best, is pretty good. But
and Edmonton needed a goalie
they did.
In the finals.
So we'll see. Hopefully he can play, and that's a great spot. Yeah, that's a team that is competing for Stanley Cup championships, so Stanley Cup trophies. We'll see if he's able to do it. I'm rooting for him, obviously.
Cousin Drew and 1.
You would have nicknames for everybody. They're just not all nice nicknames.
No, they're not all nice nicknames. Yeah. I don't think Hot Dog would have liked his nickname. Even though it was for a good reason. He does. He looks like he's hot dogging it out there.
Hot dog!
All right, stay tuned. I can't believe that one didn't catch on with more than just me.
Yeah.
The sommelier calls a timeout. Stay tuned.
Coaching the Los Angeles Lakers, the sommelier.
JJ Redick.
You would have guys in their first trip through Utah, like looking over at the bench, like, who is this guy? Who is this guy?
All right, stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bass! Cheap bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it. So I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City Fat Loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update. Here on Jake and Ben, here's Coach Witt talking about Ryan Davis solidifying himself as the top wide receiver.
I think so. That's fair to say. And Ryan's got a great feel for finding the open space. He's a very crafty receiver with great hands and toughness, courage. And I don't know how many he caught tonight, but what did he catch? 7 targets, 7 catches. So can't be any better than that.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They do catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com. For weddings, work, or any event, kennyjsbbq.com.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday night battle in Provo as the undefeated Cougars square off against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jake and Ben, coming up tomorrow on the station, we've got Win Ticket Wednesday. Oh, it's today. See, I got mad at Christian for...
You got mad at him yesterday.
Yeah, I did.
For being Christian, I always know what day it is.
I know what day it is.
You think I'm an idiot?
So today's not Tuesday. We did tease what you got Wednesday. So I suppose it is Wednesday. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win 2 Fast Pass VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. If you miss out on the free tickets, use promo code ZONE to get up to $10 off tickets for the nighttime attractions. That is Nightmare on 13th. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Yeah, that wasn't my best moment.
Add it to the list.
That wasn't my finest one. Yeah, I've got a long one. Got a long list. Ben, the Cleveland Browns are benching Joe Flacco.
Yes, huh?
The old man.
So Shadur's the guy. No?
No, actually. No. It's going to be Dylan Gabriel.
Okay.
He will be the starter for their showdown in London.
I guess this does open up more of a pathway for Shadur.
He's
one guy off the list.
At what point can you stop calling yourself, though, the best quarterback on the planet
if your
own team isn't even going to? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I don't. Maybe that will never happen. I guess that's how Uncle Rico's happened, but we'll see. Maybe if Dylan really sucks it up out there, they'll go to Shador.
Yeah, that's the pathway, right? If Dylan comes out, doesn't play any better, they say, well, what do we have to lose? I guess this is a losing season. Maybe we can get the number 1 overall pick and draft another quarterback. Be 3 in 2 years. I guess we can go for that. That's fine. And if Shador ends up being good, great. If he doesn't, great. But maybe Dylan Gabriel comes out and plays well, and that just shuts the door entirely on Shador Sanders, especially in Cleveland.
So if you're Joe Flacco, do you ask them if you can just stay home and not make the trip to London?
I don't want to go.
Or do you go and really make it a tourist thing? Like, you don't need me around here. I'll be out seeing the sights. I'll be out mocking those guards at Buckingham Palace. If
Joe Flacco goes viral for trying to get the guards to laugh.
To react or whatever.
Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, he's just screaming at them. While Shador's out there running practice reps,
Yeah, does Shador become the number 2? I suspect he doesn't. I imagine still Flacco falls
Joe.
back to number 2.
So you still make him go?
Yeah, probably.
Because a man at his age is really going to have some swelling on a plane flight like that. You know?
At least he doesn't have to play.
So you have to wear the compression socks.
Like that?
Yeah.
Like that?
About time. He's on the phone.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the rules of the show are anymore.
Lawlessness.
It is. It's like chaos.
Yeah. Anarchy.
What, are we going to start calling Caleb Williams now?
Yeah, it's boring.
We're not going to do that. Not like that.
That's what makes us us.
Not today.
Yeah.
Like that? Stay tuned. Coming up next. Ben, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the WNBA is probably the biggest story in sports today.
Yeah.
After a very unique press conference yesterday. And I think not only is it, well, let me just put it, I think what's going on right now in the WNBA is fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened yesterday, we just do not see. So if you haven't heard this story somehow, stay tuned because I am eager to hear Ben's thoughts on it. We'll get to it next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, there are a few things in life more important than the financial well-being of you and, of course, your family. No matter where you are in life, maybe you're coming out of college, looking to put the train on the tracks. Maybe you're in middle age or like me and put it off for a long time. Or maybe you're close to retirement and just want to maximize and make sure you've got everything in the right place. Well, Trajan wants to be a team of good folks on your side to help you make the correct decisions to get you where you want to go. Set your goals for retirement and get there, and Trajan's going to help you. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. They'll sit down with you. They'll show you exactly what they can do for you, 801-899-7600. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to heal up during the bye week in preparation for the remainder of the Mountain West Conference schedule. Your home for the best coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in
on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Ben, yesterday, Nafisa Collier of the WNBA, she plays for the Lynx, right?
Mm-hmm.
Came, and she's the vice president of the Players Association for the WNBA.
And she won MVP last year. She's number 2, I think, this year. She's she's a huge deal. She's like Kevin Durant, that type of player. If we were to make a comparison, so everyone has an understanding.
So she came out and made some comments. It's also important to note that they are in the middle of negotiating a collective bargaining agreement, which I think is 1,000% relevant, and we can talk about that here in a second. But she took the podium after her team was eliminated, and I think it's important that she started out by saying congratulations to who did they lose to?
The Mercury.
The Mercury. So she congratulated the Mercury and said, they won, and she wanted to couch it that way because, honestly, you could view this stuff as sour grapes, which actually is relevant. But let's play. This is a 45-second clip. This whole thing, her whole statement was 4.5 minutes long, and it's all relevant. And there's really a lot of interesting stuff in all of it. I wish we could play the entire thing, but we're going to play about 48 seconds here, and we can fill in some of the gaps of maybe some of the stuff that's missing. But here's part of what Collier had to say yesterday.
At Unrivaled this past February, I sat across from Kathy and asked how she planned to address the officiating issues in our league. Her response was, well, only the losers complain about the refs. I also asked how she planned to fix the fact that players like Caitlin, Angel, and Paige, who are clearly driving massive revenue for the league, are making so little for their first 4 years. Her response was, Caitlin should be grateful she makes $16 million off the court, because without the platform that the WNBA gives her, she wouldn't make anything. And in that same conversation, she told me players should be on their knees thanking their lucky stars for the media rights deal that I got them. That's a mentality driving our league from the top. We go to battle every day to protect a shield that doesn't value us. The league believes it succeeds despite its players, not because of them.
I mean, that's fully throwing down the gauntlet. You're calling out the commissioner and the league for not doing enough for you, and then revealing backroom conversations. I mean, that is going full scorched earth on the league you play for in a way that is really unique, especially from a superstar player.
Yes. My first takeaway listening to the whole thing, and you only got a little sense of it there, but was that all the officials need to be arrested, clapped in irons, and removed probably from polite society, but at very least their jobs. Which she talked about how the rough play has led to injuries and things like that, and that was part of the complaint and part of what she said to the commissioner. And the commissioner told her to stop complaining because only losers complain, which the WNBA has a huge problem with what they allow. Caitlin Clark got stabbed in the eyeball by a fingernail. Like, what is tolerated in the WNBA is ludicrous, and they do have a huge officiating problem, and all those officials should be arrested and charged. Yes, I think so. So that was my first takeaway after hearing what she was saying. My second is, Ben, well, let me preface it by saying this. The last time we talked about the WNBA Players Union was when?
This is the first.
No.
No?
It's not.
Okay.
It was before their All-Star game, and they wore T-shirts.
This run, though, of leading up to this lockout.
When was the last time we talked about it? When they wore those T-shirts that say, pay us what we're owed. And it was maybe the dumbest PR move I've ever seen.
I disagree, but okay.
The messaging was off. You're owed. Owed is not the right word. And if you go back and listen to Collier, she must have been listening to the Jake and Ben show, because in her comments, she said, pay us what we're worth, which is a way better word than owed, which sounds...
Entitled.
Yeah. Right. And and then they clowned Caitlin Clark for not even going to the meeting. I mean, it was just handled so poorly, right? This, Ben, is freaking brilliant.
Yeah.
This is brilliant because, yes, she did betray confidences. And, yes, she did do something that's outside of the norm, throwing down this way. But you know what she did do? She clowned the head of the opposition. She's talking about bad leadership. Well, guess what? The commissioner of the WNBA is not her leader, especially in collective bargaining.
Right.
They are on the opposite side.
Yeah.
So you know what she did with this stunt is discredited the head of the opposition. And so you encourage people, like her comment about, what about Paige and Caitlin and Angel getting paid so little in their first 4 years? That has nothing to do with the commissioner. That has everything to do with the collective bargaining. That's nobody's fault. But she includes that to garner sympathy for her side and to say we're all in this. And these big superstars, they're the ones being wronged by this evil, evil commissioner who's not only evil, but also a huge bozo and kind of dumb and mean. And now everybody, including the Jake and Ben show, are like, this lady is terrible.
Right.
This commissioner is just awful. Are you serious? All Collier did was really point out the obvious and do it in a very direct fashion at the commissioner and said, hey, don't blame me. Don't blame us.
Right.
Don't blame the players. I complained about this stuff. I brought this stuff up. This lady said these horrible things. So we can get focused on what she said and whether they're right or not, because they're probably right. That's not why she said it. She said it because the opposition now is weaker today than it was yesterday.
It's honestly maybe the thing that Donald Trump has done best in his career is he paints you as something, and then regardless of what you say, you fall under his label. She has created a label for Kathy Engelbert.
Yeah, Engelberg,
that nobody knows who Kathy Engelberg is.
Nope.
With all due respect.
Oh, it's Engelbert. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought it was right.
I'm having a bad day.
When
go ahead.
The public doesn't know who she is or her background or where she comes from. So, yes, you come out and you paint her as one thing or another, and all of a sudden that is what's going to stick. And now anything that comes out of Kathy's mouth is going to make her look like she's an idiot.
Yep.
A bozo.
Yep.
Or sleepy jab or whatever
By
the
saying
names were.
the one quote about Caitlin Clark alone, and who knows if that's true or not, but that's egregious, where she said, I don't think it was in that clip, but she said, or maybe it was, that Caitlin should be thankful she's getting $16 million off the floor because of the platform that we give her. That is ludicrous.
Yeah, and it's actually wrong, and we talked about why Caitlin Clark should have sued the NCAA to stay in college because she would have made $40 million as opposed to whatever her standard salary is as a rookie in the WNBA.
And
she lost money going to the league.
She signed that deal before she got to the NBA. I mean, but see, that leads me to believe that quote isn't real, because that's the dumbest quote I've ever heard in my life. So, but it's that stuff. Then you think, oh, Kathy's dumb enough to say that? Well, this lady must be unhinged.
This was extremely well timed because not only does Nafisa Collier say this as a huge star, and people were paying attention to Minnesota this year, but then last night, A'ja Wilson, who is the best player in the WNBA and did just win the MVP, I think has 4, it's the most in WNBA history, is asked about it after the Aces eliminate the Fever in overtime on a highly watched game. And she says, I stand with Nafisa Collier. She's right about Kathy. And now all of a sudden you have everyone piling on at a time when, look, I'm not going to pretend the WNBA gets great ratings. We know it doesn't. But when people are watching it is in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And people are watching it right now because it's on TV and they're getting good broadcast times. And people are looking at what A'ja Wilson has to say, and now she's following up. So they have,
it's brilliant.
If you are viewing this as a calculated attack, they've done a really good job. It's going to cost Kathy Engelbert her job. She's going to have to resign because this is a heavy pushback. And here's what I will say.
Wait. So you're saying they're going to force the commissioner to resign during negotiations for a collective bargaining agreement?
I think she might. I think she's going to have to step down.
That is a disaster for the league.
Oh, yeah.
Then this is the smartest labor movement move since the 40s.
Yeah. No, I think she's going to have to step down.
If this costs the commissioner, again, the person in charge of negotiating, their job during negotiations, that is a huge win for the players. I mean, to have a new commissioner come in scratch and have to negotiate, that's really bad.
Now,
I never thought that for a second. I don't think she'll be forced to resign. That would be foolish. Over this, I don't think so.
I don't think she said it in the clip, but one of the things Nafisa Collier said was, I'm able to, and she actually talks about her husband.
Who runs this?
Yeah, there is a wrinkle in this that does make Nafisa Collier a bit of an unreliable narrator, which is her husband is the commissioner of a rival women's basketball league in the United States, unrivaled. It's different.
It's a frenemy, though. It's not.
No,
they do it kind of cooperative, right?
They do, and the seasons don't overlap with one another to make sure that you can get these 3-on-3 tournaments.
But her husband runs that league.
Her husband does run it and says, look, he's in touch with all the players all the time. There are better ways to do it. The way Kathy Engelbert does it is not good. So in a sense, she probably does have some inside information. On the other side, you do have to question a little bit of who is she angling for beyond this, and her experience with what her husband does as a commissioner is probably actually a different animal than what Kathy Engelbert deals with altogether as well. And that will be some of the argument from Kathy Engelbert. She will come back and say, you are arguing from the perspective of a different league entirely, and I'm being asked to do something different.
Yeah, I don't think Kathy's going to step down. But she is getting dragged, and she has way less credibility today than she did yesterday. I mean, this was a smart move. She's the assistant head of the union.
No, this is a smart move. 100%. This was a target. This was a shot that landed.
But if you think that she's trying to fix the league, she's not. That was not the purpose of those statements yesterday. It'd be like if the NBA was headed toward a lockout, and Kevin Durant came out and said, I complained to Adam Silver about flopping 15 times. He told me that only losers complain about flopping. This guy is a huge bozo. It'd be, and it'd make national news, and all of a sudden Adam Silver would be like, not in as strong of bargaining position. I mean, that's what it is. This is a PR game. And the WNBA players have good PR for the first time ever.
They do.
And the irony of what Kathy allegedly said about her platform and Caitlin Clark is that I assumed that her platform was going to drag Caitlin Clark down. The fact that Caitlin Clark has lifted her platform is amazing, because I've seen star college women's players go into the WNBA and disappear.
Rebecca Lobo, you've never heard of her again. Yeah, she played for the Liberty. It's the right
Brittany Griner
place to go to.
Brittany Griner was one of the most famous athletes on the planet when she was at Baylor. She was winning ESPYs and all this sort of stuff, and everybody knew the name Brittany Griner. She was the one that could dunk, and she was a physical phenom and all this. She goes to the NBA. You never heard from her until she got arrested by the Russians. I assumed the WNBA was going to sink Caitlin Clark. That was part of my argument for her suing to stay at Iowa. I thought that platform is going to sink her, not the other way around.
Well, to be fair, she's still not getting as much attention now as she was getting at Iowa. So it has hurt her brand. But yes, she has lifted the WNBA, as has Angel Reese, as has now Paige Beckers, who's come in and was a superstar this year in her first season. The WNBA, from a player perspective, has never been better, and they've got a bunch of stars coming in, and they've got even more stars coming in. And
but they've never had an opportunity like this. They have to get this CBA negotiation right. They have to get it correct.
Totally with you. Now,
they've never had juice before. They have juice.
One of the things, and I thought what Nafisa said, we didn't play it in the clip either, is she specifically mentioned Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers, and Angel Reese. And that is actually a little bit of a shift from what we've seen from some of the players, because there was a real pushback against Caitlin Clark amongst WNBA players initially.
That's why their stunt at the All-Star game was so stupid. They learned so many lessons from that, obviously, because, yes, it's not an accident. Those three names were included in her comment.
And you know where Kathy Engelbert has not done a good job, and where I think she could probably take a page out of history, which is all the defensive rules that changed in the NBA that people complain about now were designed to do one thing: protect Michael Jordan when the league was finally catching hold. And yes, Magic and Larry laid the groundwork, and the guys before them did as well. But as Michael was becoming not just a household name, but one of the most famous people on the planet, David Stern said, we have to change our league to make sure he can stay on the floor. We cannot have the Detroit Pistons hurting Michael Jordan every time he steps on the floor. And that's what's been going on with Caitlin Clark with other players in the WNBA.
Well, ask me how I know that this commissioner is a moron. Because she didn't do that.
Exactly right. She needs to take a page out of David Stern's book.
But even this, like, I don't know, Dana White's controversial, but you want to know what his genius is? He just rewards the stars like crazy, so they couldn't possibly complain. And by doing that, he limits the leverage of all the rest of the fighters, and he can pay them with just ham sandwiches because he can replace them tomorrow. So 99% of the sport is making nothing. But the 1% that matters is filthy rich.
Right.
So he hasn't had a union rise up at all because all the stars are all completely pleased. If Kathy had a brain on her shoulder or a head on her shoulders, she would have seen the treatment that Caitlin Clark got and thought, oh, no. This is our payday. She's going to be on TV every second. We're going to fine anybody that fouls her, and let alone stab her in the eyeball with a fingernail. And you other players are going to get out of the way because this is our moneymaker. And then all of a sudden, Caitlin Clark goes, well, why should I voice the union? These girls are poking me in the eyeball. The commissioner, I love her. She's going to get me paid. She got me a no-show job with a tree marketing firm.
Right.
$28 million for doing nothing. Sitting in my duff. If she were smart, she would have taken advantage of that situation. She did not. And now Caitlin's going to be folded in with the union, and the WNBA, the owners are going to lose this negotiation.
I totally agree.
Because they have strong arguments to make, because the WNBA still doesn't make a ton of money.
They don't, but they can look and say, why is everyone trying to buy WNBA teams right now? Why are all these major markets trying to find it? We have all these stars coming up. We saw the type of attention Caitlin was able to get when she was the NCAA. Why can't you replicate that, and why don't you understand it? So I'm with you. I thought Nafisa Collier did a really good job yesterday. I thought that was a really impressive.
They're going to win.
They are going to win. And
That's brilliant.
I really do think it's going to cost Kathy Engelbert her job. Whether it's before this negotiation or after, maybe she just gets it across the finish line. But the hourglass has been flipped, and her clock, the sand is dripping. She's running out of time quickly.
Not good.
No. It's interesting. And you know what? This is a win for the WNBA. You have to have these type of contentious.
It's a win for the players.
It's a win for the players.
I don't know if it's a win for the league.
Correct.
It's a win for the players.
For the players.
It is. So that's why it pays to have good union leadership.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, with the NBA, when they had Derek Fisher, who was a terrible union head, they got creamed.
Didn't help.
They got creamed. You gotta, you know what? Like, elect smart people. That is true across the board.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. We've got What You Got Wednesday. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. I love fall, and I love October. In our family, October is replete with all kinds of fun things. We have a lot of birthdays. Dee and I have our anniversary, so of course, we're making our plans right now to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for several of those occasions. And of course, we can choose from Hotel Park City, want to go up into the mountains, enjoy this great time of year, or all the fun things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you at 275 South West Temple. You, of course, can rely on the very best service, the great atmosphere, but it does kind of boil down to the food, and you will never have a better meal. The steaks, the entrees, whatever it might be, poultry, seafood, you name it, it's all waiting for you, including those delicious side dishes, the desserts that are off the charts. It's time right now to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Isn't fall one of the best times of year? The weather's cooling down, leaves are changing, and so is our menu at the Garden Restaurant. Stop in and try some garden favorites. The jalapeno pork sandwich perfectly balances sweet and spice. Plus, all things turkey, the turkey club and turkey cranberry sandwiches, or the delicious turkey pot pie that is made fresh daily. Warm up with our yummy soups like our tomato bisque, broccoli cheddar, or chicken noodle. Or pair a crisp salad with a savory sandwich for a delicious duo. What really makes the garden special is the fresh ingredients and the handmade care that goes into each dish each time it is made. Like our massive cinnamon rolls, shareable between 4 people, our famous Lionhouse rolls, our gooey chocolate chip cookies, or our brand new caramel coconut cereal bar treat. Healthy, hearty, customizable, and very craveable. We're the Garden Restaurant. Convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3 and soon extended fall hours. Visit our menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Cougars at 30 update. Here's defensive coordinator Jay Hill on if BYU needs to prepare for 2 different quarterbacks.
Well, I think they'll be similar. They're going to run the scheme pretty much like I think they did against the University of Utah. We've watched all their games, obviously, to this point. I don't think they're going to venture too far off. They'll have some wrinkles for us, too, but they got to go in on a short week, execute their offense, and have a couple of wrinkles. And I don't necessarily know that the quarterback they choose is going to be the biggest issue.
BYU Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold barbecue, smoky barbecue, no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com. For weddings, work, or any event, kennyjsbbq.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down. Emo skater Ben with a devious grin.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I do love this song. Want to remind you to join Hans and Scotty at the El Matador Restaurant, 606 South Main in Bountiful. That's today from noon to 3. El Matador, a Utah Mexican food staple for over 30 years. It is time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the show, Ben and I go head-to-head on 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not, and then we put it out on the Snap Talk for vote. Christian, what were the results last week?
Jake with the broom last week.
Whoa.
Best Kevin's or Loves, Jake won 70-30.
You got Jordan Love. That was a good pick.
Best Mountain Things, Jake won 74-26.
Dang. I got smoked. It's good to have the number 1 pick sometimes.
Predictably.
I need 'em.
Oh, you didn't lose the at least.
No,
that
I mean
second
today.
draft.
I mean today. I'm
Oh,
happy to have
okay,
the number
all right.
1 picks.
I'm gonna say you didn't lose the mountain draft because you didn't have the number 1 pick.
I was tanking.
Were you?
It was a tanking week for me. I gotta get some top picks.
Okay, so Ben has the number 1 pick in both drafts. Our sports-related draft is.
Let's go with best female athletes of all time.
Oh yeah, WNBA really in the zeitgeist right now. So let's go number 1. Is there an obvious number 1 pick?
Yes.
Serena?
Yeah.
Serena Williams. That was on my board.
Enough said. Dominant. Has played
Awesome.
forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Marketable.
Yeah, all the things.
When you dream of, if you're a league or Larry Scott.
Yeah, got Larry Scott the Pac-12 job.
You're dreaming of how do I launch? You go to the lab and you create Serena Williams.
Yeah. True superstar.
Yep.
Does
get more difficult from here.
I'm going to take Caitlin Clark.
Okay, great pick.
I mean, if you can make the WNBA popular, you can do anything.
Yeah. If she can stay healthy and play, she's going to win titles, and she's going to be a major face and a turning point for the league that every league needs. Like we just said, women's tennis was healthy. Serena vaulted it to a new level.
What university did she make her, this stardom? Iowa.
Yeah.
Random.
Right. Where?
Not
Tennessee, Baylor, Notre Dame,
Not
USC,
UConn.
UCLA,
Not
UConn.
Right. Iowa.
Right.
It's not heaven. It's Iowa.
Right.
No, she's amazing.
All right. You're absolutely right. I'm going to go with Jackie Joyner-Kersee. Maybe the best all-around, one of the best all-around American athletes of all time. But certainly probably the best track athlete when it comes to women of all time.
Oh, man. All right, I'm going to go with, God, this will give me no votes, but I think it's the right pick. I'm going to go with Steffi.
Yeah.
I don't know if Steffi had a ton of fans stateside even when she was...
Well, you were carrying the flag by yourself for a while.
Oh,
as you have been.
I do love Steffi.
She's on my board. All right. I'm going to go with, probably should have taken her earlier than this, Simone Biles. I think unquestionably the greatest gymnast of all time.
Yeah, she was okay.
Men or women. She went then 4 Olympics, right? Usually you get 2 because once you're 17 years old in gymnastics, like, whoa, grandma.
I was just
step aside.
I was just about to make a joke that would not go over
Glad you
well.
didn't. Simone Biles.
All right. Let's see here. No, I'm not going to take her. I'm going to go with Lindsey Vonn.
Yeah.
She lives in Park City, I believe, right? So maybe I'll get some local juice.
Maybe she'll see it and vote.
Yeah, that's right. Lindsay, I need your vote.
Retweet it. Greatest mountain athlete of all time.
She's very good.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Lindsey Vonn. Also, if you were to go and build somebody in a lab, you wanted to market and have them be both a great athlete and easy to sell, Lindsey Vonn had it all. Exactly what you need. All right, I'll go with Katie Ledecky, who also just is draped in gold. And the funny thing about watching her races, we're like, she's the only person in the pool? It's like, oh no, she's just so far ahead of everybody else. Katie Ledecky, and a recent star.
I mean, if you consider swimming a sport. That was a joke, Ben. I'm going to take...
Most do.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to take Mia Hamm.
Okay. Great name. Also, a lot of these things also connect to having a great name.
She was very good at the football.
Great names help sell, and then greatness on top of it. Again, you go back. You need more than just, to be a good athlete to really break through. You have to have a lot of different things that work for you, and a great name certainly helps, on top of being absolutely awesome. But yeah, Mia Hamm, no doubt about it. Changed the way I think we view women's soccer in our country. All right, I will go with Cheryl Miller. Bit of a throwback. When I was young, there was 2 female basketball players you talked about, and Cheryl was kind of maybe a little bit earlier than the other, but was kind of the one who's like, she scored 100 points in high school. Stuff of legends.
All right, I'm going outside of the box.
Okay.
But if you listen to my explanation, I think it will make sense.
All righty.
Anna Kournikova. She never won a dang thing.
Nope, she didn't.
I don't think she was ever top 20 in the world. And somehow was the most famous women's athlete on the planet for, 3-4 years at least.
Yep.
So you gotta have something to suck at the sport, but still be famous.
Way to sell it.
It's reasoning to me.
Obviously did not suck at the sport, but did not actually rival her peers.
No, not even close, in fact.
But became a super millionaire as a result and drew a bunch of attention. You got to have those people.
I saw a story about her in Page 6 the other day. She's pregnant again, apparently, at 44. She's still relevant.
Marketing matters.
Yeah.
Marketing really matters.
And didn't she date Sergei Fedorov or something like that?
You're right. I think we got most of my... In fact, other than Nadia Comaneci, we got everybody that was on my board. But there's a lot. There's a lot of names here that could be in this conversation.
Oh, there were so many tennis players alone I wanted to take.
Yeah.
I didn't think Billie Jean King would give me any votes, but she probably belongs on this list.
Absolutely.
Martina.
Yeah.
But I went with Steffi. Steffi kind of rolled all that into one for me.
All right, Christian, recap.
Ben had the number 1 pick. He went Serena Williams, Jackie Joyner-Kersee, Simone Biles, Katie Ledecky, and Cheryl Miller. Jake went Caitlin Clark, Steffi Graf, Lindsey Vonn, Mia Hamm, and Anna Kournikova.
Interesting.
I think Anna sealed it for me. She's going to get votes. All right. What is today's not sports topic?
In honor of the Jazz finding their new PA announcer, we are going with best voices of all time.
Surprised we haven't done this before.
Best voices in the spoken word, or can we go with singers too?
I think we go voices.
Just voices.
No, you want to do singing? Whatever it is. Anyone who sings. Anyone who has a voice. This is a little bit of an ableist. This is our most ableist draft. Apologies for those who don't speak, but best voices.
All right,
you got the number 1 pick.
Yep.
Obviously, James Earl Jones. Not many people can do 2 truly enormous roles, at least 2, and there's more than that are like some of the most famous roles of all time, and they're fully voice-related. Darth Vader, Mufasa, and then every other thing he's done as well. Field of Dreams, et cetera, et cetera. But, yeah.
My number 1, Mariah.
Okay. What's her thing? 6 octaves or whatever it is? Yeah. Christian, all of these people are going to be people you've never heard about, but Mariah Carey.
Do we have to explain all of them, Christian?
Yeah.
No, I've got Google.
I'm going to go with Morgan Freeman. You know exactly when Morgan Freeman's talking, and you know who it is. And as talented of an actor as he is, he might end up being more remembered for his voice. But he's had some great roles.
Whitney Houston.
We're going all singers. There's no Mariah without Whitney.
Oh, I agree with that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are purely like Whitney came and Mariah took the torch.
The single greatest performance of the national anthem of all time.
Yeah.
Still brings chills. If you bring it up on YouTube today, bring chills. Amazing.
I Will Always Love You. Yeah, I mean, all the things.
Yeah, all
She's
the things.
A true star, a true superstar. I will go with Vincent Price, since we're in spooky season. A voice that's often been mimicked, adopted, pulled to do to represent spookiness, and then of course Michael Jackson uses it in the middle of Thriller because it's just one of the great voices of all time. Vincent Price.
Frederick Mercury.
Okay, you're going all singers. People are gonna be like, "What was this draft? They drafting 2 different things entirely?" Freddie Mercury's he's the best male singer of all time, right?
Maybe. He had maybe the best range of all time.
Power, range, unique, yeah.
I wish some
Control.
I wish some of Queen's songs weren't so bad. Like Great Queen is really great, but there's a lot of just garbage in their catalog too. Just terrible songs.
They were a little unserious. You know, I wish they would have locked in a little bit. Wish they would have taken themselves a little bit more seriously. All right, I'm going to go with David Attenborough, who voices, if it's not Morgan Freeman, David Attenborough is doing Planet Earth and whatever nature documentary you've ever watched. All-timer.
Sinatra.
Big Frank.
I mean, that lounge singer thing, he pretty much...
Yeah, he basically just talked.
Yeah, it was like a... I don't know, it's so mimicked now, I guess.
But, yeah, he created something with his ability to just talk through songs.
Or at least he made it famous. The lounge singer act kind of thing. Like all country singers sound the same, all lounge singers sound like Frank Sinatra. You know what I mean?
Yep. All right, I'm going to go with one of the great, maybe the most sultry voice of all time. I'm going to go Kathleen Turner. I didn't do any singers, but there's plenty. I'll go Kathleen Turner.
Don't worry, Jake's getting them all.
Jake's got all the singers.
I'm going away from singer.
Oh, okay.
Number 5, I'm going to go John Vicenda.
How do you spell his last name?
I don't know. Christian told me he has a Google.
I'm going to guess Vecenda.
The voice of NFL films.
Yep.
You know, all those highlight videos we all watched growing up, that was...
Surprised you didn't go with Liv Schreiber.
That was his voice.
Coming to meet the voice of God. Coming to meet Aaron Rodgers.
No, I'll go. I would guess most of our audience knows who John Vicenda is.
Probably not by name, but you know his voice, which is the sign of a great voice.
Yeah.
It's one of the great voices of all time. Absolutely, no question about it.
Still does. Does he still do the HBO show? Is the HBO football show still on? He would voice all the highlights for that.
I don't think they still do it, but I could be wrong.
Inside the NFL?
They might, but I thought that got
Did that get canceled?
Regardless, the reason, yes, NFL Films works is A, the stellar music, and B, John Vicenda's voice. The highlights are fun. It's part of it, but you get the wrong guy or the wrong music there, and it's a cartoon. Nobody really cares.
Oh, man. Are we done?
We are.
Jason just barely sent this in. He says, got to take Bowler. Missed on taking Bowler. Bowler's got a great voice.
Got a great voice. Some of the best calls, honestly, in recent sports history.
Or my guy, Scott Gerard. Just ask him.
Shelley Duvall, super unique voice, but a great voice. Hence Olive Oil in the terrible Popeye movie.
Christopher Walken.
Chris Walken. Sean Connery. Sam Elliott. Clint Eastwood. There's a lot. There's great names.
When we were brainstorming this, I was going to say, I know Jake's going to take Sam Elliott.
I do love Sam Elliott.
Great voice.
I should have taken one of the tenors.
Yeah. Pav was a good one. Pav had it.
All right, recap, Christian.
Ben had the number 1 pick. He went James Earl Jones, Morgan Freeman, Vincent Price, David Attenborough, and Kathleen Turner. Jake went Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, Freddie Mercury, Frank Sinatra, and John Facenda.
I think I smoked you, pal.
People are going to be confused about what we're talking about.
Not my fault.
That's not your fault.
I asked you whether we're doing spoken word or singing. You said anything.
We'll see what the vote goes.
So, yeah.
I'm excited to see. I think we're gonna return the sweep. I think I'm taking the broom back.
We'll see.
It's gonna be clean.
We'll get it out
online.
online.
It's not gonna be as lopsided as last week.
On the old Snap Talk. Stay tuned. We'll wrap up the show. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. so I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes at 50 update. Here's Devin Dampier on his strong start against West Virginia.
That's the big thing coming in all week, especially finish the game. That's something, I don't think we did on either side of the ball. So finish was, the biggest thing coming into this game and just carrying out our energy. We made sure we had more energy in them. That was big emphasis this week to make sure we came out with energy first quarter to fourth quarter. So, I thought we did that very well today.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBBQ.com for weddings, work, or any event. KennyJ'sBBQ.com.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday night battle in Provo as the undefeated Cougars square off against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake, Ben, this is Easton. I'm a huge fan of the show. Speaking of the PA announcers being more, I guess like what you guys were saying, radical. I'm sure like my wife as a Jazz fan would be fine as long as he wasn't like the Thunder guy, the Thunder PA announcer. If you want to listen to anybody who does like really good at what you guys are doing, the Thunder PA announcer, because every time, without a doubt, you always hear him go, "Thunder, I can't hear you. Come on, let's hear for the boys of Thunder," like stuff like that. So, I mean, I think Jake would make a pretty good PA announcer there, and for his skills with that. And like I said, just he, as long as he's not like the Thunder PA announcer, I think a lot of people be good.
Like that? Thank you, Easton.
Shout out Easton.
That was hilarious. Liked your impersonation of the Thunder guy. Thanks for using
Matt Pinto.
Thanks for using the call-in feature of the KSL Sports app. We love to play those. You know what? I wish we could retire in the world of PA announcing. Speaking of, Easton kind of got me thinking about it. Can we retire the phrase "make some noise"?
Thunder, I can't hear you. Come on. Let's hear for the boys of Thunder.
Like stuff like that.
Hilarious, like that. But you know what I mean? Like every bozo PA guy out there, make some noise. Can we come up with something else? Can we figure something else out?
There is some context actually to the Thunder PA person, and I don't want to end the story on the absolute darkest.
Oh, gee. Well, that's what you do.
It is what I do. First of all, the Thunder, though maybe not as much now, are pretty notorious for piping in fake crowd noise. So the guy asking for more noise is legitimate. They needed more because they used to fake it. The other thing is this guy had to become a bit of a viral sensation because the last guy was sentenced to prison for 11 years for lewd acts towards children. So they needed a fresh face to come in and really change the game.
You know the whole bit didn't need that context, right?
Well, I'm just saying.
You know that nobody needed that
the Thunder
context.
guy came in and was like, I'm going to be radical and extremist is because the last guy is literally in prison now for the worst things you can do. So I do think they wanted like not just a clean slate, but the pendulum to swing entirely the opposite direction to make people forget about Jim Miller, the former PA announcer, who was there for a decade.
Could have gone my whole life not knowing that and been just fine. Can I nominate somebody beside Ben? Actually, this is a group of people for Bozo of the Week. We haven't had any nominees this week.
Jim Miller, the former PA announcer?
No, it is not.
Of the Oklahoma City
Ben,
Thunder?
you're such a freaking bozo.
I want to nominate the entire gallery at the Ryder Cup.
Okay.
Complete bozo behavior throughout. I mean, not just golf, but that like any fan behavior, complete bozo behavior.
Mm-hmm.
But then did you see the pictures of the people passed out under the trees in Long Island? Where apparently they have a huge tick problem. But again, getting back to people blaming alcohol for things, like if you're getting so drunk at a sporting event that you fall asleep in tick-infested woods, you are a huge bozo. What are you doing?
You are a bozo.
What are you doing?
There is some instant karma there, which I stand for, right? You wake up with ticks and Lyme disease and fleas and all the things you can get.
But they were throwing stuff at Rory McIlroy's wife.
Yeah, they hit her with
and
a bottle.
the interaction with the golfers, like Rory refused to putt until somebody shut up. And if I hear mashed potatoes one more time, I'm going to murder somebody. It's not funny anymore. It's not creative. It's annoying. And golf, sports in general, should expect better behavior. That was ludicrous. I was embarrassed. I don't know how much Ryder Cup you did or did not watch, but it was embarrassing.
I didn't watch any, but here's the problem, and it's this thing that we're talking about right now is this desire to go viral. You want to be careful what you go viral for. One of the biggest stops now is it even on the tour, is the Waste Management.
Yeah, it's on tour.
It's on
in January in Phoenix.
In Phoenix. And you get to go and everyone goes, but the whole thing is every shot, people are throwing drinks and spilling beer everywhere and screaming and it's rowdy. And people think, oh, well, that this is a rowdy sport. And it's not a rowdy sport at all. And the Ryder Cup is certainly more trash talky than any other event that they do in golf, other than the Waste Management Open. But yeah, people start to think that that's the behavior that's expected because it's gone viral and that's what they've seen and they expect that that's what's going on.
But you get my point, though. It's not only bad like golf behavior; it's bad behavior.
Human behavior.
Period. It's bad human behavior.
Yeah.
Like when
it's bozo behavior.
When your bozo behavior actually affects whether or not the event can proceed, well, you should be beaten up. I'm not kidding.
Not kicked out.
Hey! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Yeah.
Speaking of violent golf, yeah.
Beaten up. Mashed potatoes guy absolutely should be beaten up publicly.
I do like the guy who I know what kind of sandals he wears when he gets on the airplane. I know exactly what he looks like. I know exactly how many beers he's had before he gets on the plane to fly to the Ryder Cup. And he and his boys are like, we're doing it. The mashed potato crew.
Yeah.
We're going to be the guys at every hole screaming mashed potatoes.
Beat those guys up. Yeah.
Well, we need more hockey players on the.
So to the gallery at the Ryder Cup, like tremendous bozo behavior, embarrassing the country on a national stage. Not to mention passing out in the woods.
And then they lost. And then the Americans lost at home.
Ben, you've had a beer or two in your life. How many times have you fallen asleep in the woods?
Doesn't matter what level of inebriation. I've never fallen asleep in the woods. Yeah.
Now, Christian, I know what happened last weekend, but other than that, how many times
Before the last time.
Have you?
3, not counting last.
Oh, okay. Imagine waking up covered in ticks because you overdid it at the Ryder Cup. I hope you regret every bit of it.
No, they will, especially if they get Lyme disease. Yeah, you will regret that for the rest of your life.
And can you imagine? Can you imagine showing up on the cover of a national newspaper or something like that, passed out in the woods at the Ryder Cup?
Like that?
Someone recognizes you. Like, oh, that's Bill. That guy's my neighbor.
Old Tick Bill.
That idiot lives across the street from me.
Yeah, Lyme disease Bill.
Stay tuned. Hans and Scotty coming up next. 97.5.
Thanks, Christian.
KSL Sports Zone.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs! G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take and bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Let's get it, folks. Got to make sure we look good. Where's the old YouTube account at?
Today's the big day.
It's Big Picture Day, and Lloyd kept saying, hey, bring in your favorite gear. And so we geared up, and then apparently that was not good enough.
When Lloyd
Put it back on. Let's see. Let's take a look.
Oh, stop it.
Let's see what it is.
Stop it.
I'd like to see.
When Lloyd says bring in your favorite gear, what he means is make sure it's zone gear.
No, I said you can wear plain shirts, whatever.
Hey,
non-logoed.
Okay, I am a little concerned though, because I said, you said, hey, bring in zone gear, and I don't have any more zone gear. In fact, I had to bum a shirt off you for the parade in Bountiful.
I brought that one just to be safe.
And all of a sudden, I said that to you, and then we get this. You got this text being like, "Oh yeah, there's zone gear in there. Just grab whatever you want." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, have we been sitting on a treasure trove of zone gear?"
No, not quite. Not quite.
Okay.
I did up top button. Is that stupid?
I love the top button.
Are the kids doing top button?
What's that?
Are the kids doing top button?
I don't know, but I've always liked the top button.
You have always been a top button.
Yeah.
Always.
Well, that's
I enjoy it.
oh, never mind.
What is that? Hey, is the top button just to conceal the chest hair? Because you do.
Well, I have no chest hair, so no, that's not it.
You don't have chest hair?
That surprises me. The European.
Yeah, no, I've got I've actually probably have more now than I ever have, and it's like 3.
Do the Portuguese not have chest hair?
Not known for the chest hair, apparently.
So Italy, yes.
A little bit furry on the arms and the legs, but
yeah,
no chest hair.
Great green chilies, just not chest hair.
Great green chilies with the Portuguese.
And is that not
sopapillas? No
Green
sopapillas. Nope. That's Santa Fe. That's the New Mexican food.
Well,
no sopapillas. No sopapillas in
Portuguese pastries.
There are Portuguese pastries. But there's a lot of cod, fish. Maybe some pork of some sorts.
Yeah, what does constitute a Portuguese
meal
diet?
There's some, pork. There's some beefs. There's a lot of fish. They're close to the ocean.
You're just naming random protein, is what you're saying.
Yeah, well,
okay.
We like our protein.
Well, I'm just saying, you hear Mexican food, boom. Italian food, boom. French cuisine, boom. You know these things.
I think I've told you it's a little bit. It's sometimes on a little bit on the salty side.
I'm down for that.
I had a professor at BYU that was from Peru, and he brought in Peruvian.
Nothing like Portugal.
No.
Okay.
But he brought in Peruvian cuisines.
Peruvian food is awesome.
It is really, really good. And he brought in it's a Peruvian dessert, and it's something like they stuff a bunch of ice cream cones with stuff, and then it's ice cream cone crisp with like some type of mousse or pudding, like a light pudding in it. So good. But the dude loved to feed me in his class.
Really? Well, he knew. Look, he's discovered.
Who doesn't love feeding you?
He discovered what we discovered is that it's a happier hands when it's a full hands.
Oh yeah, and I would come to class. I don't remember what he taught, but I just know he was Peruvian and he brought me good food.
Yeah.
And I did okay in his class.
Yeah.
Because I'd come to eat his food.
That's the one thing that's kind of thrown me for a loop in this whole, you and I on this health journey that we're on.
Yeah.
Is that I knew when I'd call you in the morning and we'd talk, how you would say hello, I could judge what kind of mood you were in.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Like the first word out of your mouth and the tone, I'm like, okay. That's all right. That's all right. Guys had a rough morning. And I would know to go to Jimmy John's or somewhere and grab you a sandwich with extra mayo.
You had my sandwich knocked down. It was extra cheese, extra mayo.
Yeah. And then I would bring it and you'd be like, oh, buddy, yes. And then it was like, boom, and so now that I can't bring you the sandwich, I'm still trying to navigate.
Yesterday you C4'd me and I was out of breath. That's C4. That was harsh.
Yeah.
I need that midline bucked up.
Should be illegal is what you're saying?
Yes. It should be illegal. That midline bucked up is like the groove. That's my jam.
Midline bucked up.
Yeah, it's not because there's a high end bucked up.
Oh yeah.
That you'll run over Mount Timpanogos.
Yes. I've had the high end. I was doing a barbecue competition and they were handing that stuff out like Tootsie Rolls.
Oh, you gotta know what you're drinking.
And I drank like 4 of them.
Yeah.
Because, you're dehydrated and stuff and it was hot and I'm just, and then after a while I'm like, oh, I felt like Dave Chappelle,
That's overdone. Got any more of that bucked up?
Got some more of that bucked up?
I know. That's how I am with that woke AF. Their pre-workout. I want you to try it.
I will definitely try it.
Once you try it, you won't stop.
I'm down.
Yeah, it's good. Hey, something became really clear during Utah, West Virginia film study.
Yeah?
West Virginia's bad. That's a bad football team, buddy. I think they might be as bad, if not worse, than Stanford.
Stop it. Really?
Not kidding you.
West Virginia versus Stanford.
I think Stanford wins that game. Stanford is now 2-3. West Virginia is 2-3. Stanford is currently.
By the way, Stanford needed a miracle to beat San Jose State.
Yeah, and they got it.
They did.
From Sal Marouche.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. So That's the tight end that Jay Hill said he might be the best tight end in the country.
Yeah.
That BYU took completely out of the game.
He's got that good genetics coursing through him.
He does. He's got the Olsen genes that are coursing through his body. But West Virginia is 0-2 in Big 12 play, 2-3, and their 2 wins are against Robert Morris, and then they got a win against Pitt. I don't understand how
That's a big rivalry. Now, West Virginia-Pitt rivalry.
And Pitt was at West Virginia, but that's their one ACC win, was against Pitt.
And that probably will be their only.
But the 2 games that in the Big 12, Kansas, they lost 41-10. Utah was 28-0 at the half. Utah went Bird Ficklin for about a quarter and a half. I mean, Bird was taking snaps in the third quarter.
And if they would have let that Bird loose, that Bird would have put another 28 on the board and not even thought twice.
Preach it, brother.
Let him fly.
Let that man fly.
But Utah whoops them 48-14, and I'm looking at the film and I'm like, what are they even trying to do here? It's an offensive mess. Did you see some of the videos I posted this morning?
Yes. Yeah, it's bad. News.
They went with.
I bet you didn't have West Virginia fans getting after you this morning.
No, I've had a couple of comments. This guy said, so they went with a fat man stack on a 4th and 1. It's called a fat man stack. And essentially you take 3 offensive linemen and you go offensive tackle. Behind the offensive tackle, you go an offensive guard. Behind the offensive guard, you go either an offensive tackle or offensive guard, somebody who's quick. You can use a defensive tackle if they understand balance and blocking. But it's a 3-man stack, and what West Virginia was doing was on a 4th and 1 is they were going to fake the short yardage QB dive or HB dive or something. Instead, the quarterback takes the snap, rotates over to the fat man stack, hands it to the running back. Dangerous number 1 is John Henry Daly. Yep. He leads the country in tackles for a loss. John Henry Daly, University of Utah, number 90.
4th and 1. Let's run to that guy.
Leads the country, the entire country, which would mean the world.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, there's not the French Football League stats do not count here.
So he's the best defensive end in the world right now. And the fat man stack doesn't even touch him. Nobody puts a hand on him. Now, it took a ton of athleticism for John Henry Daly because I played that in position in that situation. And you have to ride down the tackle. You have to pinch down the tackle. So as the tackle goes inside, he's trying to take John Henry Daly with him. But John puts his hands on the shoulder pad and has his head and the eyes in the backfield, and he sees the ball get handed off to the outside. So he's an athletic freak. So as he pushes off the tackle and releases off the pinch, he jumps back into the play and into the legs of the running back that's just getting the ball, as now the 3rd offensive line passes him without touching him. And I'm looking at that like, West Virginia, what are you even doing? I felt like Troy Aikman. Like, what are we even doing here?
Why am I even here?
Does nobody run the fat man stack?
No, it's not common, no.
It's not common because I've never heard you talk about the fat man stack.
No, it's very uncommon.
Maybe there's a reason that nobody runs the fat man stack.
Broncos were running it a little bit the other night in that Monday night game.
Oh, okay.
Did they run it?
Just, I think, once or twice.
You've seen Jason Beck run a 2 fat man stack, but not a triple dipper. You know, the triple fat man stack that's a lot of beef.
Love the triple dipper.
Now you're flinging beef. I'll have it my way. You know, now we're talking. You
go a triple dipper, you just go around the world with that.
We're talking Whataburger after a long night of partying type of beef. You know?
Oh, yeah. This ain't Bar W beef.
Yeah, we're talking about 2 patties with at least 2 slices of cheese each.
Yeah, we're talking quantity, not quality.
Yeah, you're throwing a triple stacker at them.
Yeah.
And not one of them touched John Henry Daly.
Yeah.
To me, that's really stinky. But this West Virginia, I've had a couple West Virginia fans comment on it, which, again, never had opposing team fans comment on anything.
You're dialed into the algorithm there.
This guy, Thomas Rodriguez, who's a West Virginia fan.
Is it a brother?
Thomas, huh?
Is it brother to Rich or something?
Oh, it might be.
Yeah.
It might be. He said they had one job, and then it's the guy face palming. Good job by him, number 90. Crap, poor job by WVU.
Okay, so these
by
are
my WVU.
Yeah, they're not mad at you. They're agreeing with you as West Virginia fans.
Yeah, they're seeing it.
Yeah.
And they know. I think West Virginia is really bad. I think that they are the bottom dwellers in the league. And I think BYU should absolutely manhandle them.
Yeah. And look, I think the same thing applies for this BYU game as the Utah game. Leave no element of doubt on this one. You're at home.
Right.
Utah knew they needed to go and win emphatically.
Yes.
Like there was that sense of urgency. BYU, keep it going. We're talking style points right now. When you're trying to climb the ladder in the polls, and it's been a hard time because everybody's waiting on the freshman. Like, do we trust him? Do we trust him? I don't know if I'm ready to give him my vote too overly high. Well, just go out there and just leave no element of doubt. Because people know West Virginia is not a good team. So if they hang with you for the first half or the first three quarters, then that might work against you. So
beat them.
Throw the hammer down.
Thump them.
Hammer of Thor.
And, knowing Aaron Roderick the way I know Aaron Roderick, my guess is he will.
Yeah.
And my guess is West Virginia is going to see some things that they've never seen before from BYU film offensively. That's my guess. I think that Aaron Roderick is going to deploy things that we have not seen offensively.
Well, that's a great thing about having a young quarterback is that you can just continue to step it up every game.
Right.
Because he's almost like a blank canvas. And you're like, add this layer of paint, then this layer of paint, then this layer.
Yep. And I would say that these things would be unique to West Virginia. And then there's this whole other set of circumstances that'll start boiling after the Arizona game. You're going to have to get real based but creative for a 3-game stretch. Utah, Iowa State, and Texas Tech. What's interesting about Utah's situation, if Utah can find a way to beat Arizona State next weekend, and then they've got their rivalry game against BYU, depending on what happens in those 2 games, I actually think that the schedule lines up really well for them after that. You got Colorado at home. You got Cincinnati at home. Cincinnati's okay right now.
Yeah.
Your tough one's going to be on the road at Baylor.
Yep.
Sawyer Robertson, number 1 quarterback in the country in yards per game right now. Number 1 in the entire country.
It's crazy.
Sawyer Robertson.
Yeah.
368 a game or something like that. Number 1 quarterback in the country. But I think Utah's defense, I think Utah's team is set up well against Baylor. And I called a game at Baylor. It's not as tough to play at Baylor as it is West Virginia. It's not as tough to play at Baylor as it is Arizona State.
Well,
or Colorado.
Look, that fan base has got some money. And with money comes a certain level of etiquette. And
they're really they're a nice fan base.
Oh no, they're a nice fan base, and they're not going to be it's not like a Lubbock, West Virginia crowd. That's
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
As Coach Prime would say, high and drunk at the same time.
Yes. Yeah. This is going to be a little bit more wine and cheese crowd. So they're not going to get after you, and they'll be very pleasant.
So at Baylor, and then Kansas State at home, and then you finish with Kansas. So I actually think that once Utah gets past the next 2 games, Arizona State and BYU, depending on how those games go, I think they can make up some ground. And I'm saying that because of the loss to Texas Tech, 34-10. It's a scar. I'm not saying it's a scarlet letter. It's not. It's not full stink. But it's kind of like, man, that was big noon. Everybody watched it. You got to start to make up some room. Arizona State can help the recovery. That'd be like cracking a vitamin E pill and rubbing it on the scar. Because I think vitamin E gets rid of keloids, doesn't it?
Sure. Yeah, you're on your own on that one.
It gets rid of who?
Keloids. Keloid scarring. That's keloids.
Not Lloyd's, but just keloids.
Yeah, keloids.
Okay. Vitamin E keeps the weight away.
Keeps the away.
Have you guys seen keloid scarring?
No.
Neither of you have?
Yeah, what's keloid scarring?
Oh, it's some bodies scar differently, and they'll scar instead of like a valley, they'll scar in a mound.
Oh, okay.
And it looks like a brand. If you've ever seen somebody that's branded and, the scarring bubbles out, that's keloid. It bubbles out and builds kind of a thick wall of tissue. And you put vitamin E on it, and it will thin it out a little.
Oh, all right. Good to know.
The Arizona State game would be vitamin E.
So you never know, is there certain things you can do to produce that scarring? Would anybody ever want that scarring, or would they prefer it to be?
It's very not wanted.
Okay, because, there was...
It's a very ugly scarring. It's thick and gaudy.
Yeah, no bueno.
Sometimes it's raised enough you can see it through your clothing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Lloyd. It's thick and gaudy.
It's yeah. Your humor for sure. No question. There's no question about it.
So we got the Cougar Preview Show coming up at 1 o'clock. Greg Wrubell will join us at 2:05. So we'll spend the final 2 hours of the show doing nothing but talking BYU football. Utah gets set for a battle coming up this weekend. Gets ready for a bye week coming up this weekend where they get a chance to chill, relax. I'm just joking. There's none of that with Kyle.
Nope. None of that, especially after that Texas Tech game.
Yeah. But they are coming off a win, and Kyle said, hey, you know what? It feels a lot better coming off a win than, going into a bye week with a win than a loss for sure.
By the way, I was thinking about this because I could see Kyle doing it. And I wouldn't doubt if this was done. When everybody showed up to watch the West Virginia film and all excited, all of a sudden the coach turns on the video and it's Texas Tech again. I wouldn't be surprised if he did that. Like, we're going to bury this West Virginia crap, and we're going to remember how embarrassing this was and why it happened to us. Because if you just look at the Texas Tech film, I can get so much more from the Texas Tech film, way more from the Texas Tech film than I can from the West Virginia film. I went through the West Virginia film. Coverage is bad. Fronts are bad. Corners are slow responding. Linebackers don't like physicality. Offensive line is not disciplined. Quarterback can't throw. It's like, I can't get anything from that film.
Yeah. Other than that, it was great.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're able to put up 48 and play your backups and completely humiliate and do it on the road.
Yeah.
It's fun, and it would be really fun to look at that video and be like, look at us, and have the highlighter go on you and be like, holy cow, John Henry Daly, you're in the backfield on 4th and 1. You defeated 3 blocks. Actually, you didn't. They just didn't block you. But you got the stop, and we got the turnover on downs. Like, that's fun. It's not productive. What's productive is going back and being like, so John Henry, against Texas Tech, this happened. Spencer Fano, against Texas Tech, this happened. Why? Let's not do that again, because I think when we see Arizona State in a week, that's what we're going to see. And by the way, Arizona State's got personnel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, they're loaded with talent.
Arizona State is not the team that we saw lose in the opening week of this season or the second week of the season to Mississippi State. That's not Arizona State. The Arizona State that's fighting now, that just beat TCU in a close one, a nice final drive by Sam Leavitt, they've got I think that the running back is just slightly in front of LJ Martin. It might be I know it's 1 and 2. LJ Martin is 1 and Raleek Brown is 2, or it's vice versa.
Flip flop, yeah.
Raleek Brown is 1 and LJ Martin is 2. They're really good. And then they've got this guy named Keyshawn Elliott, who's racked up 4 sacks. He's one of the top TFLers in the country. I think he's number 2 or number 3 in the country in racking up TFLs. Arizona State's a menace. They're as good, if not better, than Texas Tech. So I'm watching Texas Tech film.
And frankly, it makes a lot of sense, too, because if I'm Kyle Whittingham and I'm Utah, what's more likely to be replicated by your upcoming opponents you're going to face? Arizona State, BYU. You go down the list of teams you're going to face, they're going to be a lot more like Texas Tech than what you saw from West Virginia. So if you're planning on, hey, look, that was great. We did this, and this. We dominated. Okay, that's cute. That's nice. But guess what? You're going to see more of Texas Tech coming up a little bit later on the season. You can't get away with that. against Arizona State. You can't get away with that against BYU. Because if you do, you're going to get embarrassed again, and you're going to get saddled with another 34-10.
Yeah.
So, let's focus on that old tape and say, okay, let's just keep hammering into the ground what you guys did wrong so that you can flip-flop that and make a run at a Big 12 title.
Because I know for a fact, I absolutely know for a fact, what I saw that was wrong against Texas Tech is correctable. It's correctable. You've got the personnel. You can fix it. You got to be on your toes, and you're going to have the best game that you had against Arizona State. By the way, I talked about Keyshawn Elliott. There's 2 other guys. Clayton Smith, defensive end, 6'5", 275, 4 sacks. And then Prince Dorba. And you've heard the name Prince Dorba a couple of times. Prince Dorba goes 6'3", 245. He's racked up 3 sacks. So between those 3 guys, you've got 11 sacks. This defense is tenacious. They play in the gaps. They will get upfield like Texas Tech did. Remember, I was showing you the film on the Texas Tech. Everything was sliced. So every time I had a looping blocker, I'm cutting inside, and I'm cutting inside hard. Whether I make the play or not, I'm cutting inside, getting upfield, and causing havoc.
The term we all need to remember, folks, bow the play.
Bow the play. That's exactly what you want to do. That's what that slicing or the samurai defense, that's what you're trying to do. You just want to hit the gaps and try to bow the play. And Arizona State's really good at that. So figure out plays that take advantage of that. That's up to Jason Beck.
Yeah.
But I know this, Devin Dampierre's got it in his repertoire. He's got it. He's got that in his tool bag. He can make you pay if you try to fire gaps. And if you remember, they started going to screens to try to take advantage of the depth and the aggressiveness. But Texas Tech is really good at recognizing screens and getting back out to the point of attack. I don't know. I haven't looked at the film with Arizona State, so I don't know how good they are at that. But this game in 2 weeks, Scotty, I'm not watching West Virginia film.
No.
I'm watching Texas Tech film. And we're getting better. And we're talking about what we didn't do. Because I just watched this West Virginia film, and, you get this butterfly high, like, oh, man. You just couldn't wait for that film. You couldn't wait. You couldn't wait for the pointer to be put on you in front of the whole team. And, wow, look at Olsen. Olsen hit the A-gap, and he's all the way in the backfield. What they don't tell you is that offensive line really sucked. The guard's slow. And Arizona State's offensive line, they're one of the best offensive lines in the country.
Yeah.
They're one of the best coached. And that's what – and by the way, so we're all sitting here thinking, oh, well, it was all Cam Scadaboo. No, it's not all Cam Scadaboo. It's a lot of this offensive line because Raleek Brown has 506 yards rushing and 107 yards passing. He's currently responsible for 615 yards of offense through just, 5 games, right? If they played through 5 games.
Yeah.
Through 5 games. 615 yards.
Pretty good average. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll talk Utah coming up next, and then we'll shift gears. The BYU preview show straight ahead at 1:05. Greg Wrubell will join us at 2:05. It's right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
High school football is back for another exciting season, and Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougars at 30 update. As Parker Kingston, nice to be back, returning some kicks.
Yeah, it was awesome to be back out there. Felt good. Haven't done it in a couple weeks, but I was excited to be back out there when K-Pop called my number. I know I had to do something. I didn't get the longest return. They pinned me on the sideline, but I got what I could, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
That's your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Get there now, Kenny J's Barbecue.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to Lavelle Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is that hot in here, Scotty?
It's actually getting a little warm in here.
Shut up.
It's at 74 in here, bud.
Shut up. I don't even want to hear it.
Tell you what, I'll take this every day.
I'm going to go flash dance and just pour this water on my head.
Please do.
Did you eat paint chips as a kid?
I'm a little concerned about you, though. Like, there's a lot of things you've changed. I'm like, okay, I see that. When you start just drinking water,
yeah,
and I'm like, okay, that's not my guy anymore.
I know. I'm an embarrassment. You should see me order a salad at a nice food place. Like, that's how low it's gotten. But that's how serious I am.
And Greg doesn't even know who you are anymore.
Greg doesn't. No, Greg's ashamed. He's embarrassed.
Yeah.
He told me, go sit at the other booth. Speaking of Greg, we have Mr. Rubel on today.
Yeah,
don't we?
Rubel coming up at 2:05.
You can ask him how embarrassed.
The great Greg Rubel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you set a certain standard for yourself that when people go out to eat with you, that they expect to see some fireworks.
You know who the fireworks man is?
Oh, it's Juergens.
Yeah.
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 Because he runs like 800 miles a day.
Yeah, he does a couple marathons every year. So he's this big runner, and I can't believe the calories he can burn. And he will order 2 desserts. He will order 2 entrees. Like the large chicken fried steak with mashed potatoes and gravy, and then a couple of different desserts, couple of appetizers. Greg and I just sit there like, this dude.
I'll bet you he has 10 Ragnar stickers in his window. Guaranteed.
Loaded ya?
Loaded ya?
That's the loaded ya ones.
And he's got the 26.2 stickers all over the place.
I'm sure.
I don't know if he does.
you.
I hope not. Mitch, I hope you don't, bud. If you do, let's get some sticker remover.
But I think people expect certain things, and so when they see you order a side salad, then it's like, oh.
He never has 2 cups of coffee.
Oh.
He never has a second cup of coffee.
Utah getting set for the bye week coming up, and I think that it's super interesting when you look at Kyle Whittingham and where they're at right now. I think we talked to Bronco Mendenhall about this on Monday. This is about as perfect of a time for a bye week, I think, for Utah, because they're a little banged up, but they can get themselves right. You're looking at me.
No, absolutely.
Okay. Because I keep screwing up these bye weeks, and so I was like, "Oh crap, did I do it again?"
No, absolutely.
No. When you look at the timing of this, I think it's really, really at a good time, because not only do you have that Arizona State game before BYU, but it shaves off a game before that BYU game. So you only have one game before the big rivalry game.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of BYU is going to have to play the 2 plus the 1.
I think it is perfect timing. 5 games in, couple of tough, one tough conference opponent, 3 road games. In the first 5 games, you've been on the road 3 times. At UCLA, at Wyoming, at
West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Those are outside of LA. Those are not great places to go to.
They're not fun. So 3 of the 5 on the road, 1 really tough loss. You got some good emotional film against West Virginia. I think it is a well-placed bye week. They've got a second. Everybody in the Big 12 has 2, right?
Yeah.
Lloyd, do you know when their second is? Utah's second bye week?
I want to say it's in November. I have to double check, but I think I feel like
I'm hoping it's before that Baylor game. That you would not have better placed bye weeks if you've got one in between Cincinnati and going to Baylor.
It is. Yep. November 1st against Cincinnati, and then November 15th at Baylor.
Oh, that's big.
So that week of November 7th.
And BYU's second one's right around then as well, isn't it? I feel like it's in November.
It's between Iowa State and Texas Tech. BYU's second bye week is
it's the week before.
Yeah.
So you can enjoy your Halloween festivities without worrying about a BYU game.
Yeah, but I bet we'll be jazzing it.
We'll be jazzing it.
Do they got a Halloween night game? Or?
Usually around there is when it starts.
You're right. This is great. That's actually 2 really well placed. I don't know if you could ask for 2 better placed. if it was before the rivalry, maybe. But I don't think the Big 12 will ever give BYU a bye week and Utah not, or Utah a bye week and BYU not. I don't think they'll ever do that. And as these years play out, and as the Big 12 plays out, the more and more it plays out. I am now officially off the end of the year rivalry game conversation. I want it.
Shut your mouth.
I am.
What?
I am. I know it's really unpopular. I like it where it's at. I wouldn't mind having it
middle of October.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having it first, second, or third game in the Big 12 in your Big 12 schedule.
Yeah,
and this is why. It all goes down to the emotional dump of that November 28th game. If one or the other or both are Big 12 championship game eligible, it's not right. It's a terrible time to have it. So, now I look at it and I'm like, okay, let's say Utah is Big 12 championship eligible. Their final two games, at home against Kansas State, who's really struggling, and then on the road at Kansas. It's a good matchup, but it's not going to be the emotional, the emotional knockaround that having that rivalry game with all the implications. For BYU, it's at Cincinnati and UCF at home. That's how you finish. So if BYU is eligible for the Big 12 championship, it's like we always do with the Jazz when we're looking at the final five games, and they're like, oh, when we used to have to sit there and anticipate the 8th spot. Oh, I hope they can just find their way in through these final five games. And you were hoping that it lined up the right way, that the Lakers were coasting and weren't playing, and the Golden State Warriors, exit this way. BYU's got a pretty sweet entry.
Yeah.
If they're in the race after that TCU game, they finish at Cincinnati and then UCF at home. And so I look at both BYU and Utah. I'm like, I'd much rather have that than thinking they could, let's just say one of them was eligible for the Big 12 championship and the rival knocked them out of it. I don't want that either.
Well, and frankly, we have evidence of this. All you have to do is go back a few years when Utah played BYU in the final game of the year. BYU was still independent at that time, and that's when BYU had the big lead, and Utah had to just overcome all kinds of adversity to come back and win that game, and then 6 days later played the Pac-12 championship game, and they had nothing left in the tank. And you could tell there was that emotional dump that you talked about after that BYU game, and having to exert so much energy and getting back when they were down, 21-3 or something like that, and they had to come back, win that game, and then the Pac-12 championship game wasn't even on a Saturday. It was on a Friday. So they played on a short week for a Pac-12 title and lost.
It just didn't have it.
Didn't have it. Well, and you could say, something along the lines of, I think that was when, who was that backup quarterback that played and then he went to Utah State? Anyway, can't believe I'm spacing his name.
The Utah?
Yeah, he played at Utah that year, and then he went and played for Gary in his in that 2020 season. Can't believe I'm spacing his name. Hold on, I'll have it here. And
say it again, sorry.
A Utah quarterback that played in 2020 for Gary Anderson. Transferred and went to Utah State and played at Utah State. But was a Utah?
Jason Shelley.
Holy crap, I would have never remembered that.
Yeah.
Not in a million years.
Yeah, but I think Shelley was the quarterback for that come from behind against BYU and then in that Pac-12 title game.
Wow. Well, I like it. Here's the other reason I like it. It's a more likely chance that you're going to have full roster and solid records.
Yes.
So fewer injuries, fewer wore out. Now, I could be more at peak form. I would tell you that I think that if it was at the end of this year, it'd be more beneficial for BYU than it would be for Utah because I get the whole year with Bear Bachmeier.
Agreed.
To work on my timing. And so Utah's catching Bear Bachmeier 7 games into his collegiate career as opposed to 11 games in.
Yeah. I like the idea of playing it the first game of the Big 12 season.
Yeah, I don't mind that either. What I want it to do is not be the last game. I don't even want it to be the final 3 games. I want it to be somewhere in the first 3 games. I just want it to be like the primary spectacle.
Yes.
I want Yormark and everybody to say, well, we have to make this the grand occasion. I don't know if he completely understands what he has.
I don't either.
But
he does not.
But Portnoy did when he came in.
Oh, yeah.
He picked up on it, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very quickly. He said, I want to be back here for the Holy War.
Yeah, he said, I think that this might be, and like anybody that comes understands, like this is the big deal.
If you have no idea about Utah or BYU, and you've just observed it casually from afar, and you come in and you take a step inside this, and you think, okay, there's just a bunch of LDS people out there in Utah, everybody's super nice, and then you take step and you talk to Utah fans and you talk to BYU fans, you're like, oh.
Wasn't Yormark at the game last year? But those fireworks that happened? I'm talking about with Harlan after the game. Like, was he not a part of that game?
I don't think Yormark was there.
Oh, I thought he had made the trip for it. Well, that's crazy.
Was he there, Scotty?
I don't remember.
I don't think he was there because I remember thinking he should be there. You might be right, Lloyd. But one thing I do find interesting, to your point, this year you've got a true freshman quarterback from California via Stanford that's never been exposed to this rivalry. On the other side, you've got a quarterback from Arizona via New Mexico that's never been a part of this rivalry.
Yeah.
They have no idea.
And then you got Bryson Barnes up in Logan.
And then you got Bryson Barnes up in Logan. And nobody's even playing Utah State, which bums me out.
All right, Hans and Scotty, what you may have missed coming up next, and then we will transition into your Cougar preview show coming up at 1:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bucked up products are fantastic, just delicious tasting, but incredible performance. And they've got so many different options. You got pre-workouts, you got proteins, you've got creatine, you've got your BCAAs, you have different testosterone boosters, you got vitamins and nutrition, you've got even the deer antler velvet, which when I was sitting down and talking with the owners and the CEOs and the originators of Bucked Up, from what I understand, a lot of the hype, a lot of the buildup came from the deer antler velvet. Buckedup.com. Go on to Bucked Up. You can order whatever you want. You order your drinks, your proteins, your creatines. Use promo code ZONE, and you're going to get 20% off that order. Promo code ZONE will give you 20% off that order. And that's on all the different products. All right, so I have a lot of people say, all right, well, what do you like? Well, you've heard me talking about what I like. I love the Woke AF. It is my favorite pre-workout I've ever used. I feel like I can't even do a workout without it anymore. It just gives me the energy. It gives me that boost, that pump that I absolutely love. They have another pre-workout that's called LFG Burn, and it's a throwback to the bare knuckle fighting. They have a lot of different mixed martial art tie-ins, but these are great products. You'll love it. Buckedup.com. 20% off just by using promo code ZONE at checkout.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. be advised. This is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanson Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Utes at 50 update. Good time for the bye week as Kyle Whittingham trying to get his team healed up a little bit for the stretch run.
Yeah, we lost 2, 3, or 4 guys. Reserve judgment until we get final medical evaluations. I don't want to say something now that maybe isn't accurate, and so we'll let you know in the next day or two what's going on with that. Probably Monday. I have 3 or 4 guys that are in question. We'll give you updates on Monday.
That's your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Catering, they'll deliver that bold, smoky barbecue no matter what the occasion. Check out their catering menu at kennyjbbq.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's close to midnight. Something evil's lurking in the dark. Under the moonlight, you see a sight that almost stops your heart. You try to scream.
Great song. Absolute great song.
Yeah. It's one of those songs that you forget is a song.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's a
part of life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. It's a movie because of the video that was so great. It's an experience.
Yep. It's everything.
Yep. Well, guess what? Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win 2, not just VIP tickets, Fast Pass VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. 1 location, 2 haunted attractions, Nightmare on 13th, where Halloween lives. Don't miss out on the scariest haunted house in Utah. Learn more at nightmareon13th.com.
Those 2 tickets are worth a good portion.
Have you done the Nightmare on 13th? I've
Yes.
never done it before.
I've done every major haunted house.
You enjoy those, right?
In Utah. Yeah. Amanda hates them, but I've over the years I've taken my daughters.
Yeah.
Rock wouldn't go. He would not go.
See, I would worry about you because you've got that quick twitch. And if there's like a jump scare, I could see you loading up with a fist and caving some clown face.
Do you want to hear a funny story?
Yeah.
This is true too. And just from the story, you'll know who I'm talking about. So in college, I dated a very, very strong woman. Very tough.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, world record holder strong type of woman.
Okay.
And I took her to the haunted forest I think it's in Lehigh.
All right.
It's like between Lehigh and American Fork. Most people here would know the haunted forest. And we are maybe 80 to 100 yards in. And this guy jumped out of the ditch. And my girlfriend at the time punched him square in the face. Punched him square in the face.
Probably came close to breaking a jaw.
Oh my gosh! The guy stepped back. Now she was broad. She built like, what is that? Xena the Princess Warrior?
Yeah, there you go.
She's built and looked almost exactly like Xena the Princess Warrior, and smashed him in the face. And I'm standing there, 6'5", 300 pounds, and he takes off his mask. He's like, "What's wrong with you guys? What are you? I'm just here to scare you." They kicked us out. And I had paid whatever back in the day. It was like $18.99.
Yeah, but even by those standards, it was like when you took a date to the haunted forest or something like that, you're like, whoa.
It wrecked you. You know how much it is now?
This thing better pay off.
Those suckers are $75. Oh, well, yes. But those suckers are $75 now.
It's crazy.
For a good one. That's what I'm saying. Like,
these are great tickets.
Yeah, because these fast passers, because you'll get lines that are an hour long.
Hey, was she the one that...
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, she's the one. I had to break up with her because she choked me. It was so scary. She just got me in the wrong position, and because we were both physical, we like to wrestle. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got her wrestling, and
she got you in.
She was a hog tire.
Yeah.
And so she clamped down like I was a baby cattle waiting to get branded.
Yeah. Like you were a dude getting rescued from a truck that was in the river.
She was the coolest though. The best. And when she punched the dude was like, "What? What just happened to me?" It was pretty funny.
Oh, man. All right, 1 o'clock straight up. We're going to kick off your Cougar preview show coming up next. We'll talk a lot of BYU. You called for Deion Sanders to make a statement in regards to the fan behavior in Colorado. He did that. We'll play that for you at 1:30, and you can decide whether or not that's genuine. But we'll get into some of the intricacies of BYU, where they're at, what they need to prepare for going forward in the game coming up this weekend right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans, you talk about your wife in such high regard.
Yep.
And I feel like I need to step up. My wife accomplished something that I think is the coolest damn thing on the planet. She went back. And it's not like my wife's old or anything, but we've got kids that a couple of them are already adults, and she decided, you know what? I want to better myself. I want to better my situation. She went back and got her master's, and she is now a therapist. She did that through the program at Utah State University.
I didn't know that she did it through the
Yeah, she did it through
Utah State program.
The Kaysville branch. We live in Bountiful. She just had a quick drive up to Kaysville. That's a great thing about the John M. Huntsman School of Business that's available for you at Utah State University. You can use all these different branches up and down the Wasatch Front. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter what your situation is with work or kids. They'll tailor-make that program specifically for you. You want to knock it out in a year? You want to take up to 4 or 5 years? They can do that as well. That's the great thing about this program because they understand everybody's in a different situation. The experience my wife had was through the roof, and she is now having a tremendous opportunities because of that opportunity from Utah State. Go to utahstate.com, usu.edu, usu.edu. The registrar's office will waive the application fee. Check it out. It's the John M. Huntsman School of Business from the Executive MBA program at Utah State University.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Way to hit! Way to hit!
Nobody brings you better coverage of the Cougars than 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've always just believed that, ever since winter workouts, we've known what it's going to take. We've seen it last year. We had some good players come in, but we also have good players here already. We've always believed that we are dominant defense, and so now we're just showing it.
Oh, they're two of the best. They're big-time NFL guys, in my opinion. I know the scouts love them. They make plays, both rushing the passer, they make plays in the run game, they make plays in the throw game. They're true playmakers and ones we're lucky to have at BYU.
When you run the ball like that, when you throw the ball like that, you just get confidence in a guy. You make plays, and we're 4-0. We played some great teams, and we've had to battle adversity, and to see someone that is so young and so poised in the huddle and ready to get us going, you have to trust in a guy like that. And, when a guy goes out and balls and wins games for us, that's who we rally behind, and, he's been awesome for us.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't force out this thing. Get in here. Get in there.
I'm out. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't like what Lloyd's doing here.
Oh, don't you dare.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You just heard from Isaiah Glasgow, Chase Roberts, Jay Hill, all kinds of great cuts. Good job, Lloyd.
Lloyd is like the water that got into the cracks of the rocks. And when the winter came and the water froze, the rocks split apart.
That's not true.
You are the water.
Oh, we have fun.
In the cracks of the rocks.
You're having fun.
Am I the only one having fun here?
When you're the only one having fun, then it's maybe you might need to evaluate some things.
Didn't know we were full of a bunch of fun suckers around here. Okay.
It's all good.
We'll brush it off.
Hey, Christian, you're doing a heck of a job,
Christian, you're a good man.
Good man. All right. It is your Cougar Preview Show right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, where do we start, Scotty? Where do we start?
We got a lot to break down.
I was going to send a tweet out about some of this stuff. I just don't know how to organize it. But I was looking at BYU's offense right now, okay? So I know that they're through 4 games, and it's definitely not the hardest part of their schedule.
Yes.
Right? I mean, there's been some pretty light duty, some light work along the way. But I can't help but notice that this offense basically lost everything that was expected. Now, this is why this is different. I know everybody loses talent. You know that this guy is going to graduate. You know that his eligibility is done. And so you set your expectations and you set your transfer portal recruitment and you set your high school recruitment all based off of that, right?
And that's even before the portal.
Before the portal.
Yeah.
So this is what happened to Aaron Roderick. And not that he said a word about this. And I don't talk to Aaron Roderick. He and I just, he's too busy. I'm too busy.
Mm-hmm.
And so we don't talk. So he's not mentioned a word of this to me. This is just me observing what has happened. He lost Jake Retzlaff and did not expect it.
No.
Now, that civil suit comes down almost out of the blue. I would be shocked to think, oh, well, they had no idea that there was any trouble out there. I don't care what they might have known or what was rumored or what was thought. A civil suit hit him, and they did not see it coming.
Mm-hmm.
So he loses the quarterback that was kind of projected as the number 2 or number 3 returning quarterback in the Big 12.
Correct.
Gone. He thought he was going to get Hinckley Rapati back. He thought he was going to have a number 2 running back. Hinckley Rapati had 436 yards last year. was halfway to 1,000, and he had a couple of touchdowns. And he thought he was going to get Hinckley Rapati back, and Hinckley didn't get that waiver. He thought that he was going to possibly get Darius Lassiter back. Darius Lassiter was working on that extra year of eligibility, remember?
Yep.
So he was kind of counting on. He for sure thought he was going to have Keelan Marion back. So that would have been his top 3 targets top 4 targets would have gone like this. Chase Roberts, Darius Lassiter, Keelan Marion, and JoJo Phillips. He's now without 3 of those 4. Unexpectedly, because JoJo Phillips got injured at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Keelan Marion bailed on him in that late transfer portal.
Yep.
Darius Lassiter couldn't get the extra year. So he loses those guys. He thought that there was a chance he could get Caleb Etienne back. There was a point where Caleb Etienne was working on a year of eligibility, but you lose Caleb Etienne, Connor Pay, and Braden Keim. So you look at this exit of talent. Your star quarterback, 3 of your top receivers, your second running back, and 3 of your top linemen. And 5 of those guys you thought, I might have them. And you don't. And Aaron Roderick keeps the scoring up. In fact, he's boosted it. So in 2024, they averaged 31 points a game. They're currently averaging 38.5 points per game. Now take it into consideration. It's one Big 12 game. You got Colorado in the books. You did have it. It's a really good ECU team. If you take a look at any offensive stats, ECU is up the top of everything.
Yeah, I'm not sneezing at all at that ECU game.
No.
I think that was as good of a win as any team here in the state has had all year.
I agree with that. It's a really good team. And they play some really good rushing defense. So over a 7-point difference, over a touchdown difference increase from last year to this year with Jake Retzlaff and all his crew. His rushing offense in 2024, 161 yards per game. 25, 251 yards per game. LJ Martin right now is the 11th running back in the country in terms of yards per game at 100 on the head. So he's hitting 100 yards on the head per game. But they went from 161 to 251. Now they've taken a bit of a dip in the passing.
To be expected.
They were at 231 to end 2024. They're currently at 184. But it's growing. You know, you're starting to open up the routes a little bit more, and Bachmeier's getting more of a relationship with his targets. And I actually think that number should grow to somewhere in 230 by the time the season's done. So your total offense is 392 yards in 2024, 436 yards in 2025. So your offense has taken a nice jump through 4 games.
And by the way, in an area that you would hope for, your running game.
Your running game. Yeah, and the offensive front has done a nice job replacing Connor Pay, Caleb Etienne, and Braden Keim. Nobody's really talked about the BYU offensive front, or not as much as it probably should, where Jada and Gentry have taken over those tackle positions. They're doing a very solid job. They're not standout freaks. They're just really solid offensive tackles. So you're seeing a bump there. You remember third down conversions were a problem in 2024, 37%.
Mm-hmm.
Right now they're at 42.9%, almost 43%. 42.9% third down conversions. Those have come up a little bit. Another interesting one, talking about the offensive line that they lost. They gave up 18 sacks last year, which was 1.4 sacks per game. They are giving up an average of 1 sack per game right now. That's all, with a true freshman quarterback in delivery.
And I do think offensive line gets a lot of credit for this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, because you know the game better and you've seen BYU closer. But I think Bear Bachmeier deserves a lot of credit for that too.
Yeah.
With his escapability and and his ability. Offensive line, I give 80%, but I do give a lot of credit to Bear Bachmeier on that.
I would give a bulk of credit to Bear Bachmeier on that. Now, it does set up that Roderick has taken extra steps, as you've said before. Roderick has taken extra steps to be extra careful with max protects, and anytime you are going to set a pocket, the pocket is set off of a play action look. Like nothing is traditional 3 and 5 step. So that does help a little bit because now you're pulling guards and tackles to extend pockets to a certain area. Defenders have a more difficult time rushing into a play action look. So Roderick has done a really good job. And really, all of this is coming back to Roderick doing a remarkable job of overcoming talent that was lost. And I know everybody loses talent. He lost it when he didn't expect it.
Yeah. This wasn't seniors graduating.
No. I'm telling you right now, I think if Aaron Roderick was sitting in this room and we asked him the honest truth, spring of 2025, who did you think your starting 3 receivers were going to be? I think he would have said Keelan Marion for sure. I think he said JoJo Phillips for sure, and Chase Roberts. With the hope earlier on, before they found out that the waiver was not going to work, with the hope that Darius Lassiter could be in the lineup. I think that's what he'd say.
Yeah.
And he has none of them now. Keelan Marion bailed late. And from what I understand, Keelan Marion made a haul.
Yeah.
Like I'm hearing.
Where did he go?
Miami, I think.
I can pull up those numbers, see what he's doing.
But remember, he became a hot commodity because he'd returned a couple of touchdowns. Or returned a couple of punts for touchdowns. So he'd become a hot commodity off of his special teams work way more than his receiving work. But I think he went to Miami.
He's got through 4 games, 11 catches, 125 yards, 0 scores. And let me look at his.
See if he's returning punts and kicks.
He has not returned a punt. Kick return. He's averaging 19 yards a return.
No special teams touchdowns.
Nope. 3 returns on the season. Actually, I take that back. He's averaging 25.3 yards a return.
The rumor out there is that he was over $1 million.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That's not the best return on your investment there, if you're Miami.
No.
And that's not a shot on Keelan. It's just numbers not matching up to financial commitments.
You know, the tough thing is it's getting so hard to identify what my ROI is on any athlete.
Yeah.
It's getting really tough. It's getting really tough. Because you can't really quantify what Keanu Tanavasa has done for the defensive front with unity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Emotional leader and emotional support for the team. You know, if you look at it and say, geez, he's got 8 tackles and 1 sack through 4 games, and he hasn't been the most productive defensive tackle. I have not taken the numbers, but I do think if I went back and I did monitor the numbers, I think he's taking a double team, probably 2 to 1 from John Taumapeo to what he's taken. So I think the double is coming his way more. So it's really hard to quantify because, he's drawing the attention and he's holding gap and he's doing some good things, but his production would not equate to probably what BYU paid. Now, I can't get a number to save my life on Keanu Tanavasa, but I do know that Utah would have probably pitched quite a bit in the pot to keep him.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
So that number had to have gotten pretty decently high. Yeah. And so somebody look at Keanu and be like, Keanu's not worth the money. It's hard to quantify that because, I'm out of practice and I'm watching him. He became the Tyler Batty. He was the guy, Tyler would sit there and just dog cuss dudes. I mean, chew right through you. Why are you walking? What do you think this is going to do? You're costing me time. You're costing me yardage. I'm out there listening. This dude was a leader. And he was always the first to any area. And he was always the first to the quarterback. And he was running to the piles. That's Keanu Tanavasa now. And somebody needed to take that flag and run with it.
And that's hard to put a number.
Can't put a number on it.
Yeah, you're right.
So, I look at that and I'm like, Keanu, as long as that number doesn't breach $1 million, then I think it's worth it for me because he had to bear so much weight. Now think about this. This is another area. So I just went through the offensive numbers. This is another area that I really needed to look at. So last year, you're starting 3. Now, they knew that this was occurring, so they had time. And that's why you've got the Tanavasas of the world. But you lose Blake Mangelson, Big John Nelson, and Tyler Batty up front. And remember, I was kind of freaked out about that. They weren't. It wasn't a high sack production. It was what you're getting from this front now. You're getting essentially the same thing. Held up offensive linemen,
great linebacker play.
Great linebacker play. A lot of chaos. You're accentuating your linebacker play by what you're doing or attempting to do with your defensive line. We haven't seen a drop.
No.
It's been about the same.
Now, we haven't seen an increase.
But we haven't
seen a drop.
Have not seen an increase. We have not seen a drop. So in 2024, BYU's defense had 20 sacks. Through 4 games, BYU's defense has 10. Now, you could probably go to the first 4 games last year with an FCS opponent. You could say, BYU had X amount of sacks through those 4 games. It might have been 10. It might have been more. And maybe they just snuck out 10 through the final 9 games or 10 games or 11 games, whatever it was.
Wow. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry. I was still on Miami's page. I'm like, holy crap, BYU got a lot of sacks in the first 5 games of the year.
That's funny.
And then I'm like, wait a minute. No, that number's not right.
Can you get 2024 sacks?
Yep. I'm pulling it up right now. Game log. All right, BYU.
Through 4 games last year.
You know what? They had 7.
Yeah, so you're past.
Now they had 8 after, or they had 10 after 5 because they got 3 sacks. Their best sack output outside of the Colorado Bowl game, they got 3 against Baylor in the 5th game of the year. But the first 4 games of the year, 2, 3, yeah, they got 7.
Well, I think that it's pretty equatable because you played Southern Illinois. So you should have had a sack fest against
2 sacks there.
Southern Illinois. You played at SMU.
3
sacks, and that was a rushing quarterback. Remember, They took out a quarterback. You were at Wyoming against Svoboda.
1 sack.
Was that his name? Svoboda?
Yeah, Svoboda. Yeah.
And then Kansas State at home.
1. So 2, 3, 1, 1.
All right. Well, you've passed that. So your sack production has actually taken a bit of a jump. Now, what's interesting is, Jack Kelly has become your sack master. Jack Kelly he's really kind of ruling the roost. He leads the team in 4 sacks. There's only one other guy on the team with double-digit sacks, and that's Glasgow with 2. And then you spread one out. Again, no defensive ends.
Yeah.
No DN sacks.
Nope.
And it's not that Tyler Batty was high in sacks or Blake Mangelson was high in sacks, but I would like to see more pressure. I would. I want to see Tassili Akana boost some sack pressures. I want to see Logan Latui boost some sack pressures. I want to see Vil Pouha back some. But we talked to Jay, and Jay was like, well, yeah, I could do a better job calling it to make it better. I did see one play in particular that was called specifically for Tassili Akana against Colorado, and he just got locked up one-on-one.
So, as you pointed out, Kelly with 4, Glasgow with 2. So 6 out of your 10 sacks have come from those 2 guys.
Two linebackers, yeah.
Your 2 linebackers. And then...
Jack Kelly's going to be your first double-digit sacker.
Yeah.
Since...
In fact, you can go
Kafusi?
You can go a little further and say Bryant Struthers got the other one. Yeah. So that's 7 out of your 10 sacks.
Yeah, from linebackers.
From linebackers, yeah.
Man, Jay Bryant, nobody understands how bad of a loss that was. Dude could do it all. He was a special teams nightmare. He was really your second-string linebacker.
Yeah.
I kind of think he won the job from Cialiacera.
Which is saying something because he was getting a lot of preseason pub.
A lot of preseason pub. And I think Che, as a senior, so, we've all kind of undervalued that loss because nobody saw what he was going to amount to. I think Che would have been your tackles leader right now or within your top 4. And you lose him. It was between game 1 and game 2, wasn't it? Didn't Che only played 1 game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's horrible. Man, that bums me out. Right out of the gates. You lose a dude that He's a senior. He'd been pushing for years. Came from UCLA. Finally gets his chance. Harrison Taggart transfers out. He's in a battle with Ciale Acera. I feel like he was the better backer. Now, Ciale's doing good. He's doing all right. He's holding down the position. I've seen him scrape a few times, pick up some edge tackles. Yeah, I've seen him do some really good things. But I felt like Che was right there, if not slightly better. But the point that I'm trying to really drive home here is that Aaron Roderick got dealt a stinky hand. And somehow he's done it again.
He's making chicken salad out of you-know-what.
It's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
And it feels like he's building another quarterback.
Yeah.
He's now had 3 quarterbacks take NFL snaps from BYU, just in his time at BYU. Wilson, Slovis, and Hall.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And now it feels like he's building a true freshman that...
Tell you what, the sky's the limit on the kid. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of high-end potential there. Yeah. But I also think you're 1,000% right, Scotty. I think we will see a bump in the road. And what I'm saying to BYU fans is expect it and deal with it the right way. Because, this kid is... not only is he winning games for you, he's the last one out of the stadium. Every time.
Yeah.
Duff Tittle's over there trying to drag him out of the stadium.
And he's just signing.
And he's signing autographs with, some kid that was at the very back end of this fan experience in Colorado. Duff literally grabbed him by the pads and hauled him off the field as we were starting to get Kalani on the headset, which is,
Jeez,
30
late.
minutes?
Yeah.
30 to 40 minutes. He's out there and, he's getting drug off.
Yeah.
Because it's like, get your stinky butt showered so you can be on the plane so you're not holding us all back. I know you want to be there and sign these autographs. So he's beyond that. He's a pretty special kid. He really is a special kid. He's got a gigantic heart. And then one thing that I pointed out in the pregame before the Colorado game, the one characteristic you've got to have, and I've played with some of the best quarterbacks in the history of football. I played with Peyton Manning. I played with Joe Germain. I played with Steve Sarkisian. I played with those guys. And the one resounding characteristic that they had more than any other thing was their ability to stay calm in the middle of chaos. When there was havoc, they were the calm, prepared, and they were the believers. And Bear Bachmeier doesn't get shook. He hasn't got shaken yet. He will. There's going to be a team.
Oh, yeah.
Like nobody can convince me that Morgan Scalley won't find a way to get to him. I know Roderick has done a lot of great scheming to keep Bear Bachmeier upright. Morgan's going to want to hit him. I don't know how you're going to do it because it's going to be a lot of play action looks and, like I talked about, movable pockets and a lot of quick releases. But Morgan is going to try to find a way to hit him. And he's going to say, if he tries 15 carries against us, like he did against Colorado, he'll get to 4, and then he'll be out the field.
Yeah.
That's not with ugly intention.
No, it's just we're going to let you know we're here.
Yes.
And either that or he's going to go to A-Rod saying, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So he's going to hit those limits, and his character will be tested. But if he can keep that poise, if he can keep that calmness that brought him back from a deficit against Colorado, a 14-point deficit at Colorado, then, and you continue to develop that, he could be something extremely special.
Yeah.
Because he's a very smart kid.
Greg Wrubell's going to join us coming up in 30 minutes from now. Coming up next, Deion Sanders weighs in on the poor fan behavior. What did Deion have to say about it? And is that what BYU fans wanted to hear from Prime? You'll hear it next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougar Preview show, it is the Cougar Preview show. It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Injuries starting to take a toll on BYU, especially in that running back room, but Kalani Sitake still likes his depth.
Yeah, we're fine. We got guys that can run the ball. You just don't know about them yet, but there's guys that are capable of running the ball and guys that can play with LJ. There's a lot of guys that we feel good about in that room, and they'll make their mark. And a lot of you guys didn't know much about Sionemoa before either. So I trust Harvey Unga as a running back coach, and Fessy and A-Rod and TJ Woods there. So we'll be fine.
It's your Cougars at 30 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll deliver and cater your next event. Bold, smoky barbecue, no matter what the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjbbq.com. And if you just want some great barbecue like right now, get to Kenny J's in the district in South Jordan.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to Lavelle Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's your Cougar Preview show. All right, Deion Sanders, as we put the BYU Colorado game to bed, a lot has been made about the bad fan behavior. Hans, you were there. You heard bleep BYU. You did not hear bleep the Mormons.
I did not.
But a lot of reports out there that there was a lot of shots taken at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the religion, with some pretty strong expletives in front of it. And Deion Sanders addressed it yesterday at his press conference.
Let me mention this, and Rick might not want me to mention. I know it was an incident at the conclusion of the game or whatsoever. On behalf of CU, on behalf of our athletic department, we would like to apologize to our opponents from a week ago for whatever derogatory statements were made by our fans. That's not indicative of who we are. Our student body, our kids are phenomenal. So don't indict us just based on a group of young kids that probably was intoxicated and high simultaneously. Maybe I shouldn't have said that as well. But the truth will make you free. But BYU, we love you, we appreciate you, and we support you.
There you go.
Yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts on it. First of all, who's Rick?
Is the AD, athletic director.
Why would Rick not want him to say that?
Maybe Rick was like, "Hey, we're getting a lot of bad press. Just if we just keep quiet, the university." By the way, I can totally see a PR guy, because PR guys are either really good or they're really crappy at their job, telling the athletic director, "Hey, this is all going to blow over. You got a game coming up next week. We've made the statement as a university. Everybody just keep their mouth shut. It's in the past. The university's made their statement. We've accepted the fine from the Big 12. The more we keep bringing it up, the more it's going to be a story." And so Rick goes over to Prime saying, "Hey, look, we're being advised just to move on and be done with this. We're paying the fine. We've issued the apology." And Deion's like, "Nah, look, I still got something I want to say." And so if that's how it went down, props to Deion.
And Rick, you're an embarrassment.
Or whoever's advising Rick, yeah. Because a lot of these college administrators, and I'm not talking about anybody in particular, but a lot of these college administrators get bad advice. And because they're so enamored with the bureaucratic red tape that they get somebody chirping in their ear and they lose all common sense and they don't know how to say the right thing. And so they rely on these PR firms.
It's all out of fear, isn't it?
And it's all out of fear. You know what? Guess what? You have look.
Just be a good human.
Prime said the right thing.
He was a good human.
The truth will set you free. That is 100% true. Just own it. And the more Prime says, you know what? Our bad. Our students were drunk and high and made bad choices. And guess what? When you get drunk and high, you make a lot of bad choices when you're 18 to 22 years old. They made bad choices. That's not who we are. That's not who we want to be. We're going to get better. I apologize. BYU's great. Kalani's great. Let's move on. That's all you got to say. And that was great.
So I didn't want to make an issue of this because I didn't want to make a social media issue of this. I was like, I'll talk about it on the show, but I'm not going to make a social media issue out of this. Hey, Rick, that's terrible, man.
It is.
If you advised him, because Prime's like, hey, I want to say something. No, that's not in the best interest. If you advised him no when he wanted to say something because he feels something for BYU or he feels something for Kalani or he feels something for the members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or it made him feel something seeing that church attacked with a truck driven through the wall and members shot up, and you told him, hey, it's not in our best interest. Man, you're a puke. And you're getting the wrong advice from the wrong people. And Coach Prime, what Rick didn't want you to say was that Rick didn't want you to say this.
Oh, yeah,
that's what Rick really didn't want you to say.
If there's anything Rick's grumpy about, it's that.
Because Coach Prime told the wide open truth. Play that again. Play the start of this again. I want everybody to understand that Rick must have told Coach Prime, hey, we're not interested in that school, or apologies.
Let me mention this, and Rick might not want me to mention. I know it was an incident at the conclusion of the game or whatsoever. On behalf of CU, on behalf of
Yeah. Rick, you probably should have said to Coach Prime, hey, if it's in your heart, man, if you're feeling that, go ahead and say it.
That's Rick George, by the way. And again, we don't know. I mean, to be honest, maybe Prime was in a meeting and there's a bunch of people and they're like, well, how are we going to address this? Well, we made our statement. Anything else we need to do? No, I think we're good. And maybe Prime heard that and took that as in, hey, let's just not say anything. Maybe, I don't know if he told Prime specifically not to say anything, or if it's like, hey, we've set our apology, we're paying the fine, we're doing all that. Let's move on as a university. And he said that to a bunch of people, Prime included. And Prime took it as, he don't want me to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. So I don't know, but you're right. If he did say, hey, Prime, look, we're moving on from
Bury
this.
it.
Bury
He
it.
did say might not. He did say might not want me to.
Yeah.
He definitely didn't want him to say, Rick might not want me to say this, and Rick might not want me to say that our students were drunk and high, which they are. Hell, my guy here almost got a contact high from him.
And I'm not sure if I didn't.
Yeah, about that.
Hey, Bonneville, give us a little bit of time.
Good grief, that place is ridiculous. It's a hot box. And to the point where Coach Prime has to talk about it.
You got a marijuana Dutch oven in that stadium.
Yeah, man, it was rough. But, I have to – this is always tough for me because I have to check my emotions oftentimes. I got to check my emotions because people need to understand where I come from. I come from a player's point of view that played for BYU that could express my emotions through physicality. And I don't have a modem to express it through physicality anymore. So sometimes my heart gets thumping and I get ticked off and I say things out of anger. I say things just, out of venom. And that's not right either. I'm pretty riled up about this because this is a weekend where we lose the prophet of our church. And then our church goes under attack by some crazy extremist. And so I think we're all on high alert. I'm on high alert. I've been overly emotional about it. And so every comment, every release, every apology, anything that Colorado has done since the chance, it's ruffled my feathers. I like the $50,000 fine. It's not going to do anything to change anything in Colorado.
No.
If BYU goes and visits Colorado in 2 years, it's going to be the same.
Yep.
It might be worse.
Yeah, it could be worse. Very well could be worse. You got a lot of freshmen that were in there that'll be juniors and seniors. They'll be like, oh, they got mad at us. Well, just you wait.
Yep. I think there's probably a good chance it's worse.
Yep.
But you know who can change it? Rick and Coach Prime. Is that his name?
Yeah, Rick George.
Rick and Coach Prime. They could change it. Coach Prime took the step to try. Rick took the step to try to tell Coach Prime, hey, bury it. And I don't like that. If I heard Kalani Sitake issuing an apology to Colorado because the BYU fan base were yelling F the Buffalo or whatever. And Kalani Sitake started with, hey, I don't think Brian will want me to say this, but you know who I'd be mad at? Not Kalani.
Brian.
I'd be mad at Brian. Because that came from Deion Sanders' heart. It feels like he broke through a barrier in order to issue what he issued. There shouldn't be a barrier for an apology like that. Because a $50,000 fine isn't stopping anything. You as an athletic director have to stop it. There's a couple high schools in this state that have poor administration, terrible administration. And they know who I'm talking about. There's a couple in particular, garbage administration, and you know who I'm talking about. You don't run your sports organizations the right way. Parents get out of line. Coaches get out of line, which allows players to get out of line. They don't develop, and they don't play with unity as a team, and they don't learn life lessons that they need to learn. That leadership comes from you in administration. You told your head coach not to say something. He broke through the red barrier, and he said it from his heart. That meant a lot to me. When it probably shouldn't. I'm a former player.
Yeah.
I'm loosely associated with the team. I get to go and call a game. That's what I get to do. Loosely associated. But I'm directly associated with the religion that felt like it was being berated, even though I didn't hear the chant. The fan base heard it. And plenty of people heard it. I didn't hear that. I did hear the F BYU. But I'm very appreciative to Deion Sanders because he's the one that can change things. And he needs to talk to Rick and say, hey, Rick, you need to take a stand. Otherwise, our student athletes, our student fan base, they're not going to change anything.
Well, you're spot on. And the fact is, I think Colorado is nervous about getting a reputation. So they want it to go away so fast. They just wanted to be like, okay, did it pay the money and let's not bring it up again. Because you know what Rick does not want to do in 2 years from now, have to say something before the game, which he should. And if Deion Sanders is there, he should say something because that's true leadership is trying to get out in front of it. You know, you and I were part of the Jazz organization when the Jazz fan base was under attack. And we saw behind the scenes the leadership of the Jazz at that time being like, look, you know what? Some of the approaches we're going to take might seem a little heavy-handed, but we can't have perception being that we have a racist fan base or we have an inappropriate fan base. So we're going to take some heavy, heavy steps, maybe even really heavy-handed, but we want to get out in front of this and avoid any bad perceptions out there. And that's frankly,
leadership. That's
what Colorado needs to do. In 2 years from now, being like, hey, BYU's coming to Folsom. We remember what happened last time. Guess what? We hear anybody doing this, we're going to throw your butt out of the game. Weed, we're okay with. You say something bad, you're out. And if we catch you, if we need to throw out the entire student section, we're going to. Like, show true leadership.
Deion Sanders did.
Yeah.
And Rick, you probably ought to get the message. And you probably ought to follow your head coach that's a better leader, a better man. He's better at everything than you. Because the one guy that didn't need to say it was Deion.
Yeah.
He didn't have to. He wasn't attacking the church. He said it because he loves Kalani. He said it because I think he does have respect for the BYU logo. Because if he didn't, he wouldn't have said anything.
No, nope.
He'd have been like, yeah, screw those guys. When they come, make sure we make it miserable for them again.
Yeah.
Because remember, he suffered a loss too.
Yeah, I mean, this is coming after an L.
He's not sitting there on a win like, oh, I feel pretty good. Like, I'm feeling pretty happy about things. He's suffered a couple of losses this year.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take a break, come back, and continue on. BYU getting set for West Virginia. Is this just a step above a bye week for BYU? How serious should we take West Virginia? Spoiler, not really. We'll talk more about it next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Hans. Last night, we were all running around. I had Brody at football practice. Brooks was working. My wife, she had a bunch of, she was working as well. So we were all over the place. You know what I did? I went to the freezer and I played a little beehive meal roulette. And we came out with the, I can't remember, campfire special. Essentially, it's like remember those old tinfoil meals you used to throw on the campfire? Mm-hmm. You got a little ground beef, you got potatoes, you got carrots. I threw that in the slow cooker and made some noodles and just kind of layered that over the top of some noodles with a baked potato. Bam! I'm telling you, Beehive Meals gets you out of a jam and makes your life so much easier.
Yeah, the campfire was off the August menu.
Yeah.
And it's really good. It's the carrots, potatoes, the beef. It's really good, huh?
Oh, yeah. It was incredible.
What'd you put it on?
Just some noodles.
Oh, yeah.
Layered over the top and a little sour cream, a little Tabasco on the top. Bam.
Something that I've got in the slow cooker right now is the Tuscan chicken. That's the new October menu, the Tuscan chicken. You've got French dip, Tuscan chicken, chicken and stuffing, sausage and peppers, brown sugar glazed pork roast, salsa verde chicken. You got the Hawaiian teriyaki chicken, the taco mac, the summer corn chowder, and the apricot chicken. That's your October menu that's currently rocking and rolling.
Oh, man. It is October, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's new menu day.
It's new menu day.
Let's go.
I'm excited about the French dip. I've had the French dip, and you know, everybody thinks like a shaved beef. This is actually more of like a beef roast that shreds up with the au jus sauce. And then you can throw it on mashed potatoes, or you could throw it on a loaf of bread with a couple of slices of what's the white cheese?
Oh, provolone.
Provolone.
Yeah.
You can do provolone, or you can do what's the one with the holes in it?
Oh, Swiss.
Swiss. My gosh, but so good. Any way you serve it, it's delicious.
It's available for you at BeehiveMills.com. That's BeehiveMills.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes got that offense cooking in West Virginia en route to a blowout victory over the Mountaineers as Utah trying to stay balanced, according to Kyle Whittingham, within that up-tempo offense.
I think it's good to mix it in. I don't think it's going to be a staple of ours ever, where we're up-tempo constantly. And as a defensive coordinator, I know that it's tougher when you play a team that mixes up tempos. You know, if they always go slow or always go fast, that's the easiest guys to defend. Those teams that mix it up are the ones that are more difficult to defend.
That is your Utes at 50 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Go to KennyJBBQ.com. That's KennyJBBQ.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The great Greg Wrubell is going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes from right now. Hans, it's always a nice situation when you get a breakdown Utah film, but also look at West Virginia when you know that's the next team coming up for BYU. So it's kind of a twofer.
It is.
And so you saw a really good Utah performance, but boy, you've been pointing it out, West Virginia's got some issues.
Yeah, they're bad. They are not a good football team.
Would you say they're like that one cheese, that one with holes in it?
Hey, I deserve it.
Hey, guess what? No,
I deserve it.
You don't deserve nothing.
How do I forget the name of Swiss cheese?
No, you don't deserve that. Like we all have those moments where we forget things. I screwed up a read today, and Lloyd is in my ear like, maybe you should talk with food in your mouth. You're better when you have your mouth full.
Yeah, Lloyd's been taking some shots, no question. What do you like better with a French dip? Because I like Swiss with my French dip.
You know what? I'm not a big Swiss fan, but for that situation there, yes, Swiss with horseradish.
My goal wasn't to sidetrack you into food.
Oh, too bad.
No,
We're there now.
Too bad.
Get back to this West Virginia team. So they got holes all over, right?
Yeah. So the beehive meal just cooks up in the roast shreds.
Yeah.
And you shred the roast, and it's got the au jus sauce.
And
so you put it with some Swiss on a nice French loaf. And, you dip it in au jus. I love a little creamy horseradish, too.
Yeah. I am all about horseradish sauce. I would sit there with, like, a big spoon of it, and after each bite, smother it back on the sandwich, take another bite.
So do you do that? You eat creamy horseradish with your prime rib?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more the better.
Yeah. I'm probably a little more conservative with my horseradish than you are. But I do like horseradish and sauteed mushrooms with my prime rib.
All right, let's go back to BYU as they take on West Virginia in Provolone, Utah.
Hey, that was good.
Nah, you can car crash that.
No, you know what? I respect that.
Rich Rod's got some work ahead of him, doesn't he?
All right, so I'm just looking at this. Yeah, okay, so most recent injury report. Nico Marichal is out.
Yeah. No, and that's one thing you got to be careful with throwing Rich Rod under the bus. And I'm not talking you personally, but just, watching these teams last week and this week, if you're a BYU or Utah fan, they are decimated with injuries.
Jaheim White, their second leading rusher, as far as running back, out. Cooper Young, one of the best offensive linemen, out. Let's see, Julian Horton, Julian Horton is out, but he's been out. So this is it's a pretty brutal look for them. And then Jaden Bray, their wide receiver, is out, and he's their fourth leading wide receiver. Actually, third leading wide receiver, because they've got a tight end that's second leading in receptions. So they are decimated. Now, taking that into account, Scotty, they look disheveled.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say poorly coached, because I know these coaches are working their butts off, but they're out of place. And they're one of the worst teams in the country in passing offense, one of the worst teams in the country in third down offense, one of the worst teams in the country in giving up sacks, one of the worst teams in the country in giving up TFLs, one of the worst in turnover margin, they're -2, one of the worst in scoring offense, they only average 22 points a game, and one of the worst in scoring defense, giving up nearly 27 points a game. It's just they're in a bad spot right now.
Yeah. And BYU can take advantage in a big, big way.
Yep.
Greg Wrubell joins us next, voice of the Cougars. Straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
With $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey,
what's
up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Alex here. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds. You can have that same type of success. You've got to get with SLC Fat Loss.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, saved $200 when you mentioned JJ and Alex. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
High school football is back for another exciting season, and Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Way to hit! Way to hit!
Nobody brings you better coverage of the Cougars than 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
West Virginia is a really good team and a lot of talent. I mean, they've been struck down with a lot of injuries that hurts any team. We've been part of that happening to us in the program. So I do know that they have an amazing head coach that's proven, and I know he'll have his guys ready. And we're looking forward to getting their best shot. I just got to make sure that we give them our best shot too.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, remember, coming up on Friday, Hans and I are home away from home. Hans is going to make the trip up north to Bountiful, our favorite Mexican food place joint in the state. It's El Matador. Todd, Cammie, and the crew are going to be there serving up all kinds of great dishes, including the Hans and Scotty burrito, which my son, well, I have two sons that are working there now. My son says that it's still being asked for at a heavy rate.
I'm so glad.
I know, right?
A little spicy chicken.
Yes.
Christmas style, as Lloyd calls it.
Yeah. Green sauce, red sauce, and it's available for you. But El Matador, please plan on joining us on Football Friday coming up there from noon to 3. All right, time for a little joint custody action. Hans and Scotty and Greg Wrubell, the second parent of this relationship, kind enough to join us. Greg, how you doing?
Hey, Greg.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Well, Scotty's responsible for me today, so we're doing pretty good so far. How you doing, Greg?
Am I the fun parent?
Oh, you are definitely the fun parent.
There's no question, because I get on flights with you. We go on trips. You take me to great food places. Scotty, I just show up from noon to 3.
It's just work.
Yeah,
work with him.
Keeps me under his thumb.
He's like, look at these new pairs of shoes. And I'm like, oh, man, I can't compete with this.
Look what Greg, in fact, Greg, I wore one of my favorite tops that you got me into work today. And I was like, look at this, Scotty, it's an XLT. When did you ever give me an XLT? He cannot provide an answer. Greg, I wanted to start it with this. How has this team exceeded your expectations to this point, and by how far?
Well, I think we all thought they could be 3-0 heading into league. And so I think Colorado became the first, real test to see if this team could start exceeding expectations. And I think they did that, especially falling down 14-0 as they did on the road. That was really the first adversity this team had faced, and the first adversity this freshman quarterback had faced. And I thought they responded really well. After those first two drives, I think Jay Hill and the defense really settled in and figured some things out, and the offense caught up, and that's a really solid win. BYU didn't cover, but, conference road wins, you take them any way you can get them. And so, 4 games in, I think we can say in one game, they showed us something more that they had not needed to show us in the previous 3. So I think you could argue that, down 14-0 on the road in a hostile environment, maybe a team that maybe if you thought that BYU hadn't done enough through 3 games, I think they showed you that, let's put it that way, in the 4th game.
I'm glad you brought that up because I would never say this to Kalani Sitake or Jay Hill or Aaron Roderick, but in a weird way, I kind of like the way BYU won that game, being down 14-0. Now, I'm sure you were thinking otherwise when it was actually 14-0, but to come back and win in that style, in that way, with a lot of adversity, with a Colorado team that was ramped up and really needed that game, I think it shows a lot about the mental toughness of this team.
Well, Hans and I were both saying, though, down 14-0, that we kind of been here before, and we both pointed to the Arkansas game, which kind of started in a similar way, a big special teams play, put them on top early. It wasn't necessarily a special teams play, but it was a first drive touchdown from Colorado. So BYU had kind of been in that hole on the road before and battled back to do it. And we also said, because it happened so early, it's a long game, Hans said. It's a long game and plenty of time to figure things out, and that's exactly what they did. But, yeah, it's good that they won the game that way. And also, too, when they came back from down 14-0 to take a lead, Colorado retook that lead and forced BYU to have a fourth quarter comeback for the win. It was BYU's first fourth quarter comeback for a win since the Utah game last season.
It's kind of interesting, Greg. I know that it's comparing apples and oranges, and it's just extravagantly different, the two teams, 2024 and 2025. But just in an effort to show what Aaron Roderick has pieced together, losing Jake Retzlaff when he thought he was going to have him, losing Hinckley Rapati when he thought he was going to have him, Keelan Marion when he thought, JoJo Phillips when he thought he was going to have him, maybe even Darius Lassiter and Caleb Etienne. I mean, there was a time there, wasn't there, Greg, where it was like, man, they might have Darius Lassiter in this next season. And I was just comparing 2024's numbers to current 2025, and I know it's kind of the early and maybe some of the easier parts of the schedule, but they've increased in almost every offensive category except for the passing offense. Everything feels a little bit better. So I go back to the question of your thoughts on Bear Bachmeier, his management, and Aaron Roderick's management of this offense.
For a true freshman to be doing what he's doing right now is exceptional. I think it's extraordinary. And Aaron Roderick would tell you the same thing. To be doing it with a kid this young in the system is very notable. It just shows how smart he is, how naturally gifted he is, and as good as he's been in guiding BYU to 4-0. I think Aaron Roderick came into this season knowing that whoever the quarterback was going to be, the run game had to be better from the start. I think he felt it finished all right, needed to start better, and it has started much better. You're 4 games in, so you're a third of the way into your schedule, and you're a top 10 league. You're a top 10 team in the country in rushing offense and rushing defense. And that's both per game and per carry on both sides of the ball. And so those kind of numbers really help Bear, game by game to rid himself of the training wheels, become a more proficient and comfortable and confident passer. It really has come together nice and early for Aaron Roderick. You mentioned a bunch of guys before. BYU's wide receiver room looks different with Keelan Marion, Darius Lassiter, and JoJo Phillips in there, and they don't have any of those guys. And you know what you've got in Chase, and he's a huge weapon for BYU. Parker and Cody are fast dudes, and they've shown it over their career at BYU. But the Cougars are missing some explosiveness they hope to have at wide receiver, so they've had to do it other ways. And I think Aaron Roderick believes that explosive plays don't have to limit themselves, to the wideout room. BYU's been a very good explosive run team at this point in the season. In fact, no team has more 40-plus yard runs than BYU right now. They're tied to the lead in big runs, and even just the smaller big runs, if you will. They have 35 runs of 10 yards or more. And for the teams that have played only 4 games, BYU is one of only 3 teams to have done that. So I think Coach Roderick has found a way to find big plays and chunk plays in maybe less traditional ways. And I think there's more to come from this offense when Bear becomes an even better passer.
Do you have any concern at all about depth at that running back spot?
Not really, because I think LJ's a workhorse. I think he can be a Tyler Algier type guy. And when Tyler was the guy, you didn't really have to worry about who was number 2 and number 3. They did just enough. So I think LJ can be the bell cow, and I really do believe that when you need 4th and 1 like BYU did last week in Boulder, Enoch Navahine can be a guy that helps fill that role. And then I still think it's coming. We are going to see some more burst calls and burst plays out of the backfield for guys like Preston Rex and Joe Vesa-Damuni. So I really do think with those four guys, BYU is good to go as long as L.J. Martin can stay relatively healthy, as healthy as a workhorse running back can be, at least.
And you talk about Tyler Algier, and I take a look at guys like Cam Scadaboo. BYU's got one of those guys on the roster. It's Jack Kelly. And I don't know if the offense is going to get any type of shot at him, but I'd love to see Jack carry the ball. But on the defensive side, the guy is extremely menacing. Just talk about how important he's been to the defense and what you saw from Jack Kelly that really helped turn the tides against Colorado.
We talked about Jack's tight end days at Kearns High School last night on the Kalani show. He was a big-time tight end in high school as well. Caught a lot of touchdowns and made a lot of grabs, but certainly on defense is where he's found his home. And we also covered this number last night. You combine his Weber State days with his BYU days, and he's up to 25.5 sacks now from the linebacker spot. And he is, and the coaches aren't shy about projecting him as an NFL linebacker. I mean, they're not concerned at all about him. They're not saying maybe he could. No, they're like, he's an NFL linebacker and a really good NFL linebacker at the next level. So that's what you're dealing with. When coaches are that comfortable with projecting him already, you got something special. And Jay Hill talks about his four-step acceleration. By his fourth step, he's kind of full speed on you. And you really only had to look at that last play of the game for Colorado offensively last week when Salter sprinted out to his right. And the reason I think he hurries his throw and throws behind the intended receiver that Glasgow picks is because he had this, white tornado bearing down on him. And Jack Kelly closes just that fast. It's fun to watch. I mean, Hans uses the expression shot out of a cannon, and it's pretty accurate when it comes to Jack because he can be from standing still to launching into you pretty quickly.
I'm pretty sure you probably don't enjoy these kinds of conversations, but this duo of linebackers, you've seen a lot of great linebacker combinations at BYU. In my opinion, it's got to be right up there. But you're a little bit more of the historian. Where would you rank them?
Mm-hmm. Well, they're in terms of linebacker duos, they have to be among the best BYU's produced. In part because they're different in their skill sets.
Yeah.
Isaiah is a little taller, maybe more of just like a natural kind of make any playmaker, whereas Jack Kelly is just that absolute, kind of bundle of speed in a tightly wound, more stoutly packed package, and yet they're both indispensable at BYU. Isaiah may be better in coverage. Jack's better probably against the run. So they each kind of check boxes that the other may not check all the way. And you combine the two to really just kind of cover that part of the field, as well as I think any Big 12 team. Neither one was a preseason Big 12 linebacker. Both could be on that team by the end of the season. I'll be curious to see what kind of year they have the rest of the way. And then if voters would actually think about putting two BYU linebackers on that list, because I think they're both looking worthy of it right now, 4 games through 12 or 13.
Let's talk about the third linebacker in that room or on that front. I was talking about this at the start of the Cougar preview show, Greg, how much I missed Shea Brian Struther. And I don't think people understand how good and how important he was going to be in this defense. And so you don't really understand the significance of his loss. With that being said, Ciale Serra's done a really good job of scraping, picking up the tackles. What have you seen from Ciale? What kind of feel do you get from Ciale Serra? And do you feel like he's getting the job done in that area that he needs to?
Yeah, I think people don't think about Che enough because it happened so early and the reports weren't coming out yet, the midweek availability reports, and it just kind of got lost in the shuffle a little bit. But I think he was going to have a great season. And I think a lot of people kind of expected that it would just be Ciale's job. And Che said, no, I'm going to fight for that job. And he made it so that it was going to be a timeshare between him and Ciale. Now with Che gone, Ciale's had to pick up the slack and do a little more. And you're probably more expertly qualified to talk about the kind of impact he's had. But, he's right there in the top 7 in BYU in tackles right now. He's had a TFL. He's gotten into the backfield. He's got a hurry on his tally. I think game by game we're seeing him become more comfortable. He's unlike the other two guys altogether too. He's more of a prototypical middle linebacker, if you will, the way he looks and kind of hunkers down there. We are seeing guys like Max Alford get reps there. They're not be refed behind Ciale, but I think what happened to Che is going to ensure that Ciale has the chance to make more of an impact at that Mike spot. And also, Hans, we see a ton of 42, right? We see a lot of two linebacker stuff from BYU. So Ciale's not getting the kind of snap reps that Jack and Isaiah are because they play so much nickel with 4 downs. So that's also part of it too.
Yep.
Greg Wrubell, voice of the BYU Cougars, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Greg, you have a West Virginia team who is not off to a great start. They got thumped at home by Utah. Now they're coming cross-country against BYU. Do you ever get concerned about the looking past an opponent vibe with this team or reading own press clippings, or do you feel like Kalani's usually got a pretty good handle on that?
I think he does, and I think we're just now starting to see the opportunities present themselves where that might be a factor. I think of last year when Oklahoma State came in, and we were already kind of seeing cracks in the floorboards at Oklahoma State, and they came in, I think, expected to lose big, and could have beaten BYU. And so I think of Oklahoma State as the most recent example of a game that looked like it wasn't going to be much of one, and turned out to be an absolute nail biter. Here's the thing about West Virginia: they, since kind of surviving Pitt in overtime, have gotten thumped not just by Utah but by Kansas too. They lost 41-10 and 48-14 in back-to-back weeks, and they're hurt, and they don't know who their quarterback is, and they're coming across the country, and they're playing at 10:36 body clock time, and they're on a short week. I mean, it's all set up to where if BYU has their house in order, that this should be a game they win and win handily. Now, having said that, West Virginia is the kind of team, because they are so ground reliant, that could, if they're making first downs at least, challenge BYU's possession time stat, which is really impressive right now. West Virginia, if there's one thing they can rely on, it's going to the ground. You can almost chalk them up for 150 every week on the ground, and usually 150 is enough to keep teams in the game. They ran for 260-something, I think, against Utah last week, even though they were getting blown out. They still managed to run the football. So that's a concern, but there's not a single thing that sets up well for West Virginia right now, other than the underdog mentality, us against the world, no one gives us a shot. I mean, Rich Rod was already saying this week, we may not even practice hard because we're banged up and we're traveling. And so I just, this is one of those games, the spread looks, unfortunately, for West Virginia about right. And with the exception of BYU not covering in Boulder, the Cougars have done a pretty good job taking care of business this season and recently.
Greg, I'm interested in what type of nuggets you picked up in the coordinator's corner from any of the coordinators that kind of stood out to you in regards to any of the adjustments they made against Colorado or any of the adjustments that they may make moving forward. What were you able to pick up from some of that?
Well, Jay Hill kind of agreed with the discussion we had that you were probably seeing Colorado run through their script at the start offensively. They wanted to do different things and did them against BYU. Once they showed their hand, Jay Hill and the defense adjusted to it. Aaron Roderick said too defensively that Colorado changed things up for BYU. Their game plan was to make sure L.J. Martin would not beat them from the running back spot. So it opened up quarterback run, and that's why you saw Bear Bachmeier have as many rushes, 15, as L.J. Martin that night. So I think if there's anything I gleaned from that day, it was the underlining of the fact that these guys, watch these first couple series with the wheels turning in their heads to figure out, okay, this is what we thought we might have to do today. Here's what we really have to do today. And sometimes it takes a couple drives to figure out exactly what's going to work. But when they figure it out, these guys, Jay Hill and Aaron Roderick, is as good as they come at adjusting on the fly, creating different game plans, and making those work for BYU. Aaron also used the words training wheels relative to Bear Bachmeier. They were on at the start of the year, and they're coming off. And 4 games in, you've got a fully equipped quarterback, I think, right now that's making a ton of on-the-fly decisions and making the right ones to help BYU succeed.
He is Greg Wrubell, voice of the Cougars. I know you're loving every little bit of this football run, as you should. This is awesome. This team is off to an undefeated start, nationally ranked. But deep down, you got to be a little fired up for basketball, right?
Yeah, no, I check out basketball practices while I'm doing football prep, and it's that time of year when you can really get hyped for both programs. And yeah, it's going to be a blast. Going through some travel situations today and looking at the games and the venues and the opponents. It should be a really special season. It'll be unlike a season we've ever called at BYU, and that includes the Jimmer years. That senior season of Jimmer Mania was something pretty special. But this is something that the Cougs hit the ground running with AJ and others. And obviously BYU's never ever been picked this highly in the preseason. The expectations have never been this high. And I don't want that to set BYU up for something that they can't possibly reach. I don't agree with the notion that it's, Final Four or bust. I don't think that's healthy. I mean, this is a program that's only been to the Elite Eight once, and that was 45 years ago. So putting that kind of pressure on BYU is maybe not fair. But I think it's fair to expect that this could be among the most exciting basketball campaigns we've ever seen, and certainly the most talent-laden group we've ever seen take the hardwoods at the Marriott Center. So from that extent, super excited. But, it is still football season, and we're just getting going with that too. And we're only a third of the way, Hans and I, through this regular season. And every week gets more and more interesting and exciting. And you don't want to look too far ahead. But it's only a few weeks now where we're going to be going Utah, Iowa State, Texas Tech, and TCU in consecutive games. That's a gauntlet. And to get there, you've got to take care of business against West Virginia, then go back on the road. Arizona's, looks gettable, right? But every road game is a challenge. And then comes that, borderline murderer's row that I just mentioned. And if you can make it through that with 2 or 3 wins, you're probably going to find yourself in the running to get to Arlington at the end of the season.
Okay, that all being said, I want to take you in the DeLorean, hop in that car, go 88 miles an hour back to your first year was 2001, right? As full-time play-by-play?
Play-by-play.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And imagine telling 2001 Greg Wrubell that BYU would be in the Big 12. They'd be undefeated to start the season with expectations of being right there for a chance to play for a Big 12 championship game and a 5-star number 1 or number 2, depending on whose rating you go after, number 1 recruit in the country committing to BYU, and BYU being expected to be at least bare minimum Sweet 16, a good chance of Elite 8, and who knows after that. This is a crazy new world you're living in, Greg.
And then you could have told me that my broadcast partners are Hans Olsen and Mark Durant.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I mean, it just keeps getting better and better at that point.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, it's a great business to be in and a great profession to be involved with. And I think my job's, a dream job for me. And I never get less excited as each season rolls around, and just super fortunate. And yeah, there's no better time to do what I do. I'm just so glad that BYU has won enough to be considered as one of those programs, in those power conference levels, and then continuing to win enough once they get there to show they were worthy of that selection. It's a great time to do what I do and to be with Hans, and hopefully our listeners get a sense of that when they tune us in.
Greg, you're the best. We appreciate it. Thanks for your time, and enjoy what should be a fun call coming up Friday night.
See you Friday night.
Thanks. And Scotty, by the way, a shout out to you as well, because you do the same thing we do, and you do it at a really high level. And I know that working with Bronco is something I'm sure you are enjoying, because I certainly did when he was down here with us. And so continued success to you in what you do. You're a busy man, and you do your job really well. So thanks.
Oh, that means a lot, Greg, especially coming from you. I really appreciate that. And you know what? It is my life's goal to get into Bronco's inner circle. Like, you know what? I'm going to win him over. I'm going to. And I told Hans, I don't care how long it takes, but I'm going to get into that inner circle with Bronco.
Can I just mention, though, Greg, I think he did it. Because, as you know, he's actually a sentimental man.
Yes.
And Scotty took some steps, and it feels like you may be in the inner circle.
I think we're getting very close. I think I figured out how to get to Bronco's heart a little bit.
Sentimental things.
And it's not football.
Nope.
You hosted a lot of coaches shows with him, and I was talking to him last week, and I was going over, hey, look, you know what? We can do this. We can do this. Am I leading you in the right direction? He goes, I'd like to talk more about the principles of our program, not necessarily the X's and O's. And I'm like, done. I love that stuff. So
at least he didn't say just don't do what Greg did.
I love him, though.
Yeah.
What he's doing in Logan is no surprise, I'm sure, for you and people down at BYU that got to know him, but he is doing some incredible work up there.
Yeah, and he will do, and I know you'll continue to enjoy your time with him. And, I'm sure you're in already, and he appreciates anybody that is dedicated to their job the way that you are.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
You're the best.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay,
there
take
he
care,
is.
guys. I'll see you soon. See you soon, Hans. Bye.
Yep.
Greg Wrubell, play-by-play voice of the BYU Cougars. You can't find a more genuine good person than Greg.
He's to the core. I'm telling you, man, to the core.
I mean, we joke about, like, Greg, whether or not he'll have some fun and take a jab here and there, but genuinely, like, we've known a lot of people in this business.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that appear to be good people, but kind of aren't.
Yeah.
And Greg is everything you would expect him to be.
Yes.
Just genuinely the most helpful person on the planet, will go out of his way to do anything for you. And I can't thank him enough for being a bit of a mentor for me in this whole play-by-play thing, a guy that I've leaned on a bit.
He's good, and he loves you. He loves your work.
Yeah.
He really does. He mentions that to me quite often. I hope I didn't overstep my bounds by mentioning that you may have gotten into the...
No. Hey, look, I told you I was committed. And so,
because I think you're doing all right.
We're working on it.
I actually got a text about it.
Did you really?
Yeah, I forgot to tell you. Yeah.
Well, we got to go to break. I got to hear about this. Yeah. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you want to avoid your furnace breaking down this winter, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your furnace's annual maintenance. If you do find yourself with a furnace blowing cold air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all winter long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey guys, Alex Keary from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably probably have 2 more sessions to go with it. So I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU coming off a big win. Now have to turn around and get set for a showdown against West Virginia. It is conference weekend, which means BYU playing on Friday night, and Aaron Roderick getting geared up for the short week.
First of all, everybody's a little sore from the last game, so you have to be smart about how much you practice. You have to carry a little bit less in the game plan. We won't have as much volume in this game plan as we normally do. Kind of finding the balance of getting healthy and fresh for the game, but also getting enough practice reps to be ready to play.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Whether it's the district in South Jordan where you can go and get the best barbecue in the state, or have it delivered to you via catering, go to KennyJBBQ.com for everything you may need. That's KennyJBBQ.com.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to Lavelle Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big thanks, as always, to the play-by-play voice of the BYU Cougars, Greg Wrubell. All right, Hans, BYU, West Virginia, Friday night. You played at BYU. You know what it's like to have that quick turnaround. I think probably every year you played at BYU, you probably got Utah State in that Friday game, right?
Utah State in the Friday game. We always played one Thursday game, too.
Okay, so you know what these short weeks are like. Is it difficult to try to?
No.
In fact, you probably like it.
I did. Yeah, I liked it. The quicker I could get to the game, the better. The fewer practices I had, the better. I wanted to play games, so it's kind of nice when a game comes around. It might be rough if it's a road game against a ranked opponent, because then I want more time to take a look at the opponent, to really prepare, because we may have to get in some gadgetry, and we might have to fight tooth and nail. So there might be some things that I need extra time for. But for the most part, I loved, before you could overthink it, just getting on the field and doing it. I had no problem with that. What I don't like is that it's another 8:30 kick.
Yeah.
And it's like,
they're really picking on you guys on those 8:30s, man.
Is it wearing on BYU coaches and players as much as it wears on me, or no? Probably not. I mean, maybe more. I don't know.
I would think as much, if not more, because I mean the time you guys put in. Well, frankly, the time you guys put into that broadcast is crazy.
Yeah, we put
the
a lot of
time
time
commitment, a lot of time into that bad boy. But I mean, you're not out of there until what 2:30, 3 a.m. More often than not. Then you gotta go get your swatchos run.
Yeah,
and then and so like I imagine the coaches are doing the same thing. Like the game's over, all right? Well, let's go break down our next opponent. Let's get all the film ready for that. And I can't imagine what that turnaround's like.
It's got to be tough.
Yeah.
So you got an 8:30 kick against West Virginia, and this is just following other 8:30 kicks. And that Colorado game, it kicked late. Arizona was announced. It's a little bit earlier. It's 6 p.m., so a little bit better. Be curious what they do with this BYU Utah game. They won't bury that at 8:30, will they?
Yes. Yeah, they will. I mean, I'm anticipating they will. Lloyd,
they've done it. They've done it in the past.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see the viewership numbers on BYU Colorado?
Woo! Yeah, how about that?
2.8 million. 2.8 million. I think it was the fifth highest viewed or sixth?
Yeah, it was right up there. And it's a little bit of the prime factor as well, but also BYU.
A lot of the prime factor. And it falls way short of the 8 million that watched the Alamo Bowl.
Yeah.
But still a good amount of people tuning in at 8 p.m. to watch BYU kick off against Colorado. I got to imagine it's starting to wear on them a bit.
Has to. Absolutely has to.
I know when I was playing college football, nights and days, they didn't mean much. I just needed sleep at some point.
Yeah.
The problem was carving out the sleep at some point because, I liked.
Hey, you got to win.
I liked the public gatherings.
Was there a win or lose? Was there always a public gathering after a home game? Just wins.
Just wins.
Okay.
No. When I lost, it was not fun.
Was there a public gathering you just would not attend, or nobody was throwing a public gathering?
You know what's funny? This is the truth. The truth is, your parents come to watch you, and they're there. You go, and my brother would always come. Sisters, oftentimes. It's always a family affair.
Okay.
It's you always just the problem is like when we would win, me and the family, we'd go hit like Village Inn, late night, Skillets, we'd stay up, maybe watch a movie, have some laughs. When we'd lose.
If only Bam Bams was around then. Would have been nice.
Oh, jeez. I'd have taken the whole family.
Weezer assemble.
54 Olsons marching in to see Cam at 3:30 in the morning. Cam!
Hey!
Open the door!
I know it's locked, and I know the lights are up, but I swear I see you in the background there.
I see you.
And then when I bump into him, I'll just be like, Cam, if you just leave me a key.
Yeah, we'll take care of it.
Just leave me a key and leave a couple of things in the smoker.
Yeah, I can make my way around there. It's fine.
But, oh, man, Scotty, after that Virginia loss, we lost to Virginia. I can't remember. It was like 42-45.
Yeah.
That was that Thomas Jones.
Thomas Jones was running wild.
And one of my family members said something to me. We were walking out to the car. One of my family members said something, and I dropped a few F-bombs, and which I don't do in front of my family.
Especially when you were a student at BYU.
Not a chance.
No.
And I still regret it. My aunt and uncle flew out to Jacksonville to watch our game against Florida State, the opener.
Oh, yeah.
We lost that game.
Another tough one, yeah.
I ignored them. Went right to the bus. They were like, hi. They had a sign that's like, we love 72. And I just walked right to the bus. My aunt just reminded me about it a couple weeks ago. She's like, that hurt me pretty bad. I was like,
I sure hope Fawn gave you the business. I really do. Jeez, you want past them?
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, it wasn't just aunt and uncle. It was everybody. And I went to the bus. I went to the room. Got on the flight and headed home.
Got your chicken sandwich.
Yep. Didn't even say. Oh, boy. How we doing? That's that losses. You know, okay, that's actually a good point you bring up. So you kick me off at 8:30, and I win. Well, I'm doing okay, I think.
Yeah.
If I lose one of those 8:30s, and you put me short week on an 8:30, that's a problem. But if I go to Colorado, I beat Colorado. I got an 8:30 on a Friday against West Virginia. I'm actually probably feeling pretty good about it.
Okay.
So you lose. You're willing to take an omni shift of bouncing,
just to
Unleash.
punish somebody.
Just give me one round.
Give me a shift,
country
please.
night. Country night.
Bring back Oasis.
Give
Let's
me my
go.
kickers.
Or it wasn't Oasis. Who was it? That they had that they told the guys to just run up on the stage.
Offspring.
Offspring, yeah.
Offspring. Oasis is that's the Gallaghers?
Yeah, the brothers. Yeah. They
Champagne,
hated each other.
Champagne Supernova?
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't mind bouncing for them either.
Yeah, I'm sure you could knock a few elbows on that one.
I told you the worst bouncing job of my life was the Bayside Boys, the Macarena.
Really? That sounds like the fifth circle of hell right there.
That's all they got.
It was an hour and a half of Macarena, and I was front stage. But that's all they got. So it was, hey, Macarena. And I'm like, oh my, I'm going to hurt somebody, and I'm the bouncer.
Yeah, you needed Carlos to bounce.
Yeah,
you.
it's like, get all back. Because I was done with the Macarena.
Was it well attended?
Yeah, it was jam-packed.
Oh, jeez.
Jam-packed.
Well, I mean, it was the late 90s. That was kind of a thing back then.
Yeah, and they just kept doing the clapping thing. They
Lloyd,
just kept doing the
Lloyd, no.
And they had the dancers up there. And it was like the dancers were, but it's like, you see the Macarena for an hour.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, hey, Bayside Boys,
again.
next song, Bayside Boys.
It's like last year when Shabuzi was outside of Delta Center and they played Tipsy, like he did Tipsy like 10 times. Is that the name of the song?
Yeah, Tipsy.
Get a little tipsy?
Shabuzi.
Yeah, something like that.
I think that's right.
He's tipsy.
Hey, look, if you've got it, you flaunt it,
Well,
And I think everybody was fine with him playing that over and over and over
Give the people
again.
what they want. But sooner or later, you're going to have to broaden your horizons a bit.
Do you know there was this rumor that spread through the Club Omni that the Backstreet Boys were coming?
I actually remember that.
Yeah, and so I was bouncing that night, and it spread that they were just coming to the dance club because they were just going to kind of mix and
They're a
mingle
little secretive
at the club,
Yeah.
and maybe there's going to be, and the fever pitch that place hit. There were girls in there. They would come up to me and they were like, "Are they coming? Are they coming?" I'm like, "I think they might be coming," and then they would run it. They try to go get gussied up, because they want to have the highest hair that they can have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was past the high hair. We were out of the high hair days.
Yeah, but
we were in the crimping.
There were still some kids coming down from Idaho that
Some
probably
claws.
still had the
There had to been some
had the
claws.
claws.
Yeah, there were some tidal waves.
Yeah.
The fly swatters, they call
Little
them.
flock of seagulls.
Yeah, fly swatters. Get the flies off the ceiling. But they didn't come.
Yeah, you think?
They never came.
Yeah, this is like the Michael Jordan coming and playing one-on-one with B-Russ.
Backstreet was hot.
Yeah.
Backstreet Boys. Blackstreet was even hotter. You remember Blackstreet?
Oh, yeah.
Even hotter.
I don't know if they were.
Blackstreet?
Over
No
the
diggity?
Backstreet Boys? Look, look, I'm not hating on Blackstreet.
Man, No Diggity was so hot.
No Diggity was great. But in terms of overall reach,
maybe it was. It was probably Backstreet Boys.
Yeah. All right, 250. We'll wrap this thing up next.
Oh, this was hot.
There you go. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
No diggity, no doubt.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What cut of meat are you looking for? Are you looking for a slab of beef ribs? You looking for short ribs? You looking for just a great T-bone steak or a ribeye steak? All I want you to do right now is go to barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com. You're going to find every cut of meat out there. You've got subscription models, and here's the thing. Not only are you going to get get access to all of that, Hans, but it's the best beef on the planet right there at Bar W Beef.
You asked about the cuts.
Oh,
and
look
I pulled
at that.
up. So this is one of the tabs at barwbeef.com is specialty cuts. You got the tomahawk steak. It's dry aged, 14 days, 2.5 pounds, this tomahawk steak. Yes, I did eat one. And it is marvelous.
Yeah.
You got the prime rib. You can order a whole prime rib. You got whole beef brisket. Then you go the ribeye, the New York, the T-bone, the beef tenderloin, my favorite.
Yep.
The beef sirloin. You've got the beef porterhouse, which is incredible. All of these things can be ordered at barwbeef.com and sent to your front door. This is fresh cut, fresh packed, incredible beef that's raised right here in Utah.
barwbeef.com. Get there now. Now, if you're in the Nephi area, you can just stop by their retail location and pick it up on scene. You can also check out their new restaurant, Bar Dub, which is absolutely incredible. But if you can just get to the website, barwbeef.com, all shipments over $150 will be shipped to your home absolutely for free. That's barwbeef.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. I love fall, and I love October. In our family, October is replete with all kinds of fun things. We have a lot of birthdays. Dee and I have our anniversary, so of course, we're making our plans right now to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for several of those occasions. And of course, we can choose from Hotel Park City, want to go up into the mountains, enjoy this great time of year, or all the fun things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you at 275 South West Temple. You, of course, can rely on the very best service, the great atmosphere, but it does kind of boil down to the food, and you will never have a better meal. The steaks, the entrees, whatever it might be, poultry, seafood, you name it, it's all waiting for you, including those delicious side dishes, the desserts that are off the charts. It's time right now to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
3, 2, 1.
This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes using the bye week to get back to basics a little bit. Kyle Whittingham referencing tackling as one of the issues that they'll be presenting as a point of emphasis during the off week.
Well, we're certainly going to work on tackling, I can tell you that. And we're in bad body position too often. We've got to get that corrected, and we will. You're never going to be perfect in tackling. We're playing against scholarship guys, and that are really good, so they're going to make you miss on occasion. But as of late, we've just been missing too many tackles. So that will definitely be a point of emphasis.
That is your Utes at 50 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Best barbecue in the state. Available for you at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. They'll also cater. That's right. You got a big event coming up? Kenny J's Barbecue can cater it for you. Check out their menu at kennyjbbq.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up another edition of the show, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Wrapping up your Cougar preview show, BYU West Virginia coming up Friday night. That's right, Friday night kickoff. At least it'll be a late one, Hans, but at least you have a full weekend to recover from it.
Yeah, it'll be nice to have a Saturday and a Sunday. We will still do the Sunday morning podcast.
Correct.
So don't think you won't get that just because Utah State, Utah on buys. We are still going to put together a Sunday morning podcast for you, which is doing better this year than it did last year.
It's growing.
It's growing. The trajectory is good.
But
it's promising.
Yes.
But we would encourage you still to go and listen to it every weekend.
Please.
So that it doesn't go away.
We hope the trajectory in the fourth quarter continues.
Yes.
Yeah, we're hoping that you continue to listen so that we can continue to do it, because if you don't, then we can't.
Perfectly said.
Yep.
It's that simple. All right, you preview show coming up tomorrow. Frank Dolce, we think. We're always on Frank time, so we anticipate Frank Dolce will be with us tomorrow. And then on Friday, remember, we'll be live at El Matador in Bountiful. Best Mexican joint ever. I'm not exaggerating. Get there now, El Matador. We will be there Friday from noon to 3 for the lunch hour. So stop by, grab yourself a bite to eat, hang out with me, Alema, Hans, and Coach Ron McBride.
And come have the warm salsa and shredded cheddar cheese.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Lloyd, if Coach Mack is not feeling well, would you quit manipulating him into coming?
Yes, I will do that.
You're getting really forceful.
It's not okay, man. Like, he's not up for it.
Coach Mack told Lloyd, I don't feel well. Lloyd said, well, then let's just call this good.
Yeah.
How about you pack your stuff and you go?
Lloyd said something along the lines, I have a warm glass of shut the hell up.
You just pulled landscaping duty, Coach.
Oh, your back hurts, huh, Coach?
Now your fingers are going to hurt. Now,
oh, your fingers hurt. Now your back's going to hurt because he's got landscaping duty.
Don't do that to our coach.
Yeah.
Don't do that because people are really going to believe that. I tried to get Coach, and Coach
really
would not. Coach was having none of it.
I love it. All right. JJ Alex next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Boy, I was really jamming out to this generic instrumental. Turn it up.
Let it roll all day.
Welcome back to the program. I'm welcoming myself back. I'm out there arguing about the AFC West with Rusty Keys out there from FM 100.
A lot of distractions in the building.
Yeah, and the reality is he's like, are you guys talking nice things about my Chiefs? And I was like, no. We're not saying anything about the Chiefs. You know why? They're meh. And you know what? The AFC, I just decided, sucks.
The whole AFC?
Well, you tell me. Besides
Are
the
we going to
Bills,
jump in the NFL right now?
No,
I'm ready to go.
Well,
I'll go.
we're just having this conversation with Rusty Keys out in the hallway. And I just wanted to know. And I just started to kind of convince myself that the AFC kind of stinks. I mean, I don't know, besides the Bills and kind of the Chiefs, like what we're talking about here. Who's any good?
There's only 2 undefeated teams in the entire league.
That's what I said. That's what I was telling Rusty. I was like, hey.
One is in the AFC.
We don't know who's any good right now.
One is in the NFC. One is the Buffalo Bills. One is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, and the Eagles, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if Jalen Hurts is like the type of quarterback that I just don't know if he's going to be able to be sustainably, like, just keep this thing rolling. You know what I mean? For a long time.
Why not?
I don't know.
They got their thing. They got the tush push. They got all.
Is that a thing? Is that?
Oh. They got an all-pro running back. He's got one of the biggest, strongest physical receivers in the game.
So your argument is they can get 1 yard at the goal line. You can get 1 yard at the goal line.
No, that's when we start getting into the conversation about the Eagles and their weakness.
I don't know. Like, I don't know.
They completed 0 passes in the second half and still won a football game.
I know. And what was did you see that back and forth? I think, who were they? It was him and Chris Jones yelling at each other when they played the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And he's like, you guys got 114 yards of total offense. He's like, we won the effing game. Yeah.
And that wins.
Everybody took a minute to kind of get going in the NFL, I feel like. I think it's the Raiders' year, though. I think it's the Raiders' year. That's a joke. I feel bad because I want Ashton Jeanty to do well. I want Pete Carroll to do well. I just don't know if
you want Geno Smith to do well.
Yeah, but I just don't know if he's going to be the guy. All right, great. We'll talk about that another time. We got lots to get into. We've got the cut to jump into on the program today. Let's just get right to it. We've got to talk all sorts of things across the board. We got some hockey for you a little bit later. We've got we got 2 major Utah State and Utah taking the break off on the same week. That's just not good for us. All right, it's not fun. You know why? Because Kyle Whittingham's like, did you say bye week? I'm not saying one word. Nobody's saying a word. Okay, we're not going to talk anything about. We don't even want to talk about how last week's game was. You had to get all that on Saturday in Morgantown. All right, so. Let's kick off the show, though. Let's get to the cut. Let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Get to it. All right, so right off the bat here, I was thinking about. I saw this article and I thought, this is kind of interesting because I think from a national standpoint we could have this discussion. I think more importantly, from a local standpoint, we should have this discussion. So we're officially into the season 1 month. Okay, some teams have played 5 games, some teams have played 4, and I think it's interesting because I don't know how much of a quarter of the season actually gives us a reality check on who these teams are.
Yeah.
How much are you able to kind of, as a percentage, kind of really understand what this team is, like even just after a quarter of the season? I don't think it's a lot, particularly. I mean, think about where we had – I did this yesterday when I was talking about the quarterbacks, when I pointed out the top 15 or whatever it was, and basically 10 of them are on teams or are quarterbacks that aren't performing or on teams that aren't performing, and so we just don't even talk about them anymore. And then you have all these people – who start showing up to the party that we never even talked about, right? And that happens. So right off the bat, when it comes to your biggest surprises in college football, we'll start from the national level, okay? The very first one was the number one thing, I think, is how bad Clemson has been. And not just that they're unranked, but that they are not good under Cade Klubnik, who for a lot of people thought was going to be the Heisman Trophy winner for this year. How many people had Clemson in their top, I'm not even going to say top 10, their top 4 in the college football or in the preseason AP rankings and all the other rankings and the quarterback rankings, all of it. This guy is 94th nationally in QBR. 94th nationally. And we thought this guy was going to win the Heisman Trophy. By the way, you can't recover from that. There's no. I'll tell you what happens in a quarter of a season is you can't recover from that. So he threw 36 touchdowns last year, and he was a preseason All-American this year. And that preseason All-American is the biggest joke on the planet when a guy is 94th in the country. And I think obviously that it's not just Cade Klubnik from the quarterback's perspective. We thought that Arch Manning was going to be the guy, that he was going to be
Keep saying we.
Well, I say we is like the general public. Everyone just assumed. They assumed.
The pundits.
Yes. Texas fans and even the SEC fans thought that this was going to be Arch's year and that they could get over the hump, not just getting to the national championship games or not just getting to the Final Four of the college football playoff, but to finally win that thing. And he actually looks worse by far. They're missing Quinn Ewers. Like they are going, man, that guy, remember how good he was? He took him to two. He took him to a national championship game. Not
semifinal.
Two semifinals in a row.
Semifinals, yeah.
Two semifinals in a row. Mm-hmm. And now Arch Manning is standing over Sam Houston State guys, and people are going, oh, boy, this is what we bought into? Warby Parker, the glasses company, all the other like high-end whatever NIL deals he had going on are all going, this is the guy we hitched our wagon to? And so between that, which situation would you rather be in, Cade Klubnik or Arch Manning?
Arch Manning right now.
Just because you're getting paid so much more?
Texas is ranked 9th. They're 3-1.
Yeah, they're still.
They still have all their goals in place.
Yeah. They lost to Ohio State by a touchdown at their place.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Texas is fine.
Okay.
Clemson's done. They're toast. They lost to Syracuse, who lost to Duke?
Yeah.
Isn't that right?
And by a lot, by the way. Syracuse got killed. Okay. Who's got it worse? Cade Klubnik and Dabo Swinney at Clemson or Bill Belichick? Well, the thing is that Bill Belichick didn't have the expectations of you better be a national championship.
Bill Belichick would love to have Cade Klubnik on his roster, and he'd love to be whatever the record is of Clemson.
Yeah, but the Bill Belichick situation has become like unwatchable. Not even like we're not even interested.
It's not even the worst Power 4 teams in the country.
It's not even cringeworthy. We just don't even think about him. You know what I mean?
Like with all that said, North Carolina's 2-2.
Oh, I mean, yeah,
they have a better record than Clemson.
So if you would have had down on the sheet of paper that you believed more in Clemson than you did, or in Vanderbilt than we do in Clemson right now.
Guess who plays this weekend?
Who?
North Carolina, Clemson.
By the way, that's gonna be your get right game on this one, right?
It better be.
It might not be, but I do think it's going to be.
It better be.
Like that's how much I think North Carolina sucks. If they lose to North Carolina, I think Dabo Swinney actually, because of the way he's been talking in all these press conferences too, he's like big doomsday guy. He's like, I don't know, this is the worst coaching that I've ever seen, and it's me who's doing it. And you're like, boy, stop with the honesty stuff. Jeez, settle down.
Just beating the fans to the punch there.
Yeah,
he does it first. The fans don't know what to do.
Yeah. I guess so. They're like, yeah, on your coach's show.
He already crapped on himself. What are we going to do? That's our job.
All right, so those are some of the biggest storylines, too. I'm trying to think if there are other ones that are off the top of your head that you think, oh, man, can you believe
Just
this?
Nationally, Indiana following up last season with a 5-0 start in a absolute boat race of Illinois.
That was one of the craziest game results ever.
Give them some props. How about Texas A&M and Oklahoma being in the top 6 in the country? Ole Miss 4th. I don't think a lot of people thought with Jackson Dart leaving that they would be in that position.
No, but again,
Miami with Carson Beck has worked out nicely. Those are some surprises. I think if you look at the top 10, is that who you thought was going to be in the top 10 at this point?
No, and the reason why is because they have quarterbacks that you didn't even know their names before the season. Trinidad Chambliss, who I don't even think that – I mean, he wasn't even going to be the projected starter at Ole Miss. He came in from Ferris State. Where the heck is Ferris State? I don't know what's going on here. Take a guess. Wait, let's make our producer Alex guess. Annapolis, where's Ferris State? Give me just a state.
It has to be in the Midwest somewhere.
Okay. I see.
Has to be, right?
I would like Ohio, probably, maybe.
You're close.
I'm going to go with so Ferris State. I'm going to go with Kentucky?
No.
What?
It's in the Midwest.
What do we have?
Upper Midwest. It's in Michigan. It's in Big Rapids, Michigan.
Not
Grand Rapids.
Grand Rapids, they're like, what?
Not Grand
I'm
Rapids.
from Big Rapids.
But
You're
Big
like,
Rapids.
That's like the Western family brand of Rapids cities in Michigan. Yeah.
That's Grand Rapids Light.
So he comes in, he's from Ferris freaking State. And
I mean, that is up in the mitt that is Michigan.
Yeah,
It's
where is it on the hand?
It's up higher it's on the ring finger.
So
it's way up there.
So it's not technically he's not a Uper. He's not an Upper Peninsula guy. But
not quite. Not UP, but halfway there.
Okay, so congratulations to Lane Kiffin. He's able to find a quarterback in the rough. And guess what he is? On the Heisman odds list. Guess who else is? Fernando Mendoza.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a guy who, again, the reason that those two teams are in the conversation is because they have quarterbacks. Mendoza comes from out of Cal. Who would have thought? By the way, Cal is the Ferris State of the West. What a tough Division II program they've got going on out there. Them and Stanford State. Good team.
Stanford. It has to be a directional. Northwest Stanford State.
Stanford State doing great. But man, I love their fight. They're a good Division II team.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, look what you have. Georgia Tech. You have a leader at quarterback.
5-0. Vanderbilt 5-0.
So from the national perspective,
the
those
bounce
are the
back
ones.
of Florida State. I know they lost to Virginia, and Virginia's in the top 25.
What a difference a month makes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's go from the local standpoint. Let's talk about the surprises that we have here locally.
Yeah.
BYU being 4-0, I think actually still is a little bit shocking for some people, considering where they were a month and a half ago or 2 months ago with their quarterback situation, which was they didn't have one yet. They had a three-way race. 2.5 months ago, they had a three-way quarterback conversation, and now nobody would So the big shock is you have a true freshman quarterback who has grown up considerably in the last 4 weeks, and yet I still don't know if it's real, right? Like, there's still parts of me that go, I don't know what they're doing here. They're running the guy head first up the middle of the field here. But is that considered one of these shock things that a true freshman quarterback, the very first one to ever start game one for BYU, comes in and leads them to a 4-0 start?
I think you'd be shocked to know if you were in a coma for the last 6 months and you woke up today and found out Bear Bachmeier is BYU starting quarterback, you'd be very confused. But if you followed along and you know the story, it's not really that big of a surprise. And I'm not surprised at all that BYU's 4-0. We talked about the schedule before. I was like, this schedule's perfect for the situation.
They could go 6-0, yeah.
I didn't think that they would be challenged until they got to the Arizona game in Tucson, and even then I expect them to win that game. I think they're going to go into that Utah game 6-0. There's no surprise with BYU there. I'm surprised at how well he's done. I thought he would be turning the ball over more. I thought he would be making more mistakes. I thought that there would be some scares, and I guess you can call Colorado a scare. BYU won by 3 in Boulder. They trailed 14-0. We haven't talked enough about how uncomfortable that first half was. BYU fans, how nervous were you? Be honest.
Well, it was really the first quarter. What felt funny, and I like I said, Quinn Kessenich from ESPN actually said it. He goes, the whole building is shifted at the half. When they went into the half and it was 14-10, they still had the lead. No one felt good about it for Colorado. But again, you're right. You're absolutely right. Like, it didn't feel like the type of win that you should be getting at that Colorado team who has a lot of question marks. And frankly, it feels like Caden Salter's going to lose that job again before the season's up.
He was pretty rough in the second half.
Yeah.
So I'm not shocked that BYU is 4-0. I'm shocked at how well the Bear Bachmeier experience has gone for BYU's offense. So my surprises with BYU, I mean, I'm surprised that Evan Johnson has emerged as a playmaker. That's a guy that, who was going to take over for, who was going to be that defensive back that made some plays.
Right. And people would say Mari Bamba first, maybe.
Probably.
Before they would say Evan Johnson.
Did anybody before coming into the season think of Evan Johnson as a standout performer on that defense? So that has been a nice, pleasant surprise. But everything else has kind of been as planned for BYU, outside of having to play a freshman quarterback and his development And the fact that we're 4 games in and he hasn't turned the ball over yet.
What is the biggest non-surprise then for BYU? Just
Jace
the defense?
Roberts, the defense.
The defense overall?
Yeah.
Jack Kelly's
Jack Kelly is exactly
Isaiah Glasker,
Glasker's
exactly
the
what you
same.
thought he was going to be.
Yeah, the defense. Tanya Vasa solidified the front. There's nothing surprising actually about what BYU has done.
LJ Martin's good.
And where
is a
they're
good
at.
running
LJ
back.
Martin is on his way to 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
We talked before the season that he's got to be 1,000-yard back this year. He's healthy. They got a freshman quarterback. They need to lean on him. That's exactly what has happened. So outside of the Bear Bachmeier experience, nothing surprises me about BYU. They're exactly where I thought they'd be, 4-0 and in the top 25.
Not a shock there. Let's go to Utah then. Let's go to surprises with Utah. I think we're all surprised by the result of that Texas Tech-Utah game, especially considering that it actually did work out. Again, let's do the thing where you wake up from the coma and you go, Devin Dampier came in and has absolutely played lights out, except for in one game. And it was a game that
was the game.
It turned out he was injured. Yeah, and it was the game so far, right? I think that was the shock, was was how much they lost that game by. Losing it at home, that was also a shock. But with Utah, I think you could even say, hey, expectation-wise, Devin Dampier from a talent perspective and from a not turning the ball over perspective compared to what it was last year, because what is he, 11 touchdowns and 3 picks right now, okay? And he's been a revelation for that offense. And this offense, save that Texas Tech game, is averaging 530 yards a game and 48 points a game. That's where they're at. And I don't know if that's going to be something that's going to be sustained all year long. So what is not a shock for you, or what is a shock for you with that Utah team?
The shocks for me, John Henry Daly's leading the nation in sacks.
Yeah.
Not that I didn't think he had the ability, but to go from not playing to now leading that team in sacks is quite a jump. And that has been a very pleasant surprise. Jackson Benny has been a fantastic surprise. Somebody who, I cover high school football. He was at Olympus High School, and obviously he's got great genes, and Danny Vrains is his uncle, and there's so much athleticism in his family. But to see him emerge as an outstanding nickelback, the plays that he's made on defense combined with what he's done on offense, nobody saw that coming. Even in the offseason, they're going to see Lander Barton and we're going to see Smith Snowden on offense, which is not too much of a surprise because we were told, but it's been surprising how effective it was. But even bigger of a surprise is the effectiveness of Jackson Benny as a two-way player. I didn't see that coming. Now, he's nicked up now. He's injured. I don't know how serious it is. Hopefully it's not serious. Hopefully the bye week came at a good time for him, and he'll be ready to go when they get back to it and have to play against Arizona State at home next Saturday, because they're going to need Jackson Benny. That's how valuable he has become on both sides of the ball. Huge surprise. Biggest disappointment was the offensive line in the Texas Tech game.
Yeah, it's that one game, right?
Sorry, guys. You have 2 All-American candidates. You should have stood toe-to-toe with those guys, and you got pushed around. It was disappointing, but I did like their bounce back last week. So that Texas Tech game kind of is this, and it's just one game. Yes, it is. And they have all season long to bounce back from that. But so much air came out of the sails when wind came out of the sails when they lost that game, and they're going to have to try to get that back going. I'm surprised that somebody hasn't emerged as the go-to running back. It's by committee still.
That was all we talked about.
4 games in.
Right? Yeah,
which is
aside from
fine.
Dampier.
It's fine. But if you felt like there was, like Wayshawn Parker was going to break out and be a 1,000-yard back, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Where are the receivers? And that was a glaring problem against Texas Tech. But the bigger problem there was Dampier was compromised with his injury. But who's going to step up as a receiver?
When I saw when that touchdown was thrown on Saturday, the very first touchdown, or no, maybe the second or third touchdown of the 4 that Dampier threw, and it was like the guy on the guy on TV calling the game was like looking down his list, and he's like, Ryan Davis.
Yeah,
and we were like,
okay, and I just asked that question. He has been terrific.
Right, but you didn't have him on the list of, hey, this guy's going to be a breakout dude I'll say too, the good news is the tight end is a little bit back too. For
Dallin
Utah.
Bentley has been a
really
surprise.
good.
If we're talking about surprises, Dallin Bentley having 22 catches for 246 yards and leading the team in touchdown receptions with 3 is a pleasant surprise. So he definitely deserves credit there. Ryan Davis has been a surprise, 36 catches, 348 yards and 2 touchdowns. He has been that receiver, but he's a possession receiver. He's not the guy that's running deep routes and he's going to stretch the field. We thought Tobias Merriweather was going to be that guy, and maybe they were going to get Larry Simmons involved. Tobias Merriweather has 6 catches. They have got to stretch the field, and they got to find a receiver that can stretch the field, and they haven't shown that yet.
All right, let's go to the Utah State side of things, and any surprises there. 3-2 isn't the big surprise, because even if they had if they had everybody back, everything was back to normal with Utah State, and you didn't have the whole thing go down, and they would still likely be 3-2. Those 2 road losses in the SEC to 2 ranked teams, one in the top 7, and then the other one is going to be in the top 15 come this next week if they can beat Alabama. Heck, if Vanderbilt beats Alabama, they'll probably be 12th.
Right.
I mean, like that. There's something. Those are tough teams. I think the big shock is that with the 86 new names that have populated that roster for Bronco Mendenhall, they've been able to figure it out immediately. And without Ike Larson, they've still had solid play on the defensive side of the football. And Utah State feels more stable than it has in a long, long time, even just after 5 games.
Biggest surprise is year 1 with Bronco Mendenhall. The Aggies are actually in a position to compete for a Mountain West championship. I mean that. I mean it. Who stands in their way?
Not Boise State.
They got to play UNLV.
They got to beat New Mexico.
In Vegas. They got to go to New Mexico.
Right.
And obviously New Mexico is much improved. Coach Eck is a great coach, and he's got them. They're filling the stands in Albuquerque again. They got people fired up there. It's awesome to see. Boise State's on the schedule. Fresno State will be a challenge. Fresno State, Boise State, currently undefeated in conference play. No one else has played yet in conference. But Utah State covered the spread on the road in SEC country.
Why do you always bring that up?
For entertainment purposes only. Okay, they only lost those games by 20 points, and those are games last year that they would have lost by 40. That I saw the improvement playing against some of the top competition in the country, and they beat Air Force by 19 points.
Yeah, almost scored 50 on them too.
So you've seen dramatic improvement defensively. And Bryson Barnes is banged up right now. I don't know how serious it is. Jacob Conover might be the guy moving forward, which, you know what? That's less of a sure thing as Bryson Barnes. BYU fans are like, yeah, I remember that guy.
How many teams is that guy?
It's an opportunity for him. I mean, he was at BYU, Arizona State, now Utah State, right? This is an opportunity for Jacob Conover to finally get that opportunity to prove that he was as good as people thought he was when he was coming out of high school, because they may need him to play for a few games at least. They have a road game at Hawaii on the 11th. They have a bye week this week, and then they're home against San Jose State before they have to go to New Mexico when things get pretty serious. Utah State has surprised me because they are better than we thought they were going to be in year 1 under Bronco Mendenhall. They're actually in the Mountain West Conference race, and they fared well against some of the top teams in the country on the road in SEC country, which is not easy to do. They're not getting blown out like they were in the past. Like last year was bad.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Take our first break. So if you've got any of those surprises, you can hit us up on Twitter. You can make the comments on the YouTube page as well. I just think it's interesting that we think this is going to happen every year. We think things are going to happen every year, certain stuff. What's interesting is from a national perspective, the local teams here actually haven't been that whiplashy. Does that term make sense? Like it hasn't been a shock of a start for any of the teams. Hasn't been I can't believe this is happening right now. And for the most part, it's been all pleasant surprises still, right? And so Utah, I think, bounces back from that Texas Tech loss fine. You know what I mean? Like I just think that they have the ability to have still not just a really, really good season, a really, really good bounce back year. But like you look at the chaos that's happening across the rest of the country, and this this state has it all kind of figured out compared to the rest of the weirdos out there in college football. So congrats for all those people who put all that money on Cade Klubnik winning the Heisman Trophy. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, there's still time, okay? You still got 3/4 of the season left, so we'll keep our eye on that. We'll take a break here. We'll come back. When we do return, guess what we have? We got a little bit of the quarterback power rankings across the country. Speaking of guys who you didn't necessarily have on the list, there's no stinking way some of these names should be on here, but fine. It's fine. We'll come back. We'll tell you where the locals are as well. So stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A couple of westbound crashes on I-80 heading away from downtown, one approaching Redwood Road and the other a couple miles past 72nd West. Southbound I-15 is already slow heading from Murray to Sandy to kick off the afternoon commute. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Dud, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Isn't fall one of the best times of year? The weather's cooling down, leaves are changing, and so is our menu at the Garden Restaurant. Stop in and try some Garden favorite. The jalapeno pork sandwich perfectly balances sweet and spice. Plus, all things turkey, the Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches, or the delicious turkey pot pie that is made fresh daily. Warm up with our yummy soups like our tomato bisque, broccoli cheddar, or chicken noodle. Or pair a crisp salad with a savory sandwich for a delicious duo. What really makes the Garden special is the fresh ingredients and the handmade care that goes into each dish each time it is made. Like our massive cinnamon rolls, shareable between 4 people, our famous Lionhouse rolls, our gooey chocolate chip cookies, or our brand new caramel coconut cereal bar treat. Healthy, hearty, customizable, and very craveable. We're the Garden Restaurant. Convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3 and soon extended fall hours. Visit our menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU defensive end Bodie Schoonover talks about getting settled in with this BYU defense.
Definitely been an adjustment, gaining weight from being like, I came in at 215 and now I'm 265. So it's definitely been an adjustment, but I'm having a lot of fun doing it. Playing hard, playing physical, just trying to do the best that I can, do my job, and hopefully help the team succeed. So I've been having a lot of fun.
50 pounds of muscle. Wow. That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue. No matter the occasion, check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any special event. You will be the hero of that event when you have ribs and brisket waiting for everybody. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Ranking every Power 4 quarterback next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to heal up during the bye week in preparation for the remainder of the Mountain West Conference schedule. Your home for the best coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Annapolis doesn't really like our jokes.
What is he going to do? He's on the other side of the glass.
The courtesy laughs we get from him during breaks, I appreciate them.
They're not even laughs. They're like...
They're not.
Little smiles. Crack a smile. That was fun.
Like my kids laughing at my jokes.
So I was like this. Hey, you got a promo coming up here, so stop talking about whatever it is you guys are talking about. All right, fine. Hey! Baseball's on TV. The Red Sox, Yankees. The Red Sox could sweep the Yankees in the wild card round of the playoffs today, starting at 4:00 here. Padres up 3-0 on the Chicago Cubs. Baseball's always better with with the big brand names in it. You know what I mean? And when you have Yankees, Red Sox, you got the Cubs in this thing. You got the Mariners. They consider it a big brand.
What I like about the playoffs is, somebody like Mason Miller, the pitcher for the Padres, I don't think he's a household name because you don't see a lot of Padres games on national TV, and people aren't watching baseball in the summer as much as they used to.
Middle relief guy, by the way, for the Padres, yeah.
But
he's got a cannon.
He just hit 104.5 on a pitch.
Every one of his pitches so far have been either 102 or 103 that we've watched.
He is
right here.
Painting the corners. Like, he is so good.
He's only faced 6 batters today. They're in the bottom of the 8th, by the way. He's only faced 6 batters, and he's struck out every one of them.
It's insane. He's up 1 and 2 on the count right now.
Yeah, 6 strikeouts in a row is something else. Oof. Yeah, nasty stuff. All right, let me see here. I was looking at these quarterback rankings, and I just don't know how much I agree with them. So ranking the Power 4 quarterbacks, ESPN's been doing this all year. And I will say they just kind of shifted around. And it's more of a, I mean, think about like the AP voters and stuff. They start with a blank slate. And I guess if we're asking people to make crazy moves in these polls and stuff, I just don't think that you're going to see a lot of craziness go on with these quarterbacks, because when you have the movement like you do in the AP poll, which is just minuscule, right? It's like old teams that we don't really want to put that far up there, you'll stay back here. Teams that we're used to putting up really high rankings, like you got to do a lot to fall out of it. And yet at the same time, you've got this quarterback, this power ranking of all the quarterbacks in the Power 5, in the Power 4, and I'm like, I kind of like it because it's just based off of a week to week, like where are they at right now, and there's no way. I mean, I couldn't tell you where some of these big time quarterbacks are. John Mateer is the odds-on favorite for the Heisman Trophy right now for most people, and he's 12th on ESPN's list,
and he's hurt.
Yeah, and so I think that's why they go, look, he's out for however long it's going to end up being. He immediately went from being the darling in the Heisman race to now we have to start talking about other people. I mean, Chandler Morris from Virginia is like 40 spots above, or 50 spots above Cade Klubnik. Cade Klubnik, let me see this. Let me see because we were talking about how these, Cade Klubnik is 54th. And
that's quite a fall.
You know who's ahead? You know who's ahead of Cade Klubnik? The 53rd spot is occupied by, and this is exactly what it says, 3 injured quarterbacks from UCF. Those are 53rd. Jeez. Those are ranked 53rd. So those are who are ranking better than the quarterback who was supposed to. And Drew Aller's 55.
Yeah.
Now his is based off of you lost the big game, and he hasn't been throwing for a ton of yards. But I'll tell you what he's not is he's not that far off. So if you're wondering where some of these quarterbacks are going to be, and by the way, Nico is down at. Has he turned things around since the first couple weeks?
Not at all.
Okay. 788 yards passing, 5 touchdowns total between rushing and passing. But he's ahead of DJ Lagway, another guy who was on way too many people's lists to be too high up there. So from a national standpoint, here's what you have at the very top of the list. And I don't know if I agree with it, but Jaden Mayava from USC, regardless of what you think of the guy, he's thrown for 1,600 yards and 15 touchdowns. That's not a bad start. 71, and we wanted this guy to not really do that well because he's at USC. You know what I mean? And I think is he a former 5-star guy? Or is he a 5-star guy?
I don't remember his recruiting ranking. If you remember, he was at UNLV.
He was at UNLV, but he's got 1,600 yards passing and 15 touchdowns. And that's the only reason that USC is in the conversation nationally right now. Number 2 is Diego Pavia. Are you hearing this? Vanderbilt's quarterback has thrown for 1,200 yards and 15 touchdowns himself and run for 300 as well. We could see Diego Pavia hoisting up that Heisman Trophy at the end of the year, depending on how things go against teams like Alabama. And Vanderbilt has a decidedly tough road. You can't just – look, we make fun of the SEC all the time, but you can't just walk in and be good in the SEC like ever if you're a team like Vanderbilt. All right? So – A guy like him is right there. So Diego Pavia is so you have 1 is Mayava, 2 is Diego Pavia. Now, locally, and this is the one I don't understand. I don't get why Jalen Daniels in the Big 12. I think he's the highest ranked Big 12 quarterback, right?
Yes.
At 10th. Oh, Sorsby 6. And he deserves that, by the way. Sorsby deserves it because he's playing kind of lights out right now.
At number 6, though?
Well, it's because at Cincinnati he wasn't supposed to do anything. And it's not. This isn't like you have to look at it not like it's a ranking of these guys could win the Heisman Trophy. It's ranked like guys that right now are winning for their team. Guys that right now are doing better than the top names that are up there. Drew Aller's 55 on the list because He threw an interception in overtime at home against your biggest test of the year at home.
Sorsby's QBR is 87.6. He's over 1,000 yards passing. And they make a point here that, if he doesn't throw that underthrown pass against Nebraska,
they could be
Cincinnati's one of the best stories of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
his offensive efficiency is off the charts.
So there you go. Like that's when you have these quarterbacks that are on this list, whether or not you want to agree with if this list is even viable or not, or if it's something that you could believe in at all. You at least have to say guys like Dante Moore, who are 5th on the list, or Fernando Mendoza for Indiana, who, by the way, has 18 touchdowns. 18 touchdowns. And he's only thrown 1 interception this year. Okay? He's been sacked twice on the season. Helps to have a really, really good offensive line, and Indiana's got one right now. So turning it around are guys like Brendan Sorsby, who are going to change the name of your program if he can do well. I didn't think Washington was going to be good this year, but Desmond Williams Jr. has changed everybody's attitude about Washington. That guy's good. Jalen Daniels at Kansas, I still haven't bought into totally. But here locally, if you're wanting to know where guys like Bear Bachmeier are, Bear Bachmeier 39th out of the 70 quarterbacks rated on this list.
It's pretty good.
Just barely ahead of Caden Salter, by the way. But 700 yards passing, 10 touchdowns total. I want to say 3 or 4 of those are rushing, right?
He's ahead of Arch Manning.
Where's Arch on the list?
41.
And that's probably climbing up out of like the depths of these prior weeks. He's just been killed on this list. And so I get it. And then you start to think, okay, well, where's Devin Dampier then? 34th on the list. 1,000 yards passing, 13 touchdowns, 11 of those are through the air, 2 of them on the ground, almost 300 yards on the ground as well. So this is a living list of quarterbacks. I like it because every week it makes you have to perform if you want to do this. It's not just quarterback ranking. It's not just your team's record. It's how does this person lead this team? And right now, I mean, where's Barnes? Where's Bryson Barnes on this list?
He's not a Power 4 quarterback.
Oh, that's right.
So.
That's right. But where would he be on this list? He'd probably be in the 40s.
For sure.
I bet he'd be in the 40s.
With his production and how efficient they've been offensively?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And their 2 losses are two teams that they were going to take losses
Top 20 teams.
Yeah.
Top 15 now.
So, all right. We'll come back. We have a Would You Rather next. We'll give you an update on this Cubs-Padres game as well, unless you're TiVoing it. If you're TiVoing it, then it's $19.99. Welcome.
Shout out to TiVo.
Is he still with us? Is TiVo still with us?
I think you just killed it.
I think DirecTV still uses it, right? No?
Is DirecTV still with us?
Okay. All right. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We got more around the corner. Would You Rather's next right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical has been bringing wellness home for more than 18 years here in the state of Utah. And I'll tell you what these guys do. They make sure that you have your in-home medical supplies and medical equipment without the hassle of trying to figure it out on your own. It's a weird road to go down if you don't know how to deal with the insurance companies, if you don't know how to make sure that you can get the right stuff. And I'm telling you right now, Alpine Home Medical has been, if it's the CPAP resupply programs, if it's the in-home oxygen that a loved one needs, or if it's mobility options, Alpine Home Medical is helping everybody out across not just the state of Utah, but also Idaho. They've got all sorts of equipment on their website you can go through, and they have a white glove concierge service. It's discreet. They make sure they work with the insurance company. You just say, I need this. They work with the insurance, and it's delivered to your home, and boom, that's the type of success that you can have with trying to get that medical equipment from Alpine Home Medical. Nobody does it better.
Yeah, started back in 1997. Best in state for 15 years now. For 28 years, they've been delivering the best customer service you can in the medical field. Their belief is the right equipment can transform lives. And you'll see it's all about you and the experience that they provide. The staff and owners of Alpine feel honored to be a part of your journey and to help you live the life that you deserve. That's why they say, we bring wellness home. For stores, locations, and equipment, visit alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Devin Dampier talks about why the Utah offense was able to push the ball downfield better against West Virginia.
My pocket movement, our O-line, we got the best in the country, so they hold a lot of time for me, and instead of taking those running lanes, I was able to make a lot more plays just sitting in the pocket today, so that was a little bit of emphasis, but we play whatever the defense gives.
That is your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Would You Rather's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can always download the podcast wherever podcasts are found. Wherever podcasts are found, I actually don't know.
I'm still looking.
Is it on the TiVo?
Still trying to find the podcast. Check Jerk TV.
Your podcast player of choice is where you can find us. And you can always just go to KSLSports.com and then click on the podcast tab there, or just get all of your dialed in over the air listening as well on the radio. Or you can stream us on YouTube. All sorts of options. Oh, man, Fernando Tatis Jr. just with a phenomenal catch out in left field or in right field there for the Padres. He faked out like he was going to throw the third out into the crowd. He's like, oh, hey, here you go. Psych. Losers. That's what I do. Come on, man. You punk all the guys you punk all the people at all the Ferris Bueller fans at Cubs at Wrigley Field. Come on. Have you been to Wrigley, by the way?
I have not had the chance yet. It's on my bucket list.
I've never been for a game. I did the tour, though, when it was in the off-season one time. And you sit in the Harry Carey booth, like the Harry Carey memorial booth. It's got a plaque up there and everything.
Hi. Holy cow.
It's more like, hi, I'm no longer with us. Hi. I'll tell you, it looks like a high school press box up there.
Yeah.
It's still 100-something-year-old.
Even the renovations they've done, it's still got an old feel, right?
Yeah, and look, I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Like the ivy growing out in the outfield on on the fence there at Wrigley, and just the whole vibe. People sitting on their apartments out there. By the way, they sell all those. All those seats are you can sell those, and it actually might be as cool to sit on one of those porches or those back apartment complexes. I think that Wrigley has tried to put up they're all, and this is how the fence is out here. It's 100 feet tall out here. they try. I think they've tried to block the line of vision from those folks who are in those apartment complexes out.
But I hope they don't, because that's what's
cool.
unique about that park.
I know. I want to go to Wrigley and watch a game. I want to go to Fenway and be stuck behind one of the posts where you can't see the baseball field. Yeah. I would love that. Come on. Which Rookie of the Year is more prestigious? Which one would you rather win? Major League Baseball, the NBA, the NFL, of course, is usually an offensive and defensive, right? And then you have the AL and the NL Rookies of the Year in baseball. And then I don't think we ever talk about Rookies of the Year in hockey that much, right? Because it's one of those things that's kind of interesting because, again, like baseball, they've been in the system maybe for 6 years already.
Right.
So which one's the more prestigious one? Which one's the one you'd rather take home and point at on your mantelpiece?
NBA, and it's not even close.
There's
not a Western Conference and an Eastern Conference. There's only one.
There's one.
And the NBA is the most difficult league in the world to make. Only 450 athletes in the world are in the NBA at one particular time. That's not the case in any of the other leagues. So it's the most difficult of all the Rookies of the Year awards to win.
NFL seems like, well, and that's the thing is you carry the Rookie of the Year thing with you your entire career in the NBA. It's like in the NFL, will you win the Rookie of the Year as an offensive or defensive MVP or Rookie of the Year? They don't talk about it in your career like it was a notch in the belt, right?
Yeah.
We talk about Donovan Mitchell's almost should have been Rookie of the Year more than we do other people who didn't win the Rookie of the Year. Right. Or people who did in other sports. So I agree with you.
Yeah, and the NFL has offense and defense.
Oh. And I'll tell you what, it's a lot harder to name those guys typically, too. You'd be like, I can't remember who that was. Jackson Dart, by the way, best odds right now for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Played one game.
It's crazy.
Good luck, kid, with all the expectations in that place. It's hard to figure that thing out. What about the MVP? Is it harder in other leagues to win the MVP in Major League Baseball? The NBA is kind of interesting because it gets weird. The voting gets weird. It's gotten a little bit controversial.
Yeah, but it's the same. I'll just repeat what I said. There's only one MVP, and there's only so many elite players that have a chance to win it. You look at the NFL and the MLB.
The NFL,
there's a rotation of players through those leagues that go through faster. The best players in the NBA. Look, think about how long LeBron James has been in the league, and before that, there was Michael Jordan. There's been only so many MVP winners, so there's less opportunities to win that award.
See, I'd rather win.
It's more difficult to win an NBA MVP award than the other leagues.
I'd rather win an NBA and the Rookie of the Year in the NBA, but in the NFL be the MVP. MVPs in the NFL have there's something special to that too. And honestly, how many does Jokic have? 3 out of the last 4.
Yeah.
He'll probably win one next year, too. Probably should have won it this past year. No one. But again, like I said, it's kind of a weird You're the best player in the league probably, but they're like, but you've won the award too many times. We're going to give it to somebody else, all right?
I mean, the list of NFL MVPs is pretty impressive. It's basically
all quarterbacks.
Hall of Famers.
Yeah, and all quarterbacks.
And Matt Ryan won it in 2016.
I was going to say, don't, come on. Don't dog Matt Ryan like that.
What's crazy is Aaron Rodgers.
4 times. Aaron Rodgers
won it in 2020 and 21.
Yeah. And then before that, what was it? 09 and 11 or something like that?
14 and then 2011.
Yeah.
That's something.
But 4-time MVP.
Yeah, I'm going through this list.
Insane.
And outside of, and Matt Ryan's on the borderline. I mean, and Cam Newton won in 2015. They both have Hall of Fame cases. I don't know if they're going to get in, but they have a case. But everybody else is a shoe-in. Even as late as Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are going to be Hall of Famers, right? Patrick Mahomes is going to be a Hall of Famer.
Matt Ryan might not be, though.
Borderline. Adrian Peterson won it in 2012.
Bad year for everybody. Well, let me ask you this. Is Adrian Peterson winning it or Matt Ryan winning it? Is that like Derrick Rose winning it that one time? Like, man, he was good.
Maybe, yeah.
And after that, I was like,
guys that
injuries.
But, I mean, Adrian Peterson, is probably a Hall of Famer too, right?
Oh yeah, I don't know actually. It's running backs are funny. Who knows? I think
Sean Alexander won it in 2005. Probably not a Hall of Famer, right?
Did you see he's having his 14th kid?
Now that is a Hall of Fame move.
Is it?
He's a father Hall of Famer.
BeehiveMeals.com.
One of the greatest fathers of all time. Just by sheer volume.
Oh.
Even you got to tip your cap.
Even I do. Speaking of multi-time dads with multi-ladies. No, Sean Alexander's not that, by the way. It's the same woman, 14 kids, okay? But Sean Kemp was in court today with his sentencing.
Geez.
Did you see it?
No.
He was in court today, and he, because he had that whole weapons charge thing.
Yeah.
And he was like, I want to apologize. I want to stand up for the kids. I want to be an example of the kids. And I'm like, man, I used to look up to this dude.
He's got a lot of kids to stand up for.
All right.
He's got kids to stand up for. He's never met.
Cromartie, wasn't it? Antonio Cromartie.
Antonio Cromartie has a lot of kids.
Okay. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Let's get into some hockey talk. We didn't even scratch the surface on whether or not hockey was a cool MVP. I guess we don't think about it like that. It's probably got a funny. Does the MVP trophy have a funny name?
Yeah,
that's
course
part of
it
the
does.
problem. You have an old guy, Canadian guy name for a trophy. I'm not
Can
going
you
to
even name it? What is the NHL's MVP trophy
Is it the
called?
Conn Smythe?
Close.
No, what is it?
It's the Hart Memorial Trophy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I only know that because I looked it up. I wouldn't have been able to tell you that. We're new to this.
Hart like the band? Is that who they're referencing?
Probably not. I'll have to do my research on that.
If that guy's not a French Canadian from 70 years ago, I'll be shocked. So, all right.
Cecil Hart, the father
of hockey.
The original trophy was donated to the league in 1923 by David Hart, the father of Cecil Hart, the longtime head coach of the Montreal Canadiens.
What did I say? French Canadian from 100+ years ago.
99-year-old trophy.
Okay. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We have, speaking of hockey, Cole Bagley's going to join us next, Utah Mammoth insider for KSL Sports. He's going to jump in, give us the latest on what it's looked like right now in the preseason and what he's looking forward to the most, and maybe what this roster's starting to maybe take shape with. So we'll come back to that. More to go. Stay with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals and beehivemeals.com. Look, you don't have to be Sean Alexander and have 14 kids to appreciate Beehive Meals. I have just the 7. And I think you're
halfway there.
Hey, listen, I'm telling you, though, we have had to use those Beehive Meals so many times. I told you, we went through my wife had surgery recently, so she was kind of down and out. That was like an even more important moment for me to be able to get into the Beehive Meals in the freezer and say, okay, I can still show up and have a hot meal and we can figure this thing out. We can still all sit down together. Beehive Meals has bailed us out so many times. And not just that, How about saving you money? Because if you're gonna do the thing where you go eat out, it's a bad racket to get into. But how about a hot meal that not just tastes good, but it's cheaper than what you could get by yourself, just going through the drive-thru. And then on top of it, the convenience is just insane. You put it in the slow cooker, you walk away from it, you come home from work later that day, you got yourself a hot meal. Beehive Meals is awesome.
I'm fired up, Alex. You want to know why? Because yesterday we got our Beehive Meals for the month of October delivered to our door. It's time.
Come on.
Here's the menu for October. I can't wait to dig into one of these. I think I'm going to start with some taco mac. They got French dip, brown sugar glazed pork roast, sausage and peppers, summer corn chowder, Tuscan chicken, salsa verde chicken, Hawaii teriyaki chicken, chicken and stuffing, apricot chicken. Oh, can't wait to dig into those. And the great thing about it is it's going to save us time and it's going to save us money. And that's the most important thing. And that's why Beehive Meals is so valuable. Let them prepare the meal for you. Send it right to your door, frozen and ready to go. Just throw it in your crock pot. Pick a meal, set it, and by the time that final whistle blows for the day, dinner's ready to serve. It's awesome. Go to beehivemeals.com right now. Make your order. Give this a shot. Try the October menu. When you do, put in the code THEZONE, and you'll save $20. That's THEZONE for a $20 discount on your first order of beehivemeals.com. Try this menu. See if it saves you time and it saves you money just like it has for us. That's beehivemeals.com, beehivemeals.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday night battle in Provo as the undefeated Cougars square off against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Wednesday to you. Thanks for being with us on the program. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday, so later this hour, got some stuff we're going to be giving away, so stay tuned. And all you have to do is be calling number 12, and we'll give those tickets away to you. Let me see here. It's that time of the week for us to be able to dip in here. And frankly, just from an educational standpoint, if you're trying to get yourself ready for hockey season here, we've got a couple things going on. We're going to have our roundtable next week. Get you ready for hockey. And also part of the reason that we get you ready with hockey is, and frankly, this is all selfish. We're just getting Cole Bagley on here with us so that we can dive in and get to know this team a little bit better too, because the 2025-2026 Utah Mammoth are going to be this team who are going to be in that conversation, hopefully, for contention to be in these NHL the Stanley Cup playoffs. And we're excited about it. Coming into the program, Cole Bagley, let's start it out right there with the cut. Let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program, an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and now Mitsubishi in the line of brands for the folks there at Doug Smith. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Go check it out for yourself. He is Cole Bagley. He's our Utah Mammoth insider for KSL Sports. Cole, what's going on, man?
Same old, right? A couple weeks into this training camp thing, and both myself and I think the organization are ready to get into the regular season, but still about a week out.
Okay, so let's get this out of the way. How important is results in the preseason, and how panicked should people be that they're not getting dubs in the preseason?
Not important and not panicked. I think we talked about this a little bit last week, but, most important things that they're trying to accomplish in the preseason is to give their veterans a sweat, to kind of overlook and, see and measure where their young prospects are at. And then, culture is a big deal, and winning is part of that. But, we really have not seen a true NHL roster for the Mammoth during the preseason at this point. I think the most we've seen is maybe 60-70% of the roster with NHL guys, and I think that was against Vegas. But tomorrow will be a better test. Coach Tourney was telling us today and yesterday as well that they anticipate over these last two preseason games they should be pretty darn close to a full NHL roster, and so that means we should see some pretty good hockey to finish these last two. If they lose the last two, it's fine. We can start counting games and wins and losses once we get into next week.
One of the guys that you wrote up about in your hat trick that you do whenever we see one of these games, or if we get a breakdown of some of these preseason games, and if you haven't followed Cole, you got to go do it. But one of the things you've been writing about, it seems like he keeps coming up, is Daniil Boot. He's exactly the guy that people thought he was going to be from a talent perspective. Has he even been surprising and overachieving even compared to what people thought he was going to be?
Boot, or Bootski, as the boys like to call him.
That's funny.
He's made a lot of progress since the beginning of camp, even going back to the rookie showcase. This is a high former first round pick from a few years ago. He did well in the KHL in limited minutes. He's only 20 years old. But coming into camp, we were told, hey, this kid's going to play NHL minutes this year. There's some comparisons to Tage Thompson, who's one of the best big men in the game. And to start, especially in that rookie showcase in the first couple days and first game or two of training camp, I really wasn't that impressed with him. he was out of place a lot of the time. He wasn't getting to his game. He was not creating. He was not being physical. He was not getting hard on the forecheck. He wasn't shooting the puck. Well, it's pretty amazing how much can change over just a few weeks. And I think you have to give the kid a little bit of slack. He's coming over from the KHL. The NHL game is so much faster. He's young. He's, adjusting to a new country, to a new home. And, now that he's got some training sessions under his belt, a couple preseason games, I'm starting to see the vision of what the front office could see in Daniil But, just with his ability to flat out shoot the puck, his creativity, his vision. This kid is legit, and I think he's got the potential to be a top 6 forward in the National Hockey League. Now, I don't know what that's going to look like this season. I do think he's proven that he deserves NHL minutes, but I don't know if he's quite proven that he belongs on the opening night roster. So, we'll see how he does over these last few days and whether or not he can crack that roster.
A conclusion has finally come in the Connor Ingram saga, headed to the Edmonton Oilers in a trade. Why did that end the way it did? And I guess where does that leave their goaltender situation?
Yeah. So overall, this was a collective agreement between the two parties to move forward. Connor went through a lot last year, and Utah just wasn't the place for him. And, that's fine, right? To each their own. And the reason that it ended the way that it did is, when you look at contracts, when you look at cap space and retention, the reason that Edmonton did not pick him up off waivers is because if they did that, two things would have had to have happened. First of all, they would have had to have replaced him on waivers to go back down to the AHL, because that's where he's going to start, is in Bakersfield, which is the Oilers' AHL affiliate. So they would have had to have, potentially played the waivers game, and they could have lost him if, in the same exact way. The second thing is, by trading for him, they were able to get Utah to agree to a partial retention of his salary this year, which meant that they wouldn't have to, go over the cap. So that's why it ended the way that it did. Good on Utah for just helping this player who went through some struggles last year mentally, find a new place that he wants to play and be in. And yeah, Utah was offered future considerations. We'll see if that turns into anything at this point. But as for their goaltender situation, Utah is fully confident in Krova Milka and Vitek Vanacek. That'll be your 1 and 2 to start the year. As everybody became familiar with Vejmelka, he was very, very good last season. The biggest thing for him in 2025-26 is going to be consistency. Not that anybody can do what he did a year ago, but there wasn't very much pressure on him. There wasn't overly high expectations. They kind of just were dealt that hand. Ingram went down with injury, and then when he came back, he didn't really come back. So it was Vejmelka's net, and he rose to the occasion. He fed off the energy of Delta Center and the fans, and so now it's can he do it again? Can he stay consistently above 900 or 905 and help push this team to the playoffs? And then for Vanacek, good NHL goaltender. Was more of a depth piece for the Florida Panthers last season when they acquired him, just making sure that if they had injuries, that they could have somebody that they knew that they could rely on for a few games, and just to give Bob a rest. But that never, came to that. So he's a good goalie. I think he's going to need a little bit of resurrecting his game, if you will. He was really good a couple years ago. He played for some fairly poor teams over the last few seasons, aside from Florida, where his numbers kind of dips. But no, they're confident, and now that it's resolved, everybody can move forward.
One of the things that, with the whole changeover of the franchise from Phoenix up to here, the back and forth has been about the possibility of an AHL team either staying, obviously, down where the Tucson Roadrunners are, which is what's going to be right now, but there's talk of the AHL possibly coming to the state of Utah. How interested is Ryan Smith on having, the AHL-affiliated team or an AHL-affiliated team, like kind of right here in the backyard? And how much of a priority is it for this organization?
I think there's a lot of interest. When you can have, and they've been able to witness this, and he talked about this with, the Jazz and the Stars. When you can have your farm team within close proximity. You know, they're interacting with the big leagues, and they're not too far away. I think there's a huge benefit to that, and not just for the players, but for the organization and the fans, especially with AHL hockey. You know, it's definitely considered the second best league in the world. And so if you can have, you know, not only the NHL in Utah, but if you can bring the AHL and broaden, the exposure and the interest of hockey to the state of Utah, it's only going to do big things. And then, you know, when you go back on the team side, it helps to have, you know, your young prospects and, borderline NHL players closer in distance, not just because it helps with, the culture and coaching and all that kind of stuff, but I'm sure it would help a lot of these guys in terms of the travel, right? I think there was a game last year where Kailer Yamamoto, played in Tucson. Then they decided to call him up. So he gets a phone call at 3 or 4 in the morning. He has to jump on a plane, get to Utah by 9:30, 10 o'clock for a morning skate, and then play that night. Whereas if he's a little bit closer, if he's, even in St. George or anything like that, it's a little bit easier to pull off. So I definitely think there's interest. A lot of NHL teams, are moving their AHL teams closer to them. I know that that's of interest to the league, is to try to have those AHL teams within closer proximity in the same state lines and whatnot. So, Ryan said it is probably a ways off, but they're talking about it. And you know what happens when Ryan Smith starts talking about something.
It's a ways out, like a long ways out, like 4.5 months away.
So the announcement will come next week that the AHL is coming to Utah.
Yeah, just saying, don't be surprised.
Book the press conference right now. The Delta Center, I've seen photos. I haven't had a chance to go over there and check it out, but you have had a chance to go see it. You've seen all the new things they have for this season. The jerseys are going to be on sale here soon. Fans get a chance to go there Thursday night. Their team is finally playing in the building. What did you see, and what have you seen, and what have you heard about the updates coming to Delta Center and the fan experience on starting on Thursday?
It's amazing. We've talked about it a lot, but to finally get in the building and to see the adjustments that they've made, the upgrades that they've made, it's just like I still can't fathom how they were able to pull it off. I'm still waiting for them to get back to me on how many man hours went into this summer. But what I do know is they had about 142 days to do essentially the impossible. We were talking to one of the primary construction guys down in the lower bowl. We're standing it's center ice, not on the ice. The ice was covered, but we're standing where center ice would be. And he's showing us all these, what the lower bowl looks like. And he said that it was kind of doing the impossible, the unthinkable in raising the floor by 2 feet. He's like, that would be like me saying, going to you and saying, hey, I'm going to move your house over 2 feet without impacting the structural layout or the foundation or anything like that. So, incredible what they were able to accomplish. The riser system looks so good. There's no more obstructed view seats in the lower bowl, and it is steep behind the nets. Fans are literally going to be sitting right on top of the ice, right on top of these players. I mean, it is straight down. I asked that same construction guy. I said, how would where would you rank the Delta Center's lower bowl in terms of intimate venues in the National Hockey League? And he said second. I said, who's first? He said Montreal. I said, well, that's not a bad team to be second place to, the place where it all started. So I think fans are going to love it. It's going to be loud. It's going to be rambunctious. It's incredible what they've done. Everybody in the lower bowl will be able to see the entire ice sheet beginning tomorrow night. And then, there's other fun things that they've been able to do. They brought in all this new food. There's Mammoth pretzels, and I don't know if you guys saw Thor's hammer, which essentially is just a bone with a whole bunch of meat on top of it. No, they've definitely upped their game, and it's going to be an incredible experience. And what's crazy is it's only about 33% of the way done. There's still 2 more phases of construction to take place over the next couple of summers. So, get excited. Get over there as soon as you can. It's pretty incredible what they've been able to do, and it is going to significantly, impact how fans intake, these sports, especially hockey, in a positive way.
I'll take a Thor's hammer. That sounds good to me.
What did you say? What did you describe it as, Cole? It's like a big old bone with a bunch of meat on it. It makes it sound like it's a zombie. Like it's like, yeah, every kind of meat you can imagine, we put it on one bone.
That's all it is. I asked if I could try it, but it was for display only. I couldn't quite understand that.
Come on, you don't do that.
Someone's
got to
eat it.
Yeah, listen, you can't roll out. Yeah, it's like when they roll the dessert cart out there, and it's like, yeah, that's what it looks like. But it's been like, it was made 3 weeks ago, and it was sprayed down with some like wax spray, so you can't actually try it. That's terrible. Cole, what are there going to be any surprises on the roster side of things, do you think, when they get down to that 23 number? How important is it for them to feel like that they I mean, could we see somebody on there that you weren't necessarily picturing making that roster when everything kind of started up with training camp a couple of weeks ago? Yeah, definitely. Given the Kerfoot injury, it doesn't look like he's going to be ready to go opening night, and so there's a roster spot. And then, looking over the forwards, what this team did, in the off season is they heavily fortified their blue line. They added quite a few more guys. Whereas, yes, I think their forwards got better, but they lost some bodies. And so, looking at which forwards are going to make the team, I think Kyle Yamamoto is going to make this team just simply based on the fact that there's an open roster spot because of Kerfoot. But then there's an additional roster spot right now just because of the fact that they lost some bodies. And so we very well could see a TJ Gimla or a Cole Baudouin or a Daniil Boot make that opening night roster, just filling in for the Kerfoot injury for however long he's out. He's still week to week, so I would assume it's not going to be a month out. Maybe it's 5 or 6 games, but we'll see how that develops. Or on the flip side, it just depends on what they want to do in terms of their scratches. You get 3 scratches, and there's no rule that it has to be 2 forwards and 1 defenseman. It can be 1 forward and 2 defensemen. So if they decide to maybe roll with a few more defensemen, maybe one of those young guys like a Ginla, Baudouin, Boot don't make the roster, but maybe it's Dmitry Simashev, another young player that's trying to make that opening night roster. So yes, I do think we're going to see somebody that maybe we didn't necessarily anticipate, but it'll be interesting to see how the next few days go, because there's a couple young guys still at training camp. They haven't sent them home yet, so my guess is that they're looking to see, okay, let's maybe give a couple of these guys some opportunities against pretty darn near close NHL rosters over these last 2 preseason games and see who stands out, see who shows us that they're ready to maybe give it a shot to start the year.
Have we seen enough of J.J. Peterka with Dylan Guenther and Logan Cooley to form an opinion on how that could look or what that might look like in the regular season? Yep, we have.
It's going to be absolutely filthy fast hockey. In just a few preseason games and watching these guys in practices at training camp, they play with so much speed that it's even hard to keep up and pay attention to what they're doing. You're going to have Guenther and Peterka flying up the wings. You're going to have, Logan Cooley getting pucks in deep and playing down, on that goal line and on the board side, feeding Guenther and Peterka from either side, because you've got a left-handed stick and a right-handed stick. And so, they're both going to be on those, those face-off circles ready to shoot. But they also want to try to get in on the rush against teams. I think that's where they're the most dangerous, is creating turnovers in the defensive zone or the neutral zone and, picking up their skates and getting on the rush and attacking quickly. And that's the conversations that I've had with most of those guys, especially Peterka, is that's what they're looking to do, is to take teams off guard with their speed, to force defensemen to make bad decisions and then to dish it off. And I think that line is going to be very productive. I think if things go right and those 3 stay mostly healthy for the majority of the season and they take the steps forward that they seem that they're going to, there's a very good chance that line is producing 250 plus points. I mean, wow. They are looking, I think, that good. I mean, look back a season ago, they would have produced 200 points because you had 65 from Cooley, you had 60 from Guenther, and then you had 70 from Peterka. If those guys can each take, even just 10-point jumps, it's going to be somewhere between 220 and 250.
Wow. Cole Bagley, you can read his byline there at KSLSports.com. He's our Utah Mammoth insider, and anything hockey related, we go straight to him immediately. We'll be doing that all season long, so keep it dialed in. Cole, thanks for hanging out with us, man. We'll chat with you again in the coming weeks here as we get ready for some real hockey, so to speak. We'll talk to you then, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
There you
Thanks,
go.
Cole.
Cole Bagley. What's it called? Thor's Hammer? I'm Googling this.
I'm all in.
That's the
on
only thing I
Thor's
heard in
hammer.
that entire interview, to be honest. I'm just kidding.
He said a lot of great stuff, and I can't stop
I
thinking
can't stop
about
thinking
Thor's
about
hammer.
Thor's Hammer. I mean, that's a meat product over there at is it are they really gonna, is it just like a Delta Center feature? Like, what are we talking about here?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like,
Does it look like a tomahawk? Can't be a full tomahawk. Beef shank. Okay.
beef shank. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Beef shank. I love our producers all, oh, it's a beef shank. Napolis in our ear. Beef shank.
You have a culinary artist back there that we
Hey.
didn't know about?
Come on, man.
Throwing around terms like beef shank.
Well,
You know your meats, sir.
I love how you like go to a game, like try to explain to like your loved ones. You're like, hey, we're gonna go enjoy a Mammoth game. Can we get a hot dog? I was thinking something different. Some beef shank.
How much is the beef shank going to cost
It's been
you?
braising for about 4 hours. Gonna like
man.
it.
Oh, jeez. That sounds great.
I know. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We've got some sound from Provo, the only team here locally that's getting ready for a game this weekend. BYU facing off, of course, against the Mountaineers who come to Provo on Friday evening. Late. It's going to be a late one, and you're going to be able to dive in right here and get all the breakdowns, of course. But we're going to give you some coaches around the corner. Jay Hill, Aaron Roderick, and we'll jump in right there. And then later on, I think at the 5 o'clock hour, yes, we've got Riley Nelson, former BYU quarterback. Ryle's going to join us and give us some ideas on what Bear Bachmeier's looking like so far, how impressed he's been with him, or not. I don't know. Maybe he's got some tough grades for him. Stay with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 went into slowdown mode quickly southbound between 53rd South and Murray down to 90th South in Sandy, with further reduced speeds from there to 123rd South. There's still an eastbound crash on I-80 at Wanship that's blocking the right lane if you're en route to Colville and beyond. From system install to fast fixes, deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Call Whipple Services champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Ryan from the Dish Pros standing by. Make sure you get the best of all of what is available to you. If it's television watching, if it's new internet, whatever it might be, you can get yourself hooked up with the Dish Pros who are going to hook you up with everything top to bottom. Ryan, what do you have for the guys?
You know, saving money is the easiest thing in the world. All you got to do is pick up that phone and call us. And there's a lot of neat offers right now where you get tons of free service, free programming, free internet. And listen, if you're a current TV subscriber or your current internet is not making you happy either by they're overcharging you or if it's just not working the way you want it to, don't put up with it. Call us. Let's save you money. Let's get you all the free stuff. We'll throw in 3 months free of Dish's top package, have you installed for free. How about this? We'll throw in the NFL Red Zone and the multi-sports pack free for 6 months and have you have the best DVR out there. And it's auto records your games, auto hops commercials. Super awesome during football because all the local channels are just recorded automatically. And so when all these games that are on Friday night and Saturday night and Sunday night football and Monday night football, it's just going to be on your DVR, and you can watch it at your leisure. Call us up, take the upgrade, get the free programming for 3 months with Dish. Ask about the internet solutions. Guys, this is for all you cable bundled customers out there that are dealing with the overcharged bill. Call us. We'll save you $100+ a month. I'm not kidding. That's a real thing. Plus, you get 3 months free. So we're talking thousands by one simple phone call, but you just got to pick up the phone and call. Call today, and I'll throw in dinner at JCW. So call 801-424-DISH. That's 424-3474.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that "would you like to leave a tip" stuff is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to UtahStateMBA.com. That's UtahStateMBA.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. I love fall, and I love October. In our family, October is replete with all kinds of fun things. We have a lot of birthdays. Dee and I have our anniversary, so of course, we're making our plans right now to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for several of those occasions. And of course, we can choose from Hotel Park City, want to go up into the mountains, enjoy this great time of year, or all the fun things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you at 275 South West Temple. You, of course, can rely on the very best service, the great atmosphere, but it does kind of boil down to the food, and you will never have a better meal. The steaks, the entrees, whatever it might be, poultry, seafood, you name it, it's all waiting for you, including those delicious side dishes, the desserts that are off the charts. It's time right now to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU offensive lineman Andrew Gentry on wanting to avoid a slow start against West Virginia.
I think we came out, just as a team a little bit flat to start the game, but really proud of just how we rallied and stuck together. There's going to be other games where we're down 1 or 2 scores in a game, right? And so our focus is going to be making sure that we start fast and doing everything we can to ensure that we jump out ahead rather than having to fight from behind this week.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. We'll hear from the BYU coordinators next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let me see here, JJ. So far, so good on the program. Coming up at 5 o'clock, you're going to hear Riley Nelson, former BYU quarterback. I'm interested to see a couple things here. One, I need to see how the Nelson boys have taken over Woods Cross Youth football, number one.
I want to know what the record is.
Let's see what I'm looking for some extra side bets for the weekend, if the Ute Conference youth football could deliver, if the lines are good. If those guys are injured, I'm not gonna throw any coins that way, you know what I mean? So we'll talk about that with Riley, but also I want to see how he'd attack a Jay Hill defense. Like how you can kind of approach that as a quarterback mind, as an offensive mind, what you're up against with the Jay Hill defense. What he's seen so far. On top of the fact, obviously, we want to know about Bear and what that looks like. And did you see that video, by the way, of Bear getting choked up about? It was weird because it was like such a football thing to get choked up about. He was like, it was about, some of your players are kind of making fun of you because you're going head first into these defenders. And he's like, sorry, I'm not meaning to get choked up. It's the only way I live my life. And I was like, boy, if somebody, I know, it's like, if somebody's going to love a kid for putting it all out there on the line, he's like, I have no other way to do it in my life except for head first. Everyone's like, great. Going to need you tomorrow, though. Going to need you next week.
Yeah.
That's what BYU's saying. They're like,
got to play the long. This is a long play here, dude.
And I think part of it is just because he is, man. This is a kid who
physically,
he's
able to sustain it.
Think about what you have to put in, not just from the physical standpoint, but from the mental standpoint, what he's had to put in to be able to get to the spot that he is. It's interesting. So we'll chat with Riley coming up at the 5 o'clock hour. In the meantime, let's hear from those coordinators down in Provo. And first, let's hear the offensive side of things here off the bat, because A-Rod, now, I think week in and week out, we're starting to find out A-Rod doesn't call trick plays. The gadget plays are a part of life at BYU. They are part of the offense. They aren't a hey, maybe we'll do this type of situation. You are going to see some wild stuff thrown out there, and that's part of what A-Rod does. Here's what A-Rod said about the offense and how they're preparing for West Virginia this week on a late-night Friday game.
Yeah, it's more just getting our team ready for the volume of defense that West Virginia presents. They do a lot of things, and they can make you look bad if you're not ready for it. So I don't know how they practice all the stuff they do. It's kind of reminds me a little bit of East Carolina. So we got to be ready for a lot of stuff in a short amount of time.
I guess the only thing you could nitpick with Bear is the slow starts. How do you get him off maybe faster, where he's on point, where he's starting games like he's finishing?
I didn't feel like he started slow last week at all. I thought he played really well right from the start of the game. I think he's just getting better every game.
What are some of the challenges of a short week? Obviously, like moving everything up and kind of getting ready with one day less.
Yeah, it's just managing. First of all, everybody's a little sore from the last game, so you have to be smart about how much you practice. Then you have to carry a little bit less in the game plan. We won't have as much volume in this game plan as we normally do, and so it's kind of finding the balance of getting healthy and fresh for the game, but also getting enough practice reps to be ready to play. And we've kind of got a system over the years of playing some Thursday and Friday games, and hopefully we'll find out Friday night if it works.
You guys have done both too. It's probably a lot nicer being at home as well.
Sure, yeah. I mean, they definitely have a challenge coming out here. I don't, wouldn't want to do that, but I know Rich Rod's a heck of a coach, and he'll have those guys ready to play.
With Sione out, how will that maybe affect your running back rotation, if at all?
Yeah, it does. I mean, Enoch took most of the reps in the Colorado game. We're planning to get Joe Bessa and Preston in there as well, and I don't know exactly what shape that's going to take yet, but both of those guys we feel like are ready to play, and we trust them.
Beyond the running, how impactful has LJ been just in the backfield, helping Bear with maybe calls and checks and all that?
LJ's an excellent player, man. He's a good pass protector. He's a really good receiver, running the ball really well for us. And yeah, he and Bear have a really close relationship, and they watch film together a lot. They're both really smart guys, and they've got a good friendship.
They look a lot alike when they're running the ball too.
Yeah, Bear definitely has the lower body of a running back for sure.
Were you gonna? It looked like you were gonna give Preston the ball, and then there was a false start or something.
Yeah, we put him in the game. We were gonna get him going, and then we had a penalty, and then we had a plan for him to play a little more, but Colorado was doing some things differently than what we had planned for, so it didn't materialize like we had hoped. But you'll see those guys eventually, Preston and Joe Bessa both at some point.
LJ got a little banged up, and with the short week, how is the recovery and the turnaround?
He's good. Yeah, it was nothing. He was out for a second. He just needed a second. He got right back in there. He's fine.
There's Aaron Roderick. Now, from the offensive side of things, obviously, A-Rod has got a lot on his plate. He said they're similar to East Carolina. Fine. We'll see how they mix things up here. But here's Jay Hill. Obviously, his defense has been rock solid, and the 2 scores they gave up early last week, they settled pretty quickly. I think that's also a big, test for a team, getting those guys, getting a couple scores hung on them early, and then how do they respond to that? Here's what Jay Hill said about prepping this team for West Virginia this week.
Well, we started slow, mainly due to just poor execution early. We just got to execute a little more precise. I think we did that a little bit better in the second half. I think when you're playing mobile quarterbacks and you're playing guys that can escape the pocket, you just got to be super disciplined. I don't know if it's like playing option football, but it's very similar. Be super disciplined with your pass rush lanes, be disciplined with your assignments. We got to play with good eyes. If we do that, I think we'll like the outcome.
How big was Falatau's sack? It seemed like that changed the momentum for you guys.
Yeah, it did. Falatau's made a bunch of huge plays this year. We love the progression of where he's at and how he's playing right now. That play was huge. Glasker's sack was huge. Glasker's pick obviously ending it. There were some big plays throughout that made a big difference in that game. It was a weird feeling game. It just felt like he gave up a bunch of yards, and the reality is we gave up 290 yards. It's in most instances that's going to put you top 10 in the country, but it just didn't feel that way. It was a weird feeling game.
Kalani decided to punt late and essentially force it on the defense. So you mentioned Glasser's pick. Were you in favor of that? Say, hey, put it on my defense?
Yeah. We as a staff, we were talking about it on the headset, and when you make those decisions, there was 3 options, right? Kick the field goal, have the offense go for it and try to convert on 4th down, or punt. And we make a decision, and we're all in on the decision, and that's really what happened. And then Sam obviously placed a great punt, made a big play, and then we got out of the drive. So looking back, you say, well, we made the right decision. But there's always going to be those things that come up in a game, and then you got to be united on what we decide.
Running on 3rd down there, and I know that you're a defensive coach. Were you guys talking about strategy? Can maybe pick up yards, make it 4th and manageable in that situation? Was that kind of the thought process?
Oh, exactly right. Yeah, and Coach Roderick does such a phenomenal job of managing down and distances and play clocks and all that stuff. And most of the time that's an offensive decision on exactly how they're trying to convert. But in those times, like, we try to converse as much as we can as a staff, but they got to be locked into what they're trying to get accomplished offensively.
Did you know much about Max Alford before he popped up in the portal, either from his time at Utah State or?
Oh yeah. We knew about him in high school. I knew him. I coached with his dad when he was growing up, and he was just young. So we've known about Max for a long time.
What kind of an impact has he made in this linebacker?
Yeah, he's done a great job. He's learned it. He's picked up the defense quickly, which is a very complicated defense to learn, and I think he's done a great job of learning it. He's added super valuable reps to us, and I see him just getting better and better.
Where do both Jack and Isaiah stack up of the linebackers you've coached in your career?
Oh, they're two of the best, for sure. I mean, they're big-time NFL guys, in my opinion. I know the scouts love them. They make plays, both rushing the passer, they make plays in the run game, they make plays in the throw game. They're true playmakers and ones we're lucky to have at BYU.
What's the status with Tommy? What are you going to do nickel-wise if he is unavailable?
Well, right now he practiced today, so we assume he's just going to get better and better. Tavion played really good, so if Tommy, for whatever reason, couldn't go or there's a setback or whatever happens, then Tavion will take over and play, which he's done a good job. We get Cabella back soon, but Tommy practiced today, and we expect him to just get better and better.
I want to ask you about Tavion. Did you expect what he's doing when he got here, just based on what?
Oh yeah, when we recruit these guys, we expect that they can come in and play for sure. Yeah.
With Jack being so good rushing the quarterback, is it kind of tough not to send him every play or, be aggressive that way with him?
It's a fine balance. We like him when he's spying the quarterback. Obviously, the other teams know that that's how we use him, but we like him getting after teams too, like he did in the Stanford and Portland State games. He's a weapon, so we try to use him to his strengths, but we also got to be sound in what we're trying to do, so it's both.
How do you prepare for potentially multiple quarterbacks with West Virginia this spring?
Well, I think they'll be similar. They're going to run the scheme pretty much like I think they did against the University of Utah. We've watched all their games, obviously, to this point. I don't think they're going to venture too far off. They'll have some wrinkles for us, too, but they got to go in on a short week, execute their offense, and have a couple of wrinkles. And I don't necessarily know that the quarterback they choose is going to be the biggest issue.
Anything else? How many games do you expect Justin Kirkland to get to be at full speed?
It's a growth process, but I thought he played very well in his reps he got last week. I think he'll get more reps this week, and hopefully that just continues to grow and his impact continues to grow.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU. I'm impressed with every week how they come in with a different game plan, and every week I think that we're shocked by the different wrinkles that you see, right? And the different pressures that they throw out there. And you saw this week, if you watch Jack Kelly for 10 plays, you'd be like, oh, his job is to make sure that Caden Salter doesn't leave that pocket. And they did a freaking good job. And I think people are shocked by the closing speed of Jack Kelly. They're shocked by the closing speed of Isaiah Glasker. They have no idea until they actually see it in person. Like, Caden Salter thought for sure he was getting away on foot from Glasker the other night on that 22-yard
He pulled him in
sack.
like a tractor beam, just sucked him right in like a vacuum.
I think it was that. And had he previously fallen on that the earlier part of the play, pops up, and then NFL scouts must be just dying.
Yeah, Glasker's an NFL guy.
Get this dude in the league. All right, we'll take a break. We have we got some tickets to give away. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Guess what we have? I'm going to give you the phone number here just in a moment. But you're going to get Fastness VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13th, where Halloween lives. $10 off of nighttime attractions right now by just using the discount code ZONE. Or how about win them right now? Be caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663, 801-575-ZONE. We'll come right back. We have the top 10 next. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The two big delay spots on southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County have merged into one, so expect major slowing for 53rd South in Murray all the way down to 123rd South in Draper. Northbound is also delays on I-15 from South Salt Lake to downtown and on the I-215 westbound heading up towards the airport. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule professional snow services with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm on another reduction phase with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. And the first time around, I lost 65 pounds, and I kept it off for more than a year. And now I got the confidence to say, you know what? I'm going to do it again. So I am going to, and it's not because the weight came back. It's because I want to get to another level that I haven't been to in a long time, to be honest. I'm like at my high school wrestling weight right now. I mean, that was still pretty big, but at the same time, like, I'm talking about what I weighed my junior and senior years in high school right now.
Wow.
Yeah, so guess what? You can have the type of success that we've had on this program. You get back to it yourself, and you can absolutely not just take the weight off, you can keep it off with the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
Yeah, if you're ready to make that decision to lose weight and that commitment, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a great option for you because they know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Losing weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections, no prepackaged meals, bar shakes, or exercising is required with this program. They're going to help you reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and then keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan. And that includes ongoing personal support. They got an app right on your phone. You're going to get information and studies and all kinds of stuff each and every day that's going to help educate you on how to lose weight and how to maintain your weight once you lose it. It's awesome. This really helped me a ton. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, totally changed the way I look and feel, and then I've been able now, more than a year later, to keep that weight off, something I always struggled with trying other diets or different things, losing the weight and then having come right back and even more so. So this program is going to help you do those things. And if those are things you've been struggling with, if you're looking for that difference to lose the weight quickly and keep it off, Salt Lake City Fat Loss can help you do that. Go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. Learn more about the program. See how it's changed other people's lives. See how it works. You can ask them questions. They'll give you a free consultation. And at that point, if you want to join the program, you're going to get $200 off if you tell them JJ and Alex sent you. And you heard it right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about getting the team back on track following the West Virginia win.
Feels great. It's just what we needed to clean our pipes out, so to speak, and that was the objective all week long, and we spent a lot of time talking about just that, hey, we need to come back and play our kind of football and play the full 60 minutes and get back on track.
That's your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. You serve their ribs and their brisket at your event, you're going to be a hero. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. Top 10's next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to heal up during the bye week in preparation for the remainder of the Mountain West Conference schedule. Your home for the best coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Quick top 10 here for you. Before we get to it, though. And coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to have Riley Nelson join us, former BYU quarterback. Before we get with Riles, before we tell you before we have our top 10, what you guys are, it's a different version of this today. And I'm just going to be right up front with you. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a tough one. I've been sick of you guys getting 8, 9 out of 10. You know, kind of like I want you to feel embarrassed.
Are you saying you want us to fail?
Well, I think it'll be a great educational moment for all of us. Okay. And full disclosure, by the way, on these top 10s, I would not do any better. I have the internet sitting in front of me, right? And I put the list together. So there you go. All Nominate that youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. You can submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest. And then every Thursday we read off a winner. We'll do it tomorrow. Help us celebrate the efforts of those winners with the Hercules Hero of the Week Award, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody, with that one. All right, top 10 goes like this. I give you this category. You give me, in this case, I just want 10. I don't need the top 10 of anything. I need 10. You need to name 10 teams that are AHL teams that have affiliations with NHL teams.
I have to get the nicknames, too?
Oh, yeah. Now, the nicknames are the fun part. Come on, man. So, 60 seconds on the clock. Do we dare even put the 60 seconds on the clock? On your mark. Get set. Go.
All right, the Henderson Silver Knights.
Ding.
The Bakersfield Condors.
Ding.
The Tucson Roadrunners.
Ding.
The Cincinnati Cyclones.
Stand by.
Orlando Solar Bears. The Kalamazoo Wildcats or something?
Kalamazoo. I'll give
Fort
you
Wayne.
Kalamazoo. Fort Wayne.
No?
I'll
Houston Arrows. San Antonio something. Cleveland. Does Cleveland have a hockey team?
Cleveland. Cleveland, where
is
are
there
you?
a Hartford team?
I think there might be.
An AHL team. Who am I missing? Oh, the Ontario.
Ooh. That should be a good poll.
Ontario. It's like a play on the Kings.
They are. They're
the
affiliated
Kings
with the
affiliate.
Kings.
You're still going to give me that, right? Is there one in Fresno?
Hold on. Go to Alex Annapolis, our producer. He just took his headset off. I love how he just took it off.
I did all right.
You did phenomenally.
Kansas City
6.
is in the ECHL, I think. So
you got 6.
Okay.
I'll give you 6. And that was phenomenally done, by the way.
I missed some Canadian teams, I'm sure.
Just by not mentioning
Is there one in Nova Scotia?
Just by not mentioning the Manitoba Moose.
Oh, I blew that one.
There's an Iowa Wild.
Okay.
Some of my favorites are as follows. Okay. The Hershey Bears.
Yes.
The Grand Rapids Griffins. The Rockford Ice Hogs are my favorite. They're the Chicago Blackhawks.
Isn't that
affiliate.
where? Never mind.
Well, anyway, but there are quite a few of them in there. But there's some who. But again, there are not a lot that don't have. There are not a lot that have them far away. But the Bakersfield Condors for the Edmonton Oilers, that seems like a weird stretch.
It is.
Bring them up from Bakersfield.
Like you can't put them in Medicine Hat or
Come
something?
on. Yes, please. All right. Well done. JJ gets the W there. Our producer Alex.
I felt like I should have got 10. That was
you know
lame.
what? I'll put you guys both on the list.
I'm
Alex and
disappointed.
you did a great job today. Combined, you got 6 out of 10. Great job. All right, we'll take the break here. Riley Nelson's going to join us next right here. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ryan from the Dish Pro standing by to get you the best television watching. But also, if you're paying way too much for it, it's likely that you are. You may have not even checked recently, but you don't have to go with that one company. You can get somebody else so you have a better option out there. Ryan and the Dish Pros want to help you out. Ryan, what do you have?
Yeah, it's a super easy offer right now with the internet. Guys, just call us. We've got so many different providers. I guarantee I'll have one additional option. I probably might have 3 or 4. So if you're paying more than $70, your internet's slow, glitchy, it keeps going out, you have problems, don't stick around and keep the bad service. Call us and let us tell you what's available. Pure and simple, there's lots of different service providers out there, and right now the prices are super competitive. There's even offers where you get like a month free, and there's gift cards. There's all sorts of cool stuff. So call us up, take advantage of that, and then switch your TV to with Dish. 3 months free of Dish's top package. This is over 400 channels. You get that right off the bat. Plus, you get a 2-year promotion with a 2-year price guarantee. We'll throw in the NFL Red Zone, the multi-sports pack. But, the best part is you really get such an amazing piece of equipment. Super fast, auto-records your games, auto-records the locals, which during this time of year I truly love because of all the football games that are just on your DVR from Friday night to Monday night where you don't have to worry about it. If you walk in late, the game's already been recorded, you can just start skipping through commercials. Call us up, take advantage of the deals. Let us save you money. We'll throw in dinner at JCW's if you call now, and you get the best price guarantee. 424-DISH. Call 801-424-DISH.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday night battle in Provo as the undefeated Cougars square off against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for being with us on the program, everybody. Welcome to the 5 o'clock hour. Hey, joining us on the program right now, he's Riley Nelson. We're going to get kicked off here. He's the most important person of the hour, and that's what we're going to do right here with the cut. Let's get it going.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Joining us on the program, former BYU quarterback and friend of the program always, Riley Nelson on the show here with us. What's up, Riles?
Well, nothing much other than the Cougs remain undefeated and looking to keep that record unblemished for another week heading into the, not to look past the Mountaineers, but if we can take care of business on Friday, it's setting up to be quite the exciting matchup next week.
Well, the Cougars can't look past them, but we can.
No, I try not to do it.
As evidenced by the fact, Alex asked me what's up, and that's the first thing that comes to mind. So you can tell where my mind's at.
Well, I was more interested to see where the Nelson boys are finishing up at the football season right now. Has it been a successful one up there in Woods Cross?
Yeah, 5-2,
nice.
And boy, do I got a story. Listen, well, okay, I'll give you the short version. My running back got stripped in the end zone. So he crosses the plane. Oh. The player took the ball out of his hands and ran it back 80 yards. And the refs, bless their hearts, listen, the refs have been good. It's a thankless job, especially in Little League. But we got mixed up that, like, as soon as the ball crosses the plane, the play's dead, right? Like, forget forward progress, forget this and that and the other. But there was a late whistle, and we had a high school ref who was the lines judge. So anyway, guys, okay. Bottom line is we're 5-2. It's been a great season so far. We should be 6-1, and we've got a great match against Stansbury, or a great game. This ain't soccer. We got a great game against Stansbury, who's 6-1 as well. This Saturday, and then we'll see what the playoffs hold after that. But our regular season finale out in Stansbury against a 6-1 team should be a great test.
That's right. It's week 8. Playoffs start next week.
I always love the idea, too, that you already don't recognize that last game as a loss on your official Nelson family records. Like, we've never – it's like going to Stanford. They're like, yeah, the game doesn't exist. That big.
You should file an appeal.
The band on the field doesn't exist. Like, so you ask those two schools how many wins they have, and yeah, you have one shorter on one side than the other. It's fine. It's fine. Look.
Also, listen. Not that anybody's, not that you guys would ever participate in this behavior, but just if you kick a down marker, when your guys fumble 3 snaps in a row, just be careful because it's a 15-yard penalty.
Oh, okay.
There's no toleration. And by the way, kick, that's also, we need to get together. I need to appeal the definition of kick. Yeah. I was jogging off the field and tripped. You know, it happened to be in my way. I was moving it out of my way aggressively. The ref determined it was a kick. But regardless, just be careful if that's happening. Be nice to those down markers because they'll bring you up for 15 yards.
I don't want you to get suspended for the playoffs.
No, we need you.
Careful there.
We need you, Coach.
Keep your cool, Coach.
No, boys, thanks for asking. It's been a blast coaching these boys.
Isn't really scout football great? I love it. My son plays.
Yeah,
and
we're in the midst of it right now.
It's so much fun.
Because I think we probably all. I guess that means that because you have a third grader. I've got.
Yeah, he's in scout.
I've got a third grader, and same thing. They're 6-1, and my fifth graders team. They're 7-0, and they play a Morgan 7-0 team this weekend.
Ooh,
always tough. The Morgan teams.
What's in the water in Morgan?
Out. Something's up. I don't know. Yeah, everybody knows it's gonna be a tough one. Riles, let's get to some collegiate football. How have you liked Bear so far? When you see him, like, and it's been interesting because it's not just planned quarterback runs; it's planned quarterback like. They're not even draws either. Like, they're sneaks. They're like these quarterback sneaks, and they're doing multiple of them with the guy. And we talked about it this week. It was almost just like, hey, that's what Colorado was giving them, and it worked for them, and it opened things up a little bit. But I don't love the idea of Bear kind of going head first into some of these defenses. But what a gutsy performance by him on the road in Colorado to get his first conference win.
So I don't want to. I want to put any more pressure that needs to be on a kid who's a true freshman who's led Utah or who's led BYU to a 4-0 start. But the greatest, one of the greatest, and look, the list of greats is so amazing. But the greatest running quarterback and one of the greatest to ever play the position. I mean, he's one of the great runners of all time at BYU and happened to play quarterback, was Taysom Hill, as we all know. Interesting, guys. Do you guys remember what numbers Taysom Hill donned when he was at the Y? He
4
did
and
2.
7,
You happen to remember what they were?
Yeah, 4 and 7.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, with Mr. Bachmeier. Look, he doesn't have that speed, but, boy, he's got that build. Like, I saw him kind of in camp, but it's a different thing when you see in that game uniform, especially when they're in, like, the royal tops and the white bottoms. Like, it kind of makes everybody look a little bit thick, but, boy, like, this dude is thick, but he's also heady and smart, and they trust him. Obviously, like, I got to admit, guys, I thought all of the praise in fall camp coming out of Roderick was, like, trying to manipulate the media or just trying to, like, placate or whatever. But I can see why Coach Roderick loves this dude. Like, he seems to be unflappable. He seems to be composed. Listen, he's still going to – the toughest games remain ahead of us, right? We've got Utah, Iowa State, Texas Tech, TCU. Like, he will be challenged far more in the upcoming game, in the remainder of the schedule than he has been in 4. But you cannot fault him. Like, he's done everything you've asked him to do. And you asked, what do I think about the way that he runs? First of all, I love he just stick, and I'm envious of that kind of durability that he puts himself because anytime as a quarterback you turn into a ball carrier and you take that ball across the line of scrimmage and do that, like, you're putting yourself at largely what's perceived to be an unnecessary risk. But the second thing so the thickness naturally protects him, but the reality is, like, he's athletic and kind of slippery enough for a big dude to not have put himself terribly in harm's way. And so he has done everything they've asked him to do, and I'd say a little bit more. So, like, he's passing so far through the first third of the regular season, he has passed with flying colors. Yeah, you look at the stats and like 67% completion rate, 6 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He has no turnovers, Riley. 4-0, no turnovers from your quarterback. How is he? What are they doing, or what is he doing that's allowing him to stay clean? Because it's so hard to do that. Even the best quarterbacks will have an interception, a ball gets tipped, or a ball gets loose. What are they doing to help him stay so clean? And do they need to try, I guess, to take a little bit more risk to get this offense to be a little bit more explosive? Or do you like what they're doing right now with how they're the ball control aspect of this offense? So I'll answer the first part, or the last part first, and that is that I like exactly what they're doing. Like, wait until someone beats that defense. Wait until someone performs better on special teams than you guys do. Wait until doing that until you ratchet up the offense. A win is a win is a win is a win. I know, like, people wanted that Colorado game to look different, but, like, to be on the road, your first conference road game, and be down 14-0 in a blink of an eye and be able to stick to the plan, like, and credit to his high school coach and probably his parents too, and it probably has something to do with Hank and, him having been able to have watched Hank's experience, or college football experience and this and that. But, like, for a high schooler to not revert to playing hero ball, here's the thing, guys. Like, when you are the level of athlete that he is in high school, you play hero ball because you can always get away with it. There are never negative consequences, meaning that you can go outside of the game plan, but it almost always pays off for you because you're so much superior athletically. He doesn't have any of that. So he either, two things. One, his high school coaches either brought him up in an environment that naturally trained him to stay within the confines of a system and to trust the system, or two, from graduation until now, he seemed to rid himself of the need to be able to, like, well, we're down 14. I gotta, the reason why I didn't, throw it over to the hook over the middle at 7 yards is because we're down 14. I had to go up and take a chance, in double coverage. Like, there's been none of that, and I cannot tell you how unique and special it is. And so, no, I would not upset the apple cart. BYU, and then, you said, do they need to ratchet up this offense? They do not, unless something drastic happens in the other two phases. Heaven forbid, injuries to defense, or somehow someone figures out the special teams puzzle and it creates an imbalance in their three-prong attack. Leave the offense exactly like it is, and you will be competing for a conference championship when it's all said and done.
Riley, you see this Jay Hill defense. Do you look at it and go, man, this would be a tough one to attack? From an offensive mind standpoint, what do you see in that BYU defense that should terrify other teams across from them?
I hate to be a broken record, but I tell anybody who will listen, like, the combo of Jack Kelly and Isaiah Glasgow is, like, they have to continue to prove it throughout the end of the season. But if they do that, I mean, between last year and this, that's a 2-year run that for a pair of linebackers that BYU has never seen. And keep in mind, like, I had Kyle, like, playing with me, but and Wona Kavenga and Brandon Ogletree, and, like, I played with a bunch of those guys, and I followed a team that had Brian Keel and Dave Nixon lining up on the same, but, like, these dudes just got it to a different level, and so I love playing them. And then, like, we were worried, they graduated. I can't remember the kid that came from Weber State that led the defensive backfield and interception last year.
Eddie Heckard, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I remember everybody being so nervous about him, but, like, the corners are locking it down. And it's what's Evan's first name?
Johnson.
Lanky dude.
Evan Johnson.
Oh, yeah. Evan Johnson. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, his last name. So, and you got Evan Johnson out there who, like, if you trust these PFF grades, who are grading prospects and college dudes, like, he's one of the best rated corners in all of college football. So, but to me, it starts with those two dudes in the middle. Obviously, Tanuvasa in the middle has seemed to bring an extra level. Although we're not asking our front three and front four to be like Sac Lake City, kind of like they did back when a lot of this crew, when Pua and Hill and Kalani and all them were back at Utah. They asked a little bit more, a little bit differently of this front four. This front four is kind of like, hey guys, we kind of need you to hold down the fort so that all of these crazy athletes behind you can play, and they're playing that line without, and they're being plenty productive too. It's not like Tanavas is not playing in the backfield. It's not like this front four isn't making tackles for loss. I mean, more just they maybe just don't have the pass rush numbers, at least on the surface. But I mean, there you go. I've hit all three levels. There's so much to love about this. But you asked my favorite, and it's I can't deny the fact that as much as I tune into what everyone tunes into BYU, and that's quarterback play and offense, tuning in to watch Isaiah Glasgow and Jack Kelly roam the middle of that defense is just an equal of a draw for me at this point.
Looking at where BYU's at right now, 4-0, this West Virginia game, we kind of joked at the beginning, but you're right. You don't want to look past this game. They need to handle this opponent and figure some things out as they do that. How did you prepare for games like this where you're an overwhelming favorite, but you have to, if you can't get loose? As a leader on that team, how do you handle that? How does that need to be handled during a week when you're playing an opponent that everybody outside views as inferior?
Yeah, I wasn't the reality. I mean, for lack of a better term, I was. I'll give a qualifier on it. I was a competitive jerk during the week. I ramped up the intensity when we did one-on-one crossovers or in 7-on-7s, and no joke, I would find the smallest excuse to pick a fight and try and go to defender into coming over and shoving me, or I'd go out to practice and for no reason of their own, I just start chirping at Craig Bills or Danny Sorensen and just trying to get them riled up and try and get them mad at me. So the whole point was all right, if it's expected to take care of business, then we gotta keep that intensity in practice, and also kind of make people mad. And then I would kind of, in some rare instances, but I wasn't in each position group with film, but there'd be sometimes where because everybody makes a mistake every practice. That's why they call it practice, right? But normally you're trying to focus on wins and build momentum, especially in a game, those biggest games you want dudes super prime. But in games like these, I would, almost make a low lights film and be like, come on, bro, is this really the best effort you got? I'd be going to my wide receivers. I'd be like, hey man, this hits your hands. You should catch it. Even though it's obvious in the one-on-one rep that he's been held, he's being PI'd and all of those things. It'd be in a normal game week, it'd be like, hey, great effort, always fight through contact. In a week like this, it's that hit your hands. Why didn't you come down with it? That's unacceptable. And so you kind of ratchet up that intensity both on the practice field and in the film room, and just kind of keep an edge on those guys. So maybe in a big game, they can take that kind of aggressive energy and channel it towards their opponent. I would kind of keep that aggressive energy going, and it was kind of channeled at me. But on game day, ultimately, there's no other outlet for it than the opponent that you're lining up against, and that tended to work decently well.
Riley Nelson, former BYU quarterback, and always good to have you on the program, Riles. And we'll dip back in again when a couple more games pass, and we'll be able to get a few more of these conference games under our belt and kind of see what this team's really made of. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah, last thing I'll say, because I made it sound like you never want to leave that unresolved animosity, right? Because maybe it doesn't always cut. So then Ruby River dinner on me on Mondays was always the way to make sure we were good with everybody else. You get that bread pudding in, and there you go. But anyway, thanks for having me on, boys.
That's a true leader right there.
That's a classy meal right there.
Absolutely.
Pre-NIL, Riley, too. That was good, rolling those guys out. We'll talk to you again, man. There's Riley Nelson, former BYU quarterback. And always good to have him on here. I do love that the passion. I get it though. The passion is more there for the kids football team. And you know what? I get it. I told you that. I mean, it was I was on pins and needles in here in the studio last week when I couldn't see the boys' games. I was like, oh my gosh,
that's hard.
I was like,
what's
going on? What's going on in the game?
I call games on Friday nights, high school.
Yeah.
And my oldest son's a senior, and there's been times when he's got in the game this season, and
it's during
I'm trying to broadcast a game
while you're watching another
but he's
one?
getting chances to perform, and it's and there's a stream to watch, and I'm like, how do I balance this? It's hard.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when your kids are playing, you're all in, man. And you don't want to miss anything. So I love that Riley's all in on his kids playing football. Can you imagine having Riley Nelson as your scout team quarterback or your scout team head coach?
What about throwing a 15-yard penalty on Riley on the sideline for not kicking that down marker? By the way,
He's lucky he didn't get suspended.
Tripping over it.
There's no tolerance for that.
No, in the
UC conference football.
Yeah, I was gonna say
no tolerance.
Ute conference goes at you. Come on, so
rein it in, Riley.
All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. We've got our NFL Blitz coming up. You don't want to miss any of the NFL headlines from across the week here as we get you ready. Ooh, I've got a Yankees-Red Sox score update for you as well. Looking nice there in the Bronx. So we'll take that break. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A crash on northbound US 89 at South Weber Drive is the source of major slowdowns next to the mountain heading up to I-84, with the delays starting before Antelope Drive and further slowing on eastbound 193 heading to 89. From 45th South and Murray, I-15 southbound is also very slow heading all the way down to Utah County. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
It's up to the Grizzly Bear.
If I tell you he's 18 of 25 for 215 yards, one touchdown, no pick.
I take it.
And you also expect a W because they got everything around
W.
That.
Get some more street cred and say a dub.
Nah.
Come on, Whitey White. Here's your chance, Whitey White.
No, Whitey White needs a modest amount. I'm now referring to myself in the third person as Whitey White. What a horrible turn of events.
Here's your chance to get some street cred. Not the W. You don't need to pronounce it all the way.
Double.
Nobody does.
Come on. We're going to count you down to 3, 2, 1.
We're back right after this. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Isn't fall one of the best times of year? The weather's cooling down, leaves are changing, and so is our menu at the Garden Restaurant. Stop in and try some garden favorite. The jalapeno pork sandwich perfectly balances sweet and spice. Plus, all things turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches, or the delicious turkey pot pie that is made fresh daily. Warm up with our yummy soups like our tomato bisque, broccoli cheddar, or chicken noodle. Or pair a crisp salad with a savory sandwich for a delicious duo. What really makes the garden special is the fresh ingredients and the handmade care that goes into each dish each time it is made. Like our massive cinnamon rolls, shareable between 4 people, our famous Lionhouse rolls, our gooey chocolate chip cookies, or our brand new caramel coconut cereal bar treat. Healthy, hearty, customizable, and very craveable. We're the Garden Restaurant. Convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3, and soon, extended fall hours. Visit our menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a line around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hanson Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU receiver Parker Kingston says that BYU's culture is the key to their success in recent seasons.
Yeah, I would just say our culture of humble and hungry, no matter what. We have guys who don't get to see the field as much, but they're ready to step up at any given time, and I think that's what really sets us apart. We have guys, like, if someone goes down, the next guy's up, and you don't really see a difference, and I think that's just a testament to who we are as a team, who we are as individuals, and everyone just wants to play, and they're working as hard as they can to get on the field.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. The NFL Blitz starts right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. And that music, of course, means it is one thing. The NFL Blitz, NFL headlines. The biggest league in all the world. Oh, my. No way.
Just like that. What a great game.
2-0. The Yankees were winning until about the fourth inning. The Red Sox got themselves a 2-run home run. The Yankees come back and put a third run up on the board, and then just now, Trevor Story just knocked a solo shot to make it 3-3 in the Bronx. Top of the sixth. I love it, man. I love it. And you gotta, oh, the disgusted fans, dude. The fans are just disgusted looking at him. I love how just randomly they're like half of the cast from Sopranos is there. You see those dudes in the crowd?
Really?
I mean, not Tony.
How many of them are still with us?
Not Tony, but
half that cast is dead.
You told us your folks was dead, H.I. No, I would just I don't know, Yankee Stadium or Fenway for a playoff.
Fenway.
I think so too. Yeah, because it's not like this building.
The new Yankee Stadium is just very
right, sterile.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Just like George Steinbrenner would want it to be.
Yeah, I think they're rocking the new cotton uniforms this year, aren't they? Sorry, that was another Seinfeld reference.
Yes.
Paul O'Neill. I'm sweating my butt off out here. Oh. All right, the NFL power rankings in Week 5. You ready for this one? I don't know. You know, it's interesting. Of all the things we do, we just are obsessed with rankings. Now, but power rankings don't mean that much in these other ones. I really think it would be awesome if there was a legit like AP NFL poll. You know what I mean? Like something that we could really sink our teeth into, get some voters in there.
An AP top 25 for the NFL?
Well, I mean, it'd have to be like an AP top 10.
Okay.
For the NFL, right?
So
I mean, 32 teams.
Who would be in your top 10?
Okay. Great question. I don't know. This is our Colts. This is our team.
We bleed blue.
Number 10.
For the shoe.
I don't know. They might be a top 5 team right now.
Come on now.
If they get that guy not to fumble the ball away before he walks in the end zone, it's a different game.
Mitchell.
It's a different game.
Don't.
So Ad Mitchell gets himself a disappointment. So maybe the Colts. I don't know. I know for sure if you're talking like the top of the top of the top. All right. First of all, where are my Seahawks at on here?
Hey, they're up for debate.
At least on this poll, they are number 6 in the power poll. They're 3-1.
They're at number 6. Wow.
Come on. Just behind the Matthew Stafford-led Rams. 2 NFC West teams in the top 6.
The NFC West is really good.
I know. If it wasn't for those stupid Cardinals, they'd be even better.
Stupid Cardinals. Trash.
I will
Poverty
say,
franchise.
right now, if it were an AP top 25 according to CBS Sports, it would be the Chiefs number 10. It'd be the Steelers at number 9. Now they're 3-0. You blinked and they're 3-0. I mean 3-1. Sorry.
Yeah.
The Chargers, who went down from the 4th spot down to 8. The Packers are up after that nice tie in Dallas. Or no, sorry, they're down 2. They get the tie. They were number 5. Now they're number 7. Seahawks are up 10 spots after winning on the road in Arizona. They're 3-1. So are the LA Rams, who are number 5. Number 4 are the Buccaneers, the Baker Mayfield-led Buccaneers. I don't hate. You know what? I don't hate any of these teams, man. I like where they're at. The Lions are 3. And then, of course, the 2 undefeateds are your Buffalo Bills at 2 and then the Eagles at 1. I'd swap those 2.
Really?
Yeah, and I know the Bills kind of had one handed over to them by the Ravens early in the season, but that's the NFL, man. Like, that's how it works.
I know the Eagles aren't flashy, but they're tough, and the defending Super Bowl champs, one of 2 undefeated teams, I can't put anybody ahead of them yet. The Bills look good. There was kind of like, when you're playing a team like the Saints, sometimes you play down to your competition, and I feel like the Bills did a little bit on Sunday, but they eventually kicked it in gear and took care of business.
Well, if you wanted to really go down, if you're ready to really kind of go down into this list, the worst teams in the league, you ready for this? The Saints at 32, the Aints officially. This is a terrible stat if you're a Spencer Rattler fan. He has the 3rd worst start in quarterback history in the NFL. He has lost his first 11 straight starts.
The dude couldn't even start Power 4 football. How many times did he get benched?
Oh, yeah.
And
Oklahoma, South Carolina. Yeah.
Is he starting in the NFL?
I think it was a desperate situation down there in New Orleans.
How can you be that desperate? I know the Derek Carr situation, that wasn't what they were planning, but geez.
Titans 31, Jets 30, and then Panthers 29. So Dolphins found themselves going. By the way, the Giants, they go up after their first win of the year.
I would put them ahead of the Raiders and the Browns right now.
I don't know about that. Settle down.
They just beat the Chargers.
Hold your horses there, buddy.
If the Raiders beat the Chargers, would the Browns beat the Chargers?
We're arguing over a bunch of 1-3 teams. Now hold on a minute.
They moved the Texans up. They're at 21.
So the Browns are a good 1-3 team.
So the Texans blow out the Titans and they move up 5 spots in their power poll?
Of all the 1-3 teams, I'd say the Browns are the best ones. Yeah, the Browns are funny because they could end up. They might end up in the playoffs. Like you never know what ends up happening in that division, because it ain't the Bengals and the who else in there, and the Ravens are looking awful right now.
The Ravens aren't good.
Yeah,
and they're banged up bad.
All right, let me see here.
They got old fast.
So yeah, there's your top 10. Well, let's just make it official. Look, they could do so much better. They could do so much better. The Jaguars, by the way, 3-1 in the season.
I think the Jags should be in the top 10.
Liam Cohen.
Duval.
You know what? I didn't believe in him. I still don't, but there you are.
He's getting the job done.
I guess.
3-1 start. Devin Lloyd is playing like a guy in a contract year. And that was a really impressive win over the 49ers. The Jags are 3-1. I think you have the Jags and Colts at 3-1 in the AFC South. Who would have thought?
The Colts. Oh. Remember how we were like, it's the worst quarterback room in the NFL by far.
Nope.
And no, not even close. Not even close. Daniel Jones' QBR is still the highest in the league right now.
Insane.
Okay.
What a story.
Let me see here. Next up, if I have any other headlines I felt like sharing here.
The 49ers have nobody playing on Thursday night.
Oh, no. What's that game tomorrow? Who are they playing tomorrow night?
49ers-Rams. This is a big game. And the 49ers are
This could be a big one for
slim.
They're the West Virginia Mountaineers of the NFC West right
That's
now.
how it feels, but they're 3-1. No Brock Purdy, no Jawan Jennings, no Ricky Pearsall.
Oh.
And of course they already lost Bosa for the year with the ACL.
Yeah.
George Kittle's not playing. Outside of Fred Warner, I couldn't tell you a 49er that's healthy.
You know what, though? You know what that means? Big night for Matthew Stafford.
Big night for Puka.
And Los Rams. Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did Puka get to double digits receptions again?
I had a wild hair where I was like, maybe I'd take the boys to see a Seahawks game down at SoFi.
Ooh.
A little NFC West matchup between the Seahawks and the Rams. I could end up being yeah. Plus, it's actually way cheaper to go to SoFi than it is to
100%
to Seattle.
Isn't that crazy?
The cheapest seat in that stadium is $400 every week. So, all right. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We have our best and worst next. So we'll return. We'll roll that out for you. Stay here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Go to SLC Fat Loss and SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com and go check out the testimonials that are there. Among those testimonials, you'll be able to see the success stories that JJ and I have both had on this program. SLC Fat Loss is the way for you to get on track, and that's what it really comes down to. It's not just about losing weight, because that's the part that I haven't always totally struggled with, the losing the weight part. It's been the part of keeping it off. I'm a big dude. I've always been a big dude. So taking the weight off has always been kind of just say, hey, calorie restrict. It's an easy math equation. But it's about getting my mind right, and it's about getting to the point where I could keep it off. And that's what the difference has been with SLC Fat Loss. And you can have that difference too.
Yeah, there's so many reasons why this program is great. And you bring up the one that I think is the most important, is it not only helps you lose the weight, but it helps you keep it off once you have lost it. What good is it to sacrifice and, do the hard things and go through the work of losing weight and having the patience to do that, and then all of a sudden, what do I do now? Well, there's a program with Salt Lake City Fat Loss is going to help you do just that, to lose the weight fast and then keep that weight off. And that's what they've done for me. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and I'm keeping it off more than a year later. If you want to try this program or learn more about it, go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Schedule your free consultation right now. You don't have to make any commitment. They'll tell you everything about the program, and you can make a decision about whether this is right for you. And if it is, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off the program right now. Again, go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
High school football is back for another exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Defensive tackles coach Luther Ellis, the legend, gives his assessment as to where his defensive tackles room is right now.
I think they're doing a good job. They've been playing pretty well on game days, and I think they attack every practice. So what they do in practice is showing up on game days. So I think they're doing a good job. I mean, still ways to go, and you never arrive. There's always things to get better at, but I'm happy and I'm grateful for how these boys are working.
That's your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Best and worst is next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Welcome back, everybody. Best and worst, brought to you by the good folks at your local Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Don't miss out. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Let me see here, JJ. Best and worst today. The best of the day is that Diego Pavia decided, you know what? I'm going to shoot my shot here. I ran my mouth last year. It worked out. Ran my mouth last year. It worked out. I'm going to run my mouth a little bit this year. And he decided to finally say it. If we play our game, it won't be close.
That is bold.
This is Vanderbilt talking about
on the
Alabama.
road in Tuscaloosa.
Okay, I will say this, though. The last team to give a bunch of locker room billboard or, clipboard fodder, you remember who it was during the offseason?
Florida State.
Florida State. They wouldn't shut up about it.
Castellanos.
Castellanos said it.
Worked out pretty well.
Guess what they freaking did? They ran it up on him.
Yep.
Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe this is the new version of how you go at guys. You go after them, then they go, maybe we weren't that good. The Kalen DeBoer era has brought a weird, I don't know what to think of this Alabama team. They go into Georgia and freaking beat Georgia at Georgia.
Yeah.
Kalen DeBoer's 2-0 against Georgia in his time, and people are like, get him out of here. Like, what are we talking about?
He's ruining our program.
Burn and he need to get out of here. Get the hell out of town. But Vanderbilt is interesting because if they play their game, Scotty told us about it last week. He's like, dude, watching Pavia in person, that guy's no joke.
He's good.
He's a legit talent.
He's really good.
The thing is what are they going to get this weekend from this Alabama team? I think when you had Nick Saban, it wasn't just a winning attitude. It was also a consistency thing, right? Like they just didn't waver in games like this. And going 1 week and losing to Florida State and everybody going, who are you? To the next of beating on the road Georgia. What's Alabama's rank, by the way? What are they ranked?
10th.
So you have 16th Vanderbilt facing off against number 10 Alabama. That's crazy. That is crazy to me. But, I think that they said, look, here's the actual quote. I don't know what they're doing. I just focus on us, but I know what we've got to bring. That's for sure. The crowd, I think, is going to be a big factor in the game, but we just want to play within the white lines, and if we do that, if we play our game, it won't be close. Here's the thing. Is he the best quarterback in that game? I think so.
Yeah, Ty Simpson's played better, and he played really good against Georgia. But
he has gotten a lot better, and he's gotten his team in that conversation.
Pavia is a dude, and he's brash, and he's got swagger. Confidence matters.
They scored 40 against Alabama last year.
Yeah,
they scored 40. That's how they won that game.
Yep.
Their defense wasn't particularly good. Alabama scored 35, but, man. Worst of the day. Oh, my gosh. Do we have that audio? Here's Shedeur Sanders when he was asked questions about being the quarterback at the Browns. Obviously, he's the third-string guy. I guess now he'd be I don't know.
Why are we interviewing the third-string quarterback?
He's the most interesting third-string quarterback on planet Earth. Come on. My question is this, though. Is Flacco still the backup?
Yes, he's number 2.
All right. So Shedeur not exactly getting the boost in the job description. He's still the third quarterback. And people have been going after him. This is what he said after all of the criticism of being told to maybe shut his mouth because he's the third-string quarterback.
guess what do you think you have to show to the coaches just to have that belief in you that you can be ready?
What can you say?
All right, so I'll describe what's going on.
How much has Joe been important to both you and Dylan in terms of your guys' development to this point?
Great question.
Is Shadur's mic broken? What's going on?
So what you're not seeing here is Shadur pantomiming answers. Like doing what my 10-year-old does when he pretends like I can't hear him and he mouths fake words to me or mouths bad words to me. I guess I don't know. Maybe that's the thing. Shadur went through that interview at his locker, people asking multiple questions, and him giving an answer without actually saying any words out loud, but mouthing words, like having a fake conversation with the reporters.
Apparently, this is a reaction or because of criticism from Rex Ryan on that Get Up show on ESPN about him running his mouth too much. So he decided not to run his mouth today. He interviewed in silence.
Instead, he went the massively cringy, awkward route. I'd prefer just to be like, yeah, I mean, look, I get a lot of criticism for saying anything, and maybe I shouldn't say anything. I'm the third-string quarterback, so
I understand.
Who doesn't believe in their own play? I think I could play ball, but, I'm not the coach, so
I understand why he did it, but what he doesn't understand is 95, maybe 98 to 99% of the people that are watching this have no idea why he's doing it. They just think he's acting like a jackass.
They think he's got some sort of.
So, and it's unfair to Shador, but Shador's got to understand, dude, you are a pro. You're in the NFL. You can't do this. Just be a pro.
Got a couple screws loose.
As much as you want to stick it to some washed-up coach on TV criticizing you, you can't. You just got to be a pro. You can't do that because now 99% of the people that watched it think you're just. It's not helping your reputation. Oh, this is why he went in the 5th round. He's a clown.
Grow up, kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I will say the reporters need to walk past the third-string quarterback.
I agree 100%, but you know why they don't.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's because there were multiple reporters right there because they wanted to get the same kind of reaction that they've had over the past week, which is back and forth about Shedeur Sanders, the third-string quarterback for the Browns. So there you go. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Stay right here with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Boy, I was really jamming out to this generic instrumental. Turn it up.
Let it roll all day.
Welcome back to the program. I'm welcoming myself back. I'm out there arguing about the AFC West with Rusty Keys out there from FM 100.
A lot of distractions in the building.
Yeah, and the reality is he's like, are you guys talking nice things about my Chiefs? And I was like, no. We're not saying anything about the Chiefs. You know why? They're meh. And you know what? The AFC, I just decided, sucks.
The whole AFC?
Well, you tell me. Besides
Are
the
we going to
Bills,
jump in the NFL right now?
No,
I'm ready to go.
Well,
I'll go.
we're just having this conversation with Rusty Keys out in the hallway. And I just wanted to know. I just started to kind of convince myself that the AFC kind of stinks. I mean, I don't know. Besides the Bills and kind of the Chiefs, like what we're talking about here, who's any good?
There's only 2 undefeated teams in the entire league.
That's what I said. That's what I was telling Rusty. I was like, hey,
one is in the AFC.
We don't know who's any good right now.
One is in the NFC. One is the Buffalo Bills. One is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, and the Eagles, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if Jalen Hurts is like the type of quarterback that – I just don't know if he's going to be able to be sustainably